You are watching the Vodka stream.
There we go. We're good. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Why? Okay, that's weird. StreamYard's weird sometimes. Why? Okay. How? That doesn't even make sense. All right. Anyways, guys, welcome to the Vodka stream. How's everybody doing? I don't know why it has my name right there in the corner. Doesn't show it on my other screen right there. I don't even have that little banner things on. That's weird. That's why I was like tripping out right now. Oh, it's acting a little dumb right now. Yeah. All right. Well, StreamYard's acting a little crazy, but it's okay. Things aren't working correctly. Hopefully the drops work. I don't know. Maybe they will. All right, that one worked. All right, we're good. Not sure why that part's not working now. That's just very strange. All right, well, who cares? Anyways, guys, what's going on? It is Friday. Hopefully you guys are enjoying maybe an extended weekend. I know some people, enjoying that extended weekend. I unfortunately had to work today, but it wasn't too bad. Got all I needed to get done today, and we're good. We're good. What's going on, DC Patriot? How you doing? Ready for another great show, man? Well, I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and pour some of the bourbon. Feeling a little bourbon tonight. So we'll do that. So cheers, guys, and happy Thanksgiving for everybody who is celebrating it, of course. Had a great Thanksgiving. Matter of fact, I just went to town on some leftovers that Mama Film Junkie sent home to me yesterday. Plenty of leftovers, and I just went to town on all of it. So I am freaking full again. So cheers. Good stuff. All right. If James Cameron to direct a DC film, which character do you think fits his style? Aquaman? Well, I mean, kinda, right? I would say that. I mean, if James Wan isn't going to direct any more Aquaman movies, could have James Cameron. Am I right? Tyler, what's up? How's it going, Jason? There it is. Totally did. That was my dinner. Went to town on all of it. All of it. The gravy reheated well, don't worry. And we got Miss Nighthawk right here. How's it going, Steph? Good to see you. Hopefully you had fun with your Thanksgiving. We got Mr. Travis wishing happy Thanksgiving to people up there in Kenyatta. Hey, Dave, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Yes, happy Thanksgiving to you. Game City Savior, what is up? We got Nosferatu here. Yersh, what's going on, Mr. McKenzie? What up? What up? Happy Turkey Day. Yes, that's right. Appreciate it. Happy Black Friday. I don't take part. I mean, now Black Friday is like, it's been like all week on what, like Amazon and everything. It's been pretty much like all freaking week. So, when it comes to that, I've already purchased some gifts, I guess you could say. What the hell? Why is this? Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was trying to turn something off, but my new phone is weird. Okay. I guess we're just gonna have to deal with that. I don't know. I just felt like I was a little too dim right here, but I guess we'll be all right. All right. Stephanie T is here. Good to see you. All right. We got Christopher Bachard, if I'm saying that right. Ronak. Is Cavill leaving? Where's he leaving? I don't think he was part of the stream yet, so I'm not sure if he's leaving. Maybe he's backstage. I don't know. Sean, what's happening? All right, good to see you. Amparo, happy Thanksgiving. All right. Didn't he want to do the first Spider-Man? Yeah, he pitched that. There was like that whole thing where it was like Spider-Man and Leonardo DiCaprio was like attached to it at one point or something like that. But that's not a DC character there, Ben. It's okay. It's okay. I know the mind's going. MFer, what's happening? Okay, good. Yeah, no, because usually I have my TV that's kind of helps with the illumination, and I have it paused on Netflix right now, and I can't seem to get that screen off. Right now, it's just like stuck on that screen, so can't exactly get it off. So that's what I was trying to get some more light when it comes to my screen, but it's not working. I don't know. I was just watching Wednesday. Great show. I'm in. I'm digging it. I don't know if anybody's watching Wednesday out there. You guys know I was excited for it. So, yeah, I just watched the first episode and I thought it was absolutely fantastic the way I thought it would be. With of course Tim Burton and everything that's doing that. I don't know why my phone. See, there's something weird about the new Google phones, which doesn't have. I don't know. There's something I don't like about this phone that bugs the crap out of me, and I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Can't get it. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. But Wednesday's great. Jenna Ortega is like killing it. She's killing it, man. She's killing it. Christina Ricci shows up too, and it's just like, aw, it's great. So yeah, it's a good show so far. Also watched the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday little special that happened that dropped on Disney Plus. Also watched that. So that was good. All right, maybe I'll just do that and just keep that up. All right. So yeah. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that too. I'm enjoying it. But yeah, and then hopefully you guys had a good Thanksgiving. I had a good Thanksgiving, great Thanksgiving, of course. Went to my mom's house, went to Mama Film Junkie's house, and just chilled, watched football. And it was a small one because sadly there's people are just getting sick all the time, man. Like I know like so many people that have gotten sick in the past week. There's just like it's just going around. Everything's just going around right now. So my brother is sick. Other people too sick. So yeah, so it ended up being a small Thanksgiving, but still great, delicious, and all that stuff. So cheers, happy Thanksgiving. Woo! That's right, Wednesday. Yeah, fantastic. Tim Burton product. Yeah, I know. It's pretty great. Yep, digging it too. Just watch I gotta say, well done. Yeah, it was good. Heartwarming. What's going on, Mr. Lobo? Good to see you. You think The Rock will include Cyborg and character he wants to fight? Because everyone keeps forgetting Cyborg. I know. Yeah, we'll talk more. We'll talk about that kind of stuff tonight. So, but I'll see what the guys have to say about it. What the guys have to say about the stuff that's happening this week, because it's like it's just interesting. When it comes to Marvel stuff, it's like, oh, a new Marvel thing came out, Marvel, but naturally we're more DC people over here, so we're rooting for what's happening over in the DC world, and it just seems things are always happening every week, and one of the biggest things was like, well, geez, man, when it comes to that DC hierarchy, it's like, what's going on with that? And especially with Dwayne Johnson still not acknowledging the new regime. That could be just looking way too into that, but hey, it is interesting. So that's all. Where's that? I know where. Hold on a sec. Why can't? There it is. Okay. Just stuff like that. That's the questions. Anyways, but you just gotta wonder. But I'm liking how everything is right now. Hold on a sec. Did I use the wrong link? I probably did. Yep, totally did. Refresh. Hold on a sec. Sorry, I sent the wrong link out to people. So let's try this again. I just realized it because my stupid thing doesn't. Let's try that again. Boop. There we go. And boop. There we go. Gotta send the right link. Just gotta refresh that page, That's what you gotta do. You gotta refresh the page. My bad. No, I don't want anybody to join tonight. That's really what I want. I want to talk all by myself like I always do. All right. It's just funny how like James Gunn is trending and so is Zack Snyder's Justice League. I don't know. I mean, Twitter's weird like that. But anyways, yeah. Um, but yeah, I still got to catch up on Andor. I know that season finale happened this week. I got to catch up on that. But yeah, did that. I actually watched 1899. I couldn't help myself because I love Dark so much, and I was just very curious about what was going to go on with 1899. And that's another good one too to watch, because it's trippy, has to do with time loops and weird loops and all kinds of loops. I will say though, the ending was kind of like, all right, it's fine. I mean, the build up to it was cool, but then the ending, it was kind of like, all right, that's good. I mean, you kind of start getting where it's headed. So, but overall though, it's really like yeah, it's really gripping the stream, right? But yeah, it's pretty. But it's still, I say, give it a shot. Okay. So, all right, let's get the first person in here. We got, let's see, hold on, let me make sure. Okay, so let me make sure I got the background in. All right, we got Mr. Travis here. What is up, sir?
Not much. Yourself, sir?
Oh, good. You're
Got a
drinking that
Zoa.
Zoa. Look at you.
Yeah, it came to Canada. That was the whole. I remember. I think we talked about before Black Adam that I was mad that it didn't not all wouldn't even ship to Canada. But good old Costco. But yeah, Scott was flaunting the other day. He's like, "Well, I got the coconut, whatever." It's like that's the one I wanted, but all we got out here is peach and orange. But it's okay. It's I got a long night because I got this. I'm here for a cameo. Maybe back later. I got a Geek First review. I got a quick sister dinner and then back, so it's just like a whole compact night and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
sounds like it. And I see you got yourself a movie palette behind you. Is that right?
I do, yeah. It's looking a little weird because, like, obviously the green messes with it. These Marvel ones are going to go down. I know people probably look at this, especially because, hello, chat, everybody. They're probably like, look at this fucking Marvel fanboy. All he has is Marvel. No, what happened was a friend of mine's boyfriend was like, hey, I don't have any room for these. I know you like the stuff, I'll take. I'm like, oh, I got this new setup. I'll put them there. But eventually the plan was to replace it with, so I got like Taylor got me a very nice map of Middle Earth, and I got a great Honolulu one. So it's all going up there. And I want some variety because I guarantee you every time people see this, like, oh, that's why he likes Thor Love and Thunder. Look, he has that Thor poster back there. He has no taste whatsoever. Not a single DC. My two favorite movies are The Batman and Dark Knight. Leave me alone. But anyways, it's a Shining. It's a Shining.
It's a Shiner. Oh, it's okay. That's just me thinking that. Like, how can you like Thor Love and Thunder? My God.
Everyone needs junk food, you eat on a weekly, Dave. I guarantee you eat something where you go, this probably should be in my body, but you know what? I'm gonna put it in and like it and stuff.
You're right. Because when it comes to during the week, I try to keep my try to keep the diet to protein and veggies. But when it comes to the weekend, it's like, fuck it, get me whatever. I feel like having Taco Bell.
Sometimes we're just tired of cooking. We're all busy. We got lives. We just want to eat something just quick. Then sometimes you'll eat it like, oh, I think that's the worst. If you eat the bad food and it's not the greatest, then you feel like I just put the bad calories on me, the bad food in me, and it wasn't even that good,
That happens when I usually get Taco Bell. I'll be like, oh my God, I want the new grilled cheese burrito. It sounds so amazing. And then you get it and it's like, wow, this kind of blows. It's like, why did I do this to myself? And now I feel like shit.
One, I don't know, because happened last week. Somehow we always get into food talk. But two, I agree because I'm a sucker for any time there's like, are you interested in like Mars chips? Are you interested in gravy poutine? Like, I guess you guys don't have poutine out there, but any type of like flavored, like, yeah, you've never had poutine.
I've had a version of it,
okay,
not like full on. But I remember I went to this one bar restaurant place, and one of my friends knew the cook, and he made something that had to do with fries and gravy and some beef and stuff. So it was like a version. I don't think he called it poutine. Is a why would you call it that? It just sounds.
No, I don't know either. Because honestly though, you kind of ruin it because I've never thought of the word poo being associated with fries until now. It's just poutine, but now when I look at it and it's brown
You're
and
welcome.
everything like that, yeah,
You're welcome.
exactly. But no, I'm a sucker for that Taco Bell. Like when they announced those Dorito shells, everyone's like, "This is the end of mankind. This is awful." It's like, oh, I'm gonna be all over this. I gotta try it. Like any flavored like gimmick, I'm all down to just try because if it sucks, you move on. But if it's good, you found something else.
And the Doritos taco shells, that was just a stroke of genius because
100%.
that's a thing that never left. Because Taco Bell will it'll have like something, then it'll be gone, then it'll be back, like the grilled cheese burrito, which is I really like that too because
we never got the grilled cheese out
Oh,
here,
that's lame. It's so good because it has the cheese melted on the outside, but sometimes you get one and it doesn't taste that great. But when it came to the Doritos Locos Tacos and all that stuff, it was like that was just a stroke of genius because it was like, why wouldn't I want a taco that tastes like nacho cheese Doritos or Cool Ranch Doritos?
Absolutely.
I mean, stroke of genius.
Are you that's what I was gonna say, are you more a fan of the regular cheese Doritos or the Cool Ranch?
I'm more of a nacho cheese Dorito guy.
Yeah. I'll take the occasional Cool Ranch, but it's just I honestly feel sometimes those are almost like a little like under seasoned too. Sometimes it's just like this is regular taco with like a little extra sauce on it, and stuff like that.
Yeah, because there's something about the nacho cheese. It codes the entire chip.
It's in there, and you got your fingers, and you're looking like before COVID, you're like, look at this, and now you can't do that, or people think you're a freak or something. But
Oh man, didn't they make no, that was Cheetos. Didn't Cheetos make like a mac and cheese?
They did. Yeah, I talked about that. The very first vodka stream we were on here, I talked about that because it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever had in my life.
I'm sure.
And it also stained a sweatshirt of mine, so it was a double. It was a double sword, but it was one of those that I ate it and I was like, okay, and it just didn't taste second. And I had another spoon. I legitimately felt like if I have another, I'm gonna legitimately throw up right here. It just had a very thick, like not the thick you want from a macaroni. It just felt it just tasted probably just chemicals. That's what it was. When it was in my mouth. It's just
flat out. Yeah.
It's like some things, and that's where the gimmick food is bad too, because you do have that, and you go, you know what? Some things are meant to just stay as Cheetos, or some things are just meant to stay. They don't need to be combined with other foods and stuff like that.
Yeah. When I saw that, I went, no. Why would I want that? Why would I want to ruin mac and cheese? Like I could see why that sounds like a good idea on paper. Like, people who like the flaming hot Cheetos, you can have that code your mac and cheese. But I was like, no, I just like some good gourmet mac and cheese. Like that's just, I'm a stickler now when it comes to mac and cheese. Like I can't just do like this. Oh yeah, you put it in the bowl, put it in the hot water, and then you pour the powder. It's like, no. I want like good ass, mac and cheese, some gourmet mac and cheese where it has like the crumbs in it or something too, and all that stuff. Like I just, that's why. So when I saw that, I was like, no, I ain't gonna give that a try. I would have to be obliterated munchies kind of thing. Just like, no way, not even that. Ugh.
No, when you just have like regular macaroni like Katie, and then you grow up and have like the gourmet, like homemade stuff, it's like going from a hand job to a blow job. It's like there's no going back. There's no like at the time you're like, this is great, but then the BJ get introduced, you're like, that's nothing. That's nothing over there. Yeah, I kind of go back. Yeah, no. What was it? I can't remember the type of cereal, but Emily, she makes a really good one where she makes the macaroni cheese and she has her own seasoning and whatnot, but it's a combo of some chicken stock. I can't remember what it is, but then it's like a cereal, and she mixes it up and she bakes that before, and then she puts in the macaroni. And it's like every year when we do our Geek First Christmas thing, she doesn't get to make anything else because they just want her to make this homemade macaroni because no one else makes it like her. And then when you bring it, it's just like the greatest thing. You open up the oven and there's just 3 layers, just like 3 huge things of macaroni, and it's great. So I know next month's coming, it's just going to be stuffing the face in and just waistline's gone, lose all this weight, you're like, and then it's gone,
Of course, it's what you do it for. One of the things too is like, I think maybe next year I'm gonna have to do it, because I know when I was looking at the timeline, people posting their plates for Thanksgiving yesterday, a lot of mac and cheese around, like on some plates, and that's never been one of the dishes that's been served around my Thanksgivings. And I'm like, you know what, I maybe need to like be the one to do that next year, because it's we have the traditional stuff, which was all tasty and fantastic, of turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, green beans, and whatever. But I was like, man, I think we need to bring like a mac and cheese dish in here because I see so many people posting about mac and cheese. So I'm gonna have to probably do that. So
I think
you hear that, Mama Film Junkie?
Yeah, you're on notice, mac and cheese. I think it's the best when you got the ham going. I think because like I'm not gonna turn down turkey and macaroni, but like the ham and a homemade macaroni, that's a good combo because then you got that cheese sauce in there. You dip some of your vegetables and ham in and stuff like that. So yeah, I like turkey enough, but I'm definitely that guy that's like I'm fine with it for just Thanksgiving, and I'm good until the next year. That's about it. I'm more of a ham seasonal guy, but the mother-in-law always does both, so it's like okay.
Ham is interesting because I don't think I've ever.
Your mom's telling you have to make it.
Oh,
you
have
to make it.
Well, that's what I was meaning. I wasn't saying that she had to do it, but yeah.
Yeah, no. Mom, come on. Where's the mac and cheese?
Yeah. Do the mac and cheese next time, Mom. After cooking all the other stuff.
You see these people on Twitter? This should be me. I'm the film junkie. I've interviewed Zack Snyder several times.
Yeah,
and you're not going to give me macaroni?
Yeah. T-Bell, like that girl you hook up with because she put what the hell? Okay,
I think he's referring back to the macaroni with the craft dinner versus home gourmet.
Taco Bell. He's talking about Taco Bell as like the girl.
Oh, yeah,
that's what
that is. Yes.
I was like, T-Bell, is that a player? Is that a soccer player? I know like the World Cup is happening right now.
That's like some person at work that gives you this nickname that you don't like, but you don't want to offend them, so you're not really like, oh, sure, you can call me T-Bell. Like, anybody at work that calls me Trav, I go like, you don't have that permission. Like, only my mother calls me Trav. Like, and it's like someone you've only known for 2 days. It's like, why have you chosen to call me Trav? Like, we've known each other for less than 6 hours, and that's what you're going with. I have a full name, but.
Yeah, you haven't. I know. For a minute there too, it sounded like he was saying your name right there, but yeah,
yeah, I'm a quick and easy girl. Thanks, Nate. Thanks, good to know.
Even though it's probably not going to be good. See, Steph knows I make a great mac and cheese. Have a good night, everyone, and great weekend. So yeah, there you go. I think we're gonna have to add that to the menu, or maybe just bring it to Christmas right now. I think it could be Christmassy too. No, when you're talking about the ham, it's like. I don't think ham's usually more of a Christmassy meat, turkey and ham with that. But yeah, usually not with Turkey Day. But even like when it comes to Christmas, though, I mean, my mom will bust out the prime rib, which is really good.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
I wish I had someone that had like I know you can make but I feel like no one in my family or Emily's family has like there's no one like they're a master at that. I have an aunt that lives about 4 hours from me on my dad's side. Not necessarily for Thanksgiving, but for Christmas around time, she would make duck, and it was really good. But then the thing she really made good was the lamb. She was somebody. I think she's older now, so she's kind of done the I think I'm done doing the big cooking. But there was just time where it's like. There was no ham, no turkey, but there's like duck and lamb. I was like, and I was younger. I'm like, okay, this is weird. And it was the first time I tried lamb, and I was like, oh my God, this is really good. And it's actually never tasted as good as whenever she makes it. Like, of course, it's homemade, but I've had other people make it homemade, and I'll spend like $60 on a lamb. Like, this is gonna be great. It's like, no, it's not Aunt Tish's. Like, you can't whatever she does to it. You can't get to that level, but yeah, lamb's good stuff.
Lamb's good meat. There's always like those certain people that just can cook anything, and it just has that. They just know they have that way about it, and you're like, nobody can replicate this. How did you do this? This is amazing.
Yeah.
But so I mean, we'll probably even do something like that too. But prime rib is always like something that we'll do. And another tradition that we'll have on Christmas morning is tamales. Tamales and eggs are actually pretty good every Christmas morning. So yeah, it's just one of those things. But I'm surprised I'm talking about food after eating like those leftovers. Jeez, tell you what.
Yeah, that's we talked about that last time. That's the crappy thing where I get the Thanksgiving first, but then you get that retroactive thing of now because I've had mine, and then all my American followers are having Twitter. So you just have the timeline of they're having Thanksgiving. They just had the timeline, like you said, of food. It's like, oh, damn. But then it gets me excited for Christmas. It's like, okay, that's literally now a month away. So that food's going to be coming around and stuff. But it is tough when you're like, oh, I'm just having some pasta tonight with shrimp. And everyone's having these great meals and stuff like that. But it's like, oh, okay.
I know, it's great meals, but yeah, it was good stuff.
Good.
But yeah, I'm just like, whew, I am full. I mean, yeah, she sent me home with like a thing, two things of like stuffing rolls, and then green beans, turkey, and mashed potatoes, and then a thing of gravy. So I was like in my kitchen, just going, all right, I'm gonna try to just get all this in tonight, and I freaking just heated up everything. It just got to the point, and I didn't eat it all. I ate like 94% of it. I was like, I can't. I tried to get it all in tonight, and then I still have cupcakes that she sent home too. So probably be snacking on those after we're done here. But yeah, I mean, this might be a light vodka stream. I know some people said they might be late, so we'll see who pops in. Scott's at the movies, if anybody's wondering. He's seen the Fablemans today. So
Fablemans,
yeah, I wanted to see. I wanted to see it this weekend, and hopefully maybe I'll be able to, or even Glass Onion. I know that's out in movie theaters right now, but it's just been hard because the holiday yesterday, and then I was cat sitting also for the lady. Yeah, she's out of town, so I was like, all right, I'll watch the cat, and then that's pretty much it. Was just me just snacking on her food and drinking her booze as I was watching 1899 on Thursday, or Wednesday night, I should say. And then, Thursday I had all that. And then, yeah, I had to work today. So I don't think I'm going to make it to the movies, but I do want to see the Fablemans. But
yeah,
it's just funny because I keep on saying it's like Steven Spielberg literally has a movie coming out this weekend, and not a lot of people are talking about it. It's just a weird time we live in now where Steven Spielberg has a movie coming out. Not much buzz.
I'll say something that'll turn the chat against me. I think still Steven Spielberg is great. He's one of the GOATs. He's one of the best of all time. I just don't think I can't recall, I think, a great movie he's done the past 10 years. I think they're always good or really good, but there's not one that I think since War of the Worlds, there's not one that I really return to. I always watch and go, oh, I like that, and Spielberg's great, but like I like Lincoln, I like Ready Player One. Like, I don't think he's a bad filmmaker. I don't think it's like the Tarantino thing where he says, oh, people get to a certain age and make bad films. It's not that. It's just, for me, Fablemans, I'm very excited, but it sounds bad. That's for me I'm fine to watch it on VOD when it gets there. And the thing is, like you said, no one's talking about it, and the box office probably not going to be that great for it. It probably won't be that long till it is on VOD nowadays. True. And that's the thing where there's so many movies now. Like I remember Black Phone and I saw that in theaters, but I remember less than 3 weeks it was on VOD. It's like you really have that option other than a few big movies. If you want to wait till home, you just got to wait like a couple weeks and stuff like that. That's it. True. Not even like a month now,
That's how I felt about The Menu. That's how I'm kind of feeling about some of these small movies. Like, obviously, when the bigger they are, I'm going to obviously go see them, like the opening night. And I try to get to the movies every week. But like last week, I went, I want to stay home. I want to catch up on some things. I needed to clean up a little bit because I just hadn't had time to clean my apartment. So I was like, all right, I need to clean my kitchen and stuff like that. So, but I really wanted to see The Menu, but I was like, it'll probably be on VOD in a month.
Yeah,
it'll be fine.
I'm the same. Yep.
Yeah. So it's nice to have that option. I mean, it really is where we're at right now. It's nice to have that option where you could just go, oh, I'll just wait like a month and it'll be on VOD, Yeah. But I do like I love going to the movies, turning my phone on airplane and just kind of just sitting back and just, disconnecting from the world and stuff like that. Because when I'm home, sometimes I'm sitting up here, I'm looking at things and I'm like, I get distracted very easily. So I do like that aspect where I can just disconnect. But at the same time, you just sometimes you just want to go like, I'll wait.
Yeah. And because there's tons of movies out, so it's one of those things to play catch up and do all that stuff and everything. So yeah, it's tough.
It's tough. All right, we got somebody who just popped in right now.
Ben.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Happy Thanksgiving, post-Thanksgiving. What's going on?
Happy post-Thanksgiving to you too.
Yeah.
Travis, you're in Canada, right?
So he had his. So we already had ours. Yeah. We pre-came already.
Yeah. What?
Thanksgiving. We had Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But no, I have to say now I'm happy Ben came in because I have to bounce. I'm mad because last time a big thank you, Ben. Thank you for shouting us out for our charity stream last month and putting that link up there.
Problem. Yes,
and literally, I was like on the chat, I'm like, oh, I can't wait next vodka stream till we're together. We'll chat. But I'm hopefully gonna be back here soon. But I'm glad you're here because I have to bounce. I might be back later, people, so I got to do some things. But
it's gonna
I
be
gotta-
just me and
yeah, you get the one I want to take over.
Bitch,
Tell-
please. Bitch, please.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. But you guys have a good night. I might be back later, so see you in a bit.
All right.
All right, Travis.
Good, man. Thanks a lot.
Damn,
All
man,
right,
it's just
well.
like high school all over again. Every time I sit on the cool table, everybody's just like,
I know, right? I know. And I knew
Takes
it was
off.
like, I know Steven's he said he'd be late and Scott's not going to be here. We'll see if anybody else pops up. Other people were like, yeah, I'll drop in. So we'll see. But hey,
Yeah,
we could talk, Ben. I could be your
Yes,
Garza
yes,
for right
yes,
now.
we could talk.
I mean, yeah, no, right. No.
Well, I'm
but,
taking advantage now that Steven's not gonna be here for a while.
there you go. You get a word in.
You'll get a word in, exactly.
Exactly. So, but first off, how was your turkey day yesterday?
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
It was small. Like you usually have my entire family, but my sister moved out of state, so we kind of split up. And so like half of my families went to PA, and my other half came to my house. My sister,
Okay.
her husband, and her daughter, and my kids came over. So
That's
it was good. We have I had a good time. I always have a good time. That was my crazy sister that came to my house.
Nice.
Because I have two sisters. They're like, one is a little bit quiet, the other one is like a little bit out there.
Jose just called you Sex Luthor, by the way.
Sex. Oh yeah. Thank you, Jose.
Yes,
I
that's right. He's not wearing the hat today. He's letting
No,
that. He's letting
no.
that
I had a Scully, but I started drinking and I started getting hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have my little Scully.
Fine. So, like, when it comes to traditional dishes at your house, what do you? I mean, obviously you have the turkey.
Oh no,
And
we had.
Oh yeah, what do you have?
We had chicken, potato salad, macaroni salad. Yeah, no, because I don't like turkey. It's too dry. Yeah, and we had something called pernil that is like a pork leg.
Okay.
But I don't eat pork, and my sister and her husband does. So they brought that in so they could eat it. So we have something that is like a tamale, but it's different. It's what is it made of? It's made of plantain and yucca roots. It's really good.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, we have
so you don't have traditional. You don't have traditional stuff at your house then.
Like turkey stuff.
Yeah, turkey.
No, we do the
turkey.
My boys, they're Americanized, so they are always asking, "Where's the fucking turkey?" It's like, bring
Watch your mouth, kid. Yeah,
bring it next time. Yeah, my oldest son is always asking, "Why didn't you make turkey this year?" Like when we all get together at my mom's house, that's when there's a turkey. Yeah, because my mom does like she does
the traditional stuff.
Oh yeah, she does everything. She does.
Yeah, it's always a weird thing. It's like, we always have to do like the traditional stuff, but I'm like, does it really matter what you eat? It's all about having the family over, right?
It's about hanging out with family and giving thanks for all their blessings.
Giving thanks, and shining off 2 champagne bottles. Am I right, Mom? You out there? Yeah. That's right.
You were popping bottles last night?
Oh yeah, we were. Yeah, I brought 2 champagne bottles. We went through both of them.
Oh, fancy that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I got there at like 2, didn't leave till about 8. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was like it was just one of those. Like I said, it was small because my brother was sick, other people were sick, and other people. It was just me. It was me, her, and my nephew. That was it. So it was just like 3 of us. So it was relatively small, but still. The good thing about that though, didn't take long to do the dishes. So because she cooked, so I was like, all right, I got the dishes. But luckily, it was like just us.
No.
She was actually doing a cool thing too. This is how cool my mom is. She was like washing dishes as she was preparing. I'm like,
right
there you go. I'm gonna.
What, you didn't cook at all? You didn't make a dish?
What? I don't really see. That's the thing. That's what I was talking about at the beginning here, Ben. Right. Because I was like saying I was seeing a lot of plates that have macaroni and cheese on there. And I'm like, you know what? That's never like a dish that shows up at my Thanksgiving or even like Christmas. So I was like, maybe I should incorporate the mac and cheese next year. So I think I might try to, get some good, try to make me, I'll practice. I have a year to practice so I can make sure I can make a good gourmet, dish of mac and cheese.
Oh, I got a great recipe.
Ooh, you might have to send that over to me.
Yeah. No, yeah. Because mac and cheese, I don't know. Maybe it's an ethnicity thing because
I don't know.
Because I think it is because we have mac and cheese, potato salads, and I think those
I
are
don't
kind
like
of.
potato salad.
You don't like potato? Oh, I love
Yeah,
potato
I'm
salad.
not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Yeah,
I like
no,
macaroni salad though.
I like mac and cheese too. I have a
Yeah,
mini recipe too.
I don't know. It just never has been like a dish. I mean, there's been times where we've done the family thing and somebody's brought like some mac and cheese, which was great. But yeah, for some reason, it's just never been. So I think I'm gonna incorporate that next year.
Did you have string bean casserole?
No, we just had regular green beans, garlic
Okay.
green beans though. They were really good. They had like a garlic seasoning on there.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, it was something, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to. When it comes to Christmas, is there any like particular dishes that you have for that?
It's pretty much the same thing we have on
Thing?
things.
Yeah.
Pretty much the exact same thing. Yeah. Rice. It's about the gifts. It's about the gifts. Like in Christmas, especially in Christmas, we don't have a specific dish, but we have similar foods that we have around Thanksgiving.
Okay.
But it's more about the gifts and getting together with the family. But I don't think there's one specific dish. It's like, oh no, we gotta have this in Christmas.
Gotta have that.
No,
Yeah, I was just
this
like
one tradition. This one tradition that is a New Year's thing, and I didn't know that. I did not know that until like I was like really older in life, and it's a Dominican thing that they made this hearty soup called sancocho that is they put in all type of meats in there, and like my mom used to make it every year around New Year's, but it never registered with me that it was the soup had anything to do with the New Year's. And she was like, yeah, I learned that like 2 or 3 years ago. My mom's like, oh, I'm gonna make one this year. I'm not gonna make one this year. Like, so what? Like, yeah, I make it every freaking year.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, but it is. It is with white rice.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. When Steven came, I wanted to make that, but that shit takes like 5 hours to make.
That's I know. I was about to say that doesn't sound like an easy dish to make.
No, it's not. It's not. It takes like about 5 hours to make. So I was like, should I tell my because like if my wife doesn't offer to make it, I don't ask for
it. You learn.
Yeah.
You learn. Well, that's good, man. Have you watched anything new lately? Like I was just talking about at the beginning of the stream. Like I watched the first episode of Wednesday, and then I watched the Guardians holiday special. Did you watch any of that?
You know, you started talking about Dark, and it's 3
seasons.
That's
right. Yeah,
I'm fucking hooked. But the third season, like I'm asking around, hey guys, about the third season, because the third season feels like there's something missing. Something feel because you know, like they flip everybody's roles. I was like, this doesn't. It's not hitting the same way like the first and second season.
I see what you're saying. Because like, we've had a conversation about it too. Because I know you said like you were trying to get into Dark and you just couldn't because it kind of drags. It does drag for like the first couple of episodes.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden when you finally realize, oh shit, there's a paradox, and then you realize how everybody's kind of linked, and you go, oh, and then that's it. Then you're just like you're totally hooked. In. You can't help it.
Yeah.
But then you know, it has to start doing not just time travel, but multiverse kind of shit.
Yeah. Then when it gets to the because I was on the end at the beginning of at the end of the second season. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
It gets into the multiverse, and I was like, "Please don't go into the multiverse. Please don't go." Whoa, this multiverse, like, fuck.
So then it gets a little more confusing,
muddy. Yeah. So I was like,
it's the third season. It's like, you know, it's probably the weaker one of the three.
Oh, okay. So I figured that it was.
Yeah, it's just because but you know, it's still. I think they, you know. It's still cool that they went that direction, and then of course, you know, they end it without dragging it too long.
Because the first 2 seasons, they went into this whole thing where like they were doing so many time jumps, but it didn't get to the point where there was a paradox. Oh wait, there's no way this is not gonna create a paradox. But then the way that they set it up, like, yo, whoever put this thing together have this massive flow chart.
Oh, I'm sure
how everybody's connected, so nothing is kind of negates the other.
Yeah.
The one that fucked my head up was that spoiler alert is where the mother is the grandmother.
Oh, I know, right? So
like, what?
Yeah, it gets it just gets crazy. You're like, oh my god, they're the way that everybody's linked. It's just it's interesting. But I watched 1899, which is from the same creators of Dark, and this is a mind fuck too. It's way more like it doesn't drag like this because I think it's just a limited series. I don't think the way it ends. I'm pretty sure that it does not go anywhere else. Maybe it will. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's like it's cool because I mean, right off the bat, you're like, all right, you kind of get the idea of what's happening here, and then all of a sudden, like every episode just has an ending where you go, "Fuck, I'm tired, but I need to watch the next episode," kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just the way that they do it, and I mean, it starts going, and then you do kind of go, oh, okay, I see where they're kind of headed here and stuff.
Oh,
so
you hit that spot where you already know what direction they're going into.
But then it kind of there's like detours it takes, and you're like, well, wait a minute, and then you finally go, oh, okay, and then all of a sudden you get like the end to the ending. You're like, oh shit, that's pretty crazy. Okay. I mean, I wasn't like I kind of went, okay, yeah, I was like a little underwhelmed, but not like maybe because I should rewatch it again now that I know everything. And kind of just like it's one of those where I'm like, now I want to go back now that I know where it goes. I'm like, okay, and just kind of see where the clues are. But yeah, it's still good. It's even got some of the cast members from Dark, at least one of the guys.
Yeah. I saw the main guy.
Yeah, the main dude who plays the captain. He was one of the versions of the main
character
of Dark. Yeah, the older version or the semi-old version.
The young mid-20 guys. Yeah, but I saw the first episode and I stopped watching. I was like, no, I cannot get into this show until I finish with Dark.
Yeah, finish Dark.
Because I saw the first episode where they go into the boat. I was like, this looks really good. Let's stop it right here. Because then I'm going to start sidetracking and never going to finish it.
Yeah, it gets trippy. And then all of a sudden you start like seeing where it's going. You're like, oh, shit, pretty crazy. But you didn't watch the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday?
Yeah, I did.
Did you? How'd you like that?
I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah. I don't like, I said this on the Real Anarchy Live earlier today. I don't like Christmas shows like the new wave because they all feel the same. Like they all I found love on Christmas.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how people can watch that Hallmark shit. You know,
I can't.
I know sometimes Mr. Andrew Dice is he's in the chat. I don't think he's in the chat right now. I think him and Steven are actually
they're doing something.
Yeah, that's why Steven's going to be a little late. But he always talks about the holiday. I mean, it's like I guess it's just it's a traditional thing with people because when my mom has that on, well, I'll go to her house and she'll have a Hallmark movie on or like whatever the hell that they do. They're all the fucking same. I mean, every single one is the exact same.
Yep.
And they just somehow tweak it just a little bit, and they have different actors, and then they try to do a play on words of like a Christmas song or something like that. They'll try to do a play on words as the title, and it's just I can't.
Yeah, I don't like none of them. Like none of the new stuff. I always have my classics and I stick to them and I don't go out of those. But that James Gunn special, it felt original. It was funny. It was good. It didn't have the familiar tropes. But it did at the end with his with the gift that. No, you haven't seen it?
No, I have seen it, but I was just saying.
No, I'm not spoiling it, but there is a connection at the beginning that pays off at the end. That connection of So I was like, but still
that's
familiar.
Yeah, it's heartwarming. It's funny. I like the fact that they follow Drax and Mantis because they're so stupid, and then they're walking around the Chinese theater over in L.A. and Hollywood. I mean, and of course, Kevin Bacon in it, that whole aspect of it, I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, it was pretty heartwarming. It was pretty, and what I liked most about it. It was like how when they show a flashback and it's like that old style animation. Yeah. I like how James Gunn incorporated that. It's like, all right, when we're going to show the flashback as Peter as a kid, we're going to have that old style kind of animation. Yeah. Like where it's just like
Charlie Brown type.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's just there's a familiarity when it came to that. And I thought that was a pretty cool aspect.
Yeah, that's true, familiarity. Because I was thinking, is this like Charlie Brown? But it was like an amalgamation of Charlie Brown and Dr. Seuss.
Like
type of animation.
Yeah,
So
it's like a certain animation that yeah, if you watch like old like 60s, 70s, and even 80s, like Heavy Metal was kind of like that animation.
Heavy Metal was definitely that type.
Yeah, where it's just like, and I thought like, yeah, that was pretty cool that he did that. But yeah, I thought that was it's just it was funny too because did Groot seem like he was like wider? Yeah, he's been working out or something. I mean, now like, Groot is like he's not teenage Groot anymore. I think he's like more 20-year-old Groot. But like they made him wide.
Nah, I made him wide. Like he's juicing up or something.
Yeah, he's fucking actual Vin Diesel right in there. But yeah, I was like, wow, they made him like pretty stocky.
Yeah, I guess they had to make him drastically different so people know that he's not the same Groot.
I guess
that is a branch, his son, his spawn, or whatever.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna explain that.
But yeah, how could you explain that? Because like when you plant a tree, usually like if it's a pine tree, it's gonna look the exact same way if you plant another pine tree.
True.
You know what I mean? It's not gonna be thicker. It's not gonna have any girthier.
Girthier.
It's not gonna be girthier. It's gonna be the standard, pine tree. So if it comes from the same branch, why can't he look just like his father?
I don't know. I mean, I guess and that's pretty interesting. So
I don't know.
Yeah, then it made me interested to see like how they're gonna wrap up Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 because I mean, obviously this is gonna be Gunn's last version, and I love the fact that you see like there's no spoilers or anything for anybody who doesn't see it, but they actually show like the map, like the Hollywood maps, and I love how like Margot Robbie and John Cena like on that. I'm like, I see what you did
that was
there,
funny.
buddy.
Yeah, no, those little inserts were really funny. Like the whole thing when they were, I don't know if this is a spoiler, but they walk in and Hollywood Vodka fame.
Yeah,
and like everybody's like when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, people are gonna probably think that they are
just the costume people.
Cosplay,
yeah.
So okay, that makes sense. But then he got a little bit silly on that.
Of course,
it
does get a little silly. It does.
Yeah.
But what do you expect? It's James Gunn.
It's
a family flick. Yeah, there's like our family. I don't know what you want to call it. It's a 40-minute episode, I guess you could say, like a short film. I guess you could say. Yeah,
used to do those little short specials in the 80s, right?
Oh yeah, they did one for Star Wars, and it was fucking awful.
Yeah, it was
so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. And the person who just joined backstage, he heard that, and he was just like, "Oh, is it awful?"
It's so bad. I remember the first time I watched the holiday special, I bought it off a guy. I tried to buy it first off a guy off of eBay that literally I went through a year-long battle with to try to get a copy of that VHS tape, and I never got it. But every once in a while, I'd send him an email and go like, "I know you screwed me over, man. I know you screwed me over that because I wanted to see it so bad. It's the first appearance of Boba Fett. It's there's a little cartoon in it." And then I remember when I finally got it, I sat down, my ex-wife wouldn't watch it with me. So I was just going to watch it by myself. And it was so god awful that I kept sitting there going like, but I love Star Wars.
Yeah.
But I love Star Wars. Why is this so bad? And I remember I got through it and then later on I watched it with some friends. And all I could tell you is if you're going to watch the Star Wars holiday special, watch it with some friends, or if you know what riff tracks is. Do you know what riff tracks are?
No.
It's the guys who did Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah, that's right.
So they have a thing that they've done for like the last 10 or so years called riff tracks, which is really great. They do a version of the holiday special. And that is how you need to watch it because it's hilarious. They make fun of it as it goes along, or sit around and watch it with friends. Or I think everyone should be required to, if you're a Star Wars fan, you should be required to watch it once by yourself, alone, to suffer through that so that you don't bitch and complain about anything Star Wars going forward. Because you just know this existed. It could be a lot worse. But, it is what it is.
No, he has no fans in the chat.
No, it's that bad. I mean, it is bad. It's awful. It's awful.
Yeah, I remember watching it as a kid, and then I think I selectively like try to forget about it. And then anytime like, you know, on the timeline you'll see clips of it and you just get reminded of like, it's just one of those like, oh god.
Well, the first 15 minutes literally is just Wookiee grunts. That's it. And it's so weird. It's so weird. I mean, it's Wookiees growling at each other. You got Chewbacca's son Lumpy, who's getting yelled at for every little thing that he does. He's getting yelled at by his mom. He's getting yelled at by his grandpa Itchy, who Itchy's a perv. I mean, he's watching the equivalent of I don't know what's the lady's name. It wasn't Donna Summers. It was another 70s icon singer, and like he's watching this like virtual reality headset with like her singing, and she's like, "Am I coming through clearly? I'm here for you. You can reach out and touch me." And you're just like, and then it cuts like to a scene of Itchy with the goggles on, and he's just like, and he's literally salivating over it. It's just like, oh, this is so just gross and weird, and it's bad.
That sounds gross.
Yeah, it's so bad. But and the storyline makes no sense because the whole plot is that Chewbacca is trying to get home for Life Day. Which is fine in and of itself, but Chewbacca's trying to get home for Life Day. Han's trying to get him home, but they get caught by some Imperial, Star Cruisers and stuff, and of course, and they use a bunch of old footage from A New Hope. I mean, it's all just regurgitated footage. But the weird thing is like they keep talking to people. So they talk to Mark Hamill and they talk to Carrie Fisher and they keep talking to all the other characters. And then somehow Han gets Chewie there for Life Day, but then they're all all these Wookiees are in these red robes and there's this music, and then they're like somehow out in space walking, and then they come to this place where everybody's just there. So Han, Leia, Chewie, Luke, the droids, everybody's just there already. So like if it was that easy and they were all going to be there anyways, why was it so hard to get Chewie there? I don't understand. It makes no freaking sense. She sings a song. Carrie Fisher sings a song about Life Day to the tune of the theme song of Star Wars, and it's just like this. None of this makes any sense. They all ended up together anyways. What is this?
They came up with it on the fly. It was one of those like, we have to do this, and then the actors were contractually like obligated to do it, sadly, or something like that. So they had to do it, and blah blah blah. But we got somebody else joining right now. We got Mr. Chris Wong Swenson.
Chris. Hey, Chris. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays,
man. How you doing?
Happy Life Day.
Yeah, happy Life Day. Yeah, we're just
Black Friday. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Black Friday too. But well, I got to ask you guys now because Ben and I were talking about it. But since Enoch, you came in first. Well, first off, how was your Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was spent just kind of around the house. So I slept from Wednesday. I fell asleep at 7 p.m. Wednesday and woke up at 1 p.m. Thursday.
Wow.
Yeah, I had been going on fumes for like a week, and so like I slept just hard, and woke up, and we didn't get together with anybody. We're doing a Friendsgiving thing tomorrow, so I cooked a turkey tonight, and yeah, so we did all that stuff, but we all kind of got together, me and the family, and we watched Terrifier.
Oh, you watched Terrifier. Good old traditional Thanksgiving.
Right. Right. We were like, what are we going to watch? Let's watch something. And my son goes, hey, we should watch Terrifier because he's a big horror buff. And we'd all been wanting to watch it because everybody talks about it, and stuff. And so, yeah. And so we watched Terrifier. And then my son was sitting there going, God, this is awful. This is just horrible. This is just like stupid and dumb. And we're like, hey, there's a Terrifier too. He's like, well, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm.
I know. I don't even like until everybody was talking about the sequel. I didn't even hear about the first one. Then I'm like, I'm intrigued. But then I started reading some of the more graphic scenes that are in the second one. I was like, oh boy. Well,
I haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I've seen people post online and like, yeah, just saw the Terrifier too. I had to sit down and put my head between my legs for a minute there because
really
apparently it's that. Oh yeah, I mean one of the scenes that I read about, I went, whoa, okay.
Really?
Interesting. So I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but yeah.
Gosh, man.
Sliced in half, genitals first. Anyway, so.
Well, that's in Terrifier. That's in Terrifier.
That's in the first one?
That's in the first one,
yeah. The second one. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah,
maybe they reused it. They might have reused it for the second one.
But I'll be honest with you.
Thanksgiving movie?
No.
No. I'll be honest with you. So, like, I really liked the first Saw movie, and I thought the first Saw movie was very clever, was very smart. The second Saw
James
movie
Wan, baby.
was a good continuation from it. The third one, I got about 15 minutes into it, I was like, no, I can't do this because it was too realistic.
Yeah, too graphic.
I'm just not into gore, which was weird about the Terrifier movie because as much as it's basically just a gore movie, it's a B movie. So it's all done in a way that it's like
$1 million.
Yeah, it's so cheaply made that it doesn't feel like it's real. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you know, some parts you end up laughing at, I guess, you know. So
yeah, I mean, it depends. Sometimes with the gore, it's like if it's just it doesn't look real, and maybe they're going for that, where it's just so ridiculous, you know. Like when Tarantino, when it came to like blood, it was just like spraying everywhere in that final battle scene. But that's what he was going for. He was going for that look, but still it felt cinematic as shit because it's Tarantino.
Yeah.
But
like the new Evil Dead is kind of like gory.
Yeah. There was one
realistic gory, but I don't know.
Oh, there was one moment where
like
her arm was like smashed underneath the car, and she had to like rip it off. That one made me go, oh, like everything else I was okay, but I had to go, whoo, that one got me. Right. But it was that one was gory as hell, and it wasn't. Sam Raimi has his own version of gore, which is ridiculous, especially if you watch Dead Alive. Watch Dead Alive. That movie will you'll be like, what the fuck? was that Sam Raimi? No, that was Peter Jackson. Got that mixed up. Sorry, but I think that was Peter Jackson that actually directed that. For some reason, I thought it was Raimi.
Dead Alive.
Dead Alive. Yeah, it came out in the 90s. Peter Jackson movie. Yeah. I thought for some reason it just screamed Raimi. I'm pretty sure. Maybe Raimi had something to do with it. I don't know. But it's ridiculously over the top gory. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I just don't like gore. I like scary movies. I'll even take some jump scares that make sense. That's not just
I hate
stupidly done. But I'm just not into gore. And that's why I won't revisit.
Is it Peter Jackson, Chris?
Oh sorry. I was kind of looking at it.
Yeah, it's got like somebody's like their
1992.
Yeah, is it
Peter Jackson?
Yeah,
Peter Jackson. Yep.
Yeah.
It's the one, the poster with the skull in her mouth. I've seen that.
She's starting to like rip open her mouth with the skull in there. Yeah.
A young man's mother is bitten by a Sumatran rat monkey. She gets sick and dies. At which time
it's out there, man. I mean, this is Lord of the Rings Peter Jackson right here. This is Peter Jackson Grindhouse right here. I mean, So if you want to see some old school Peter Jackson before Lord of the Rings, watch Dead Alive. It is insane. But Enosh, do you have like any specific Thanksgiving dish that's always on the table? Maybe unique.
No, not really. I mean, I guess not. I mean, Tiffany likes.
You're
to
boring
make
like us. Well, at least me. This guy.
It's like all the normal stuff. You know what I mean? It's just mashed potatoes. Tiffany does make like this cheesy bake. Corn, like a cheesy baked cornbread thing. But that's kind of
cool.
Ooh, I mean, so that's pretty good. I can't really think. I mean, the typical. I'm always the typical stuff. Mashed potatoes, corn. Turkey. Maybe get crazy with it and make a ham. I don't know, man. Yeah,
not very Thanksgiving at all, though.
No. I mean, we used to, just maybe go get Chinese food instead. Just call it good.
Order a pizza. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, it's all about the meaning of it all, right?
Exactly. Getting together with your family and hanging
Exactly.
out.
All right. How was yours, Chris?
Oh, I had acid reflux like the
Oh, no.
Yeah, quite a spread.
That's a horror movie in itself.
I think I put it out on Twitter, but turkey stuffing. I think my favorite of the whole thing is butter mochi. Like my wife makes a killer half pan of sheet of butter mochi. And that's some really good stuff. But I think it was the bunch of flat tires I drank, and it just in the middle of the night, I'm like, oh, That'll
do it.
Gonna get the acid controller. That was pretty good.
Okay. Yeah. I know. Like I was saying at the beginning of this thing, I mean, I saw a lot of plates with mac and cheese, and I'm like, man, a lot of people incorporate the mac and cheese when it comes to Thanksgiving. I'm like, that's never been on, the table for me at least, but maybe I have to incorporate that for sure.
Well, I would do the mac and cheese. I guess my tastes too have become quite different. Like I don't mean to sound like this guy because I hated people like this back in the day, but like I don't live to eat anymore.
That's right.
Like I had bariatric surgery back in 2018 because I was a big boy. I was up over 430 pounds, and so now it's like my portions are really small, and it's like as much as I would love to just kind of dig in and just kind of like grab a bunch of stuff, I just don't do that anymore. And so it's like I'm very minimalist now with it's like, okay, I want to eat this, but I got to make sure I get just a little
small
bit,
portions.
Yeah, small little portions of it. So but I used to hate people who are like that, who are all like, they sound so precocious, just oh, I don't live to eat, I eat to live now.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Oh,
God. As I'm sitting there gorging my face, it's like, yeah, whatever, man.
You're
whatever.
like, what?
Whatever.
Your mouth's full.
Right. Like,
yeah, what would you say? Oh, are you going to eat that?
Right, I'll eat yours.
Yeah.
My wife keeps me in check. Like if there's something I shouldn't eat, she'd take it away, or like put a salad in front of my face, like eat that first, or greens first. So that's good.
Yeah, I get those passive aggressive looks too. Like I get, yeah, like anything after 10 o'clock. If I go into the living room, like I look behind me, she's like this, give me this look, like.
What are you really?
Like it's 10 o'clock. Are you gonna eat that shit? Yeah. So like
yes,
I just like.
Yes, I am. I paid for it.
I just slowly put it back in the shell. Like, okay,
yeah.
we're back.
Go back to bed. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah.
No, because like when you reach a certain age, like even water gets you fat.
Water.
Even water, like
water.
Yeah, I'm that serious.
Retaining water.
Like even water gets you fat. So I'm like, okay. Like, look at this fucking beer that I'm drinking.
Oh, you're drinking some White Claw, man.
Yeah, some White Claw, because the other shit like gives me a gut in less than a day. And it's like,
dude, you know what? There's no shame in that now. Really, there isn't. I mean, the thing, the fact of the matter is like, I'll freaking, I'll knock over some seltzers now. I mean, I knew that, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we have somebody else who just joined. I had no idea she was there because, look at this. Because of course she's
dear Lord.
More handsome brother. Who do you think this is? Who do you think
I should go put that shirt on now and put the hat on now? Yeah.
Saggy.
What's up, Saggy?
I am the
Saggy, right?
I am the most handsome brother.
I saw her pop in, and then all of a sudden I like looked away, and then I'm like, oh, she left. And then she was messaging me like, I'm there, and I'm like, what? Oh shit, you are there.
I just gotta ask you, Saggy, why did you have to pick such a depressing looking like still of me?
You have no idea how many times when I'm on your channel and you just are listening to everybody. So I will just take screenshots when I used to like play with the background. So like. I mean, it's better than the other one I still have of you.
Oh, show that one.
That's the other one.
Well, okay.
One.
Put it back.
I remember that night still to this day, man. That was like the last hour of the show, and we had gone like 5 hours, and I was extremely exhausted, and we were just. Yeah, that was just
that was the most legendary stream Enosh ever did. That face has a story, and the long story short is I don't know what it was, but he was doing this weird thing at the end. You could tell he was tired. He was just getting really close to the camera and just showing his mouth, and then he started doing duck face. So I was like, yes, and then it froze. It actually froze on that exact image, and that's why we were laughing. I took a screenshot because it froze like that for a good like 20 seconds of that.
Right?
You couldn't help it.
We have some interesting nights on the lounge sometimes. I tell you what, it's been a while since we've had some craziness like that.
Yeah. I mean, I have a bunch of these. Like, geez, like I have almost. I think I've done it to everybody who's ever been on your channel. I mean, I got William here.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I got William.
Right there. This is a picture. Actually, hold on. Go back to the picture of William. This is a picture of William yelling at Pharaoh to let his people go.
That one was funny. This
I
one
talked to William before I came on earlier, and he's like, "Oh, you're going on the Vodka stream? I'll be there to mess with you then. I'll be there."
Of course he.
Yeah, I
So
wanted to talk to William one day because when I was on his stream, there was that whole debate about Namor not being a mutant, and he actually says that in the movie, and I was like, "Hey, William, you know that whole stream you talked about he wasn't a mutant? They actually say that in the movie."
Yeah. By the way, this picture is the funniest one because while we were on a stream, he was the actual guy. This is Brian, Master of None, lovely guy. I love him to death. But he was on a stream, and it was funny because I took the screenshot, I changed my picture to this, and mind you, he's also on cam on the same stream, and he was still stuck frozen like that on his own cam. So people were actually confused because there's two of him on screen, neither of them are moving. It was the funniest thing ever. So I like to do that. I like to take pictures of people on panels and pretend to be them. But Enosh has always been my favorite, so we're gonna go back to Enosh because I am the most handsome brother. So
good.
Also,
how was your Thanksgiving, Saggy?
To not depress the stream, I'm gonna just lie and say it was good.
Oh shit!
Oh, damn.
Jeez.
Well. I mean, I will depress y'all. I mean, my boyfriend, he had to put his cat down.
Oh yeah, you posted about that.
Yeah. So it wasn't that great, but I don't really celebrate the holidays anyways. But that did not help either. So
no, that did not. Did you guys do any dinner or anything, or just a normal night?
It was a sad night. He was he's very choked up. He had that cat since high school, so yeah. And it was a stray. That's the crazy thing. It was a stray that somebody abandoned, and it would follow him home, and he'd feed it, and then it would come back, and then eventually his dad was like, "All right, you can keep the cat." So it was part of the family for a long time. So yeah, it's pretty sad. But
yeah, it's pretty sad. Yeah, I forgot you posted about that. But did you have any mac and cheese? That's what the question is.
No, but you know what's messed up? And I have a very dark sense of humor when it comes to things like that. So I was telling
when it comes to macaroni and cheese, you have a dark sense of humor.
When it comes to like death, like I saw my stepdad, and my stepdad has the same sense of humor because he's like, "How was your Thanksgiving?" I was like, "Oh, well, we had to put the cat down." He's like, "So you had cat for Thanksgiving?" And I'm just like,
"Oh." Hey, that was the first thing I thought of when you said that. That was the first thing I thought. Like, hey, now.
And I just laughed, and I'm just like, this is how we handle things. We just make it funny, and that's just how we handle it. Like, even my stepsister, she has cancer, and the first thing she said to me when I saw her to break the news, she didn't even say hi to me. She's like, "I have cancer." I'm just like, "Oh. Okay." She's doing good. No, she's doing great, by the way. She's doing fine.
I'm sure, but that's a good way to handle it.
Since we're getting dark, let me show you something. It's not bad. This is a farm, and my sister is picking a goat so they can kill it and cook it.
Oh,
because it's like this. Well, yeah. So I'm like, and they picked I'm like telling my sister, how could you pick an animal that you see him alive and then you get him slaughtered in front of, like, she don't care. Like, I grew up in a fucking farm. What would give a fuck about this
on my timeline, I saw a video yesterday. Somebody was cooking a crab in like a pot full of all different stuff, and the crab was just like picking at the corn and eating it because it was like, I'm gonna die, so
I'm gonna die anyway.
Right? I might as well die.
Might as well.
How could you? I couldn't even like eat something that I saw alive 5 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Crabs are like they're the sea spiders, and I don't like spiders. But yeah, it's like, but the crab was just sitting there, just bubbling. It's just all right. If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out happy. And it's just picking at the corn.
I have a bias against crabs. When I was a kid, one bit got a hold of my foot when I was swimming, and it wouldn't let go. And ever since then, I said, all of y'all can die. I have no empathy for you.
When they walk all sideways and shit, get out of here. It's scary.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind killing a crab, but it's just like a living animal that's like walking around.
Look,
like,
man, I love crab. I got no problem, man.
Yeah.
We know you love crab.
I have made lobster at home, and you got to put it in the pot.
It doesn't taste bad.
You got to put it in the pot while it's alive, and it's like, it's a whole thing.
And then you eat it with butter.
My mom was the most selfish person when it came to crabs. Because she would get a big bag of crabs, and then she'd give us the legs, and she'd eat everything else. So we're just sitting there like, can we have some?
The legs?
No, the legs have the least amount of meat though, but she would like take the claws and she'd get the good meat. She'd just give us like all the like.
Wait, what?
The
legs
legs
talking
have a lot of
about?
meat.
What?
That was crab
That's
legs.
whatever.
Like,
Yeah, that's what you go
What
for.
are
Is
you
crab
crab
legs.
What kind of crabs are you guys getting?
There's
The big crab legs?
Yeah,
the
there's
snow
some big
crabs?
crabs that have sit on the chest, right?
Alaska-
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the small
Alaskan
crabs, the
king
ones
crab.
that you usually go to
You
the
mean like
store. Yeah, the small
crawfish?
ones.
Oh, okay.
No, not
yeah.
crawfish. The smaller crabs. They're not like the
smaller
big crabs. The smaller ones. That they have
I
the
I don't
smaller
know
ones.
anybody who's eating those, man, but I tell you what, man, you go for all you can eat crab legs, man. Whew. That's some good eating right there, man. I remember once I put myself in like a protein coma in London, Canada. Man, they had some friends invited us out, man, and we went for like all you can eat crab, and I just remember sitting there just going, I'm going to die, but I am so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy right now, and I got butter all over my face, and I'm just like, oh.
Do you know the interesting thing about food? If you know the history of where some foods come from, like lobster used to be like a poor man's food, and now it's like expensive as hell. And same with like things like sushi. Like people look at the history of like how sushi started, and now it's like so much money to get sushi. And I'm like, they started that because they didn't have enough food, right?
Yeah,
and
you don't even cook it. I mean, it's raw fish. So
right.
That's crazy to think about. Yeah.
Right. Now it's all expensive.
Now it's all
I did not have lobster or crab until I was 21 years old. And we were on our way back from Vegas. It was my 21st birthday, in fact. We were driving back from Vegas, and we stopped in Amarillo, Texas, at a Red Lobster, and it was for my birthday. And so I got a steak, and my grandma, and I was dating my ex-wife at the time, and they kept pressuring me. They're like, just have a bite of lobster. Just have a bite of lobster. I'm like, no, it's gross. It looks disgusting. I don't want any of that. And so they finally got me to try some dipped in butter, and I was just like,
what have I been missing?
What have I been doing with my life that I have not eaten lobster up to this point? And I'm like, it's actually this good? And I was just...
Dude, I was the same way about sushi. I was like, nope, I'm not a big seafood guy. And then, and then all of a sudden I went to a sushi restaurant and like, try this. And I tried it and I went, wow, that's actually, it was like, oh no, I think.
Party in your mouth.
Yeah, it was albacore, actually. Albacore. And then there was explained to me, like, yeah, if you walk into a sushi restaurant, it smells like fish, walk right out. They ain't doing it right. Because you're not supposed to smell the fish. You're not supposed to taste fishy. If you're having, like, good, fresh sushi, it's not supposed to smell or taste like that fishy smell. So now I'm like, all right, now I'm hooked. I'm like, anybody wants to get sushi? I'm like, what? Yeah, sushi? Where do you want to go? Out in Bakersfield? Yeah.
See,
I'm not big on sushi. Now Tiffany's huge on sushi. Her and her brother, man, they got like this whole kit. Tiffany's got like this whole kit. William, if you're going to try to insult me on Dave's show, at least put together a coherent sentence. Can't which one is real Enosh. Both are equally non-responsive.
Okay, William, it's fine. It's fine, William. I got you, William. There you go, William.
Now who's unresponsive, William? I can just sit here and talk to William all day long. So William, what was it like, man? What was it like to be there at the dawning of time when the amoebas came together and finally formed a living organism?
Did he flicked up the light switch when God said, "Let there be light"?
Right. It was William that God was talking to. He's like, "Let us make man in our image."
How old is William? I think I'm the
oldest
of everybody.
I forgot I had these. Hold on, these are funny.
Oh my Lord!
God. Max.
Man, Max, I forgot I had these ones.
And that's Spider Max.
Yeah, Spider Max.
Do it with a mask. Yeah, okay.
And then there's Sad Crying Max. I told you, I have too much fun with this, man. I really do. I have way too much fun with
You
this.
have one of us?
All just ready to go.
Not yet, dude. Not yet. I mean,
you're about to get one now that you just.
Let me look all pretty before.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you look. Yeah, make sure you do it when you're not pose.
By the way, Enosh, you had a very wholesome story about food. My mom tricked me into eating deer meat. Oh my God, I can't.
I got old just thinking about William.
Jeez.
But yeah, my mom tricked me into eating deer meat, and after I ate it, she told me that I ate. She told me I ate Bambi's mom, and I started crying.
Oh no! Gosh, damn it! You guys really do have a freaking sick sense of humor.
Dude, we do. My family has the most like.
No, I've had deer meat too. Like it's absolutely fantastic.
I like it.
See, I don't like venison. I
don't either. It tastes
like
weird.
And everybody who makes venison for you will tell you, or deer meat or whatever will tell you, well, you just haven't had mine.
Of course.
And it's like, okay, well, after 46 years of being told that by different various people, like we just had a chili cook-off. We had this big Halloween thing, and so like everybody made chili and stuff. And one of my buddies, he made a venison chili and stuff. And it actually, I mean, it didn't taste bad, but it tasted like more like beef jerky. Really, it tasted like a spicy beef jerky.
Or gamier.
Yeah, it was just a little gamier and stuff. But I tell you what, man. I tasted it and I was just like, nah, I just don't do this. And he's just like, but yeah, man, you got to try mine, you know? And I'm just like, no, same thing, man. I just don't like it. I just don't like venison.
Yeah. It's just,
which is weird because I live in a big hunting state. So
yeah, seriously, you're like right up there.
The weirdest thing I've ever eaten, and I'll never do it again, was shark fin soup. That was disgusting.
Why?
Because it was at a buffet and they had it. I was tempted because I'm like, I've never tried it. And I tried it. It was
like a delicacy, shark fin food.
It was just weird.
It's supposed to be a delicacy.
Think of the greatest thing I've ever eaten.
Oh no!
That's always in the menu.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know. That just came more. Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you ever ate, Dave?
What's the weirdest thing I've ever eaten?
Yeah.
That's a loaded question.
No, food. I'm talking about food.
I was all, yeah. The other side?
Was it like groceries, Dave?
We've all been there.
Oh boy,
we've all been there.
That one, you set me up for that.
Probably, yeah.
Oh Lord,
that's so weird to me.
I think there was one time where I went in Vegas when my dad was still living there. I went to a Vietnamese restaurant, and we had an entire spread, and I was eating things that was like, I don't know what that is. That's gross. That's good. That's gross. It was just, I can't even name the stuff, but it was like, we had an entire spread of food that I didn't even know existed. So that was probably what it is. And I couldn't name it all, but it was like some random stuff. And then it was like, I felt bad because like some of the stuff was like, oh yeah, you paid for this. I'm just going to, chew it down because this soup tastes like a foot. It's like, yeah. So yeah, I think it was just something like that, but I don't know the exact
so you really don't know what the hell
Chris, are you okay?
I didn't know it.
How about you, Enosh? What's the weirdest thing you ate?
The weirdest thing I've eaten.
Toes.
Gosh, man.
Toes.
Toes. Is that weird? I think
yes.
That's kind of been normalized.
That's not a weird thing in Texas.
It's not a weird thing.
Wait.
We get it. You know I'm good at it. I do the alphabet. A is for Alfred. B is for bats.
It's a clitoris. I get it.
Sorry.
Toes.
I was a little late on that one. I should have did that one earlier when you
right.
Yeah.
Gosh, man, the weirdest thing I've eaten. I mean, I don't know. I've had octopus before. I wasn't a big fan of that.
Yeah, octopus is weird.
Yeah, gosh, man. I'm a really kind of plain guy when it comes to a lot of that kind of stuff. Like I'm.
Oh, I know what it is. No. I know what it is because you did it. You did didn't you do the watermelon and yellow mustard challenge?
Yeah,
that
was
mustard.
No.
Yeah. So wait.
That was strange, and I'm surprised because I hate mustard, and that was actually okay. Like I didn't gag over it. Yeah. Because everybody was doing that watermelon mustard challenge and then putting like ketchup on, like, because Tiffany and I did it at the end, like, because I told her about it because Saggy did it. And I was like, hey, so, people are eating this stuff, with watermelon and they're saying it's good. And Tiffany's like, I'll try it. And so I was like, well, we'll shoot it. We'll do a video of it. And so we did. And I was like, at the beginning of the video, I was like, I'm not trying that. There's no way you can get me to try the mustard stuff. And she's like, Enosh, this is actually really good. So I ended up trying it. And I'm like, how the heck is this good? This doesn't make any
there's
sense.
some weird food combinations that I remember one time, like somebody suggested eat Doritos and a Hostess cupcake at the same time. I went, what? And when I did, it tasted fantastic. I went, what? What is this in my mouth?
You know who came up with that shit, right? Somebody who was smoking. Like, let me try this shit.
I'm sure it was one of my stoner friends who told me that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
there you go.
Well, the thing with the watermelon, and I tried it with other things. I did it with sriracha. I did it with ketchup, and I like some of it wasn't as good as the mustard or watermelon, but it wasn't bad either. And I think it's because the watermelon has so much, because it's a watermelon, right? So much juice. The juice overtakes a lot of what you put it on, but it leaves like a little slight taste of what you put it on. So like my mom, she used to put salt on watermelon, so I was used to
that's
salt
what I
on
I
watermelon.
do that all the time.
Yeah,
Right,
that's what I do.
Yeah.
right, and that it's because that watermelon, it overtakes.
I think it's
the
the vinegar. I think it's
Yeah,
the vinegar.
Yeah.
I do salt and lime.
Yes.
Watermelon.
A lime. I've never had a lime on it.
Oh, yeah,
but yeah, I grew up eating salt on all melons, man. Whether it's watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew.
Excuse me?
All that stuff, man. Yeah.
You put what on my melons?
I know. I was like, wait, we're talking about
Not the
melons?
saggy melons.
So we can talk about that later.
Saggy
We can
melons,
talk about
yeah.
that later.
Yeah.
How about you, Chris?
Chris is reevaluating his life choices right now.
Like, I regret jumping on this.
Yeah. Okay. So now it's your turn, Chris. What's the weirdest thing?
Yeah, what's the weirdest?
And especially being in Hawaii. You
Oh, is that
probably
what we
know,
asked? Sorry.
right? Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Anything
hate
that
durian.
pops in.
Durian is the most. Is like rotten onions. Durian.
Ew.
Oh,
You ever tried durian? It's like
No.
that thing that who's that guy that Zimmerman or something? He goes around and eats all kinds of weird stuff.
Oh, the weird foods guy. Yeah.
Like he eats all this kind of stuff, and then he couldn't eat durian and he couldn't eat spam musubi. I think that was like the two things that he like spit out after eating like
What's that stuff? What's that stuff? Baloo? What is it?
Baloo. Yes.
Baloo?
Oh,
Yes,
dude.
that's the only thing that I was like, I couldn't.
Oh my gosh, man! When you see people like on
that.
the Discovery Channel going like to where's it in the Philippines? Is it where that's
well, they sell it
Filipino,
everywhere.
Balut.
Balut,
Yeah, and
Oh,
man, which is like the chicken in the egg still
egg.
with the
It's like embryo.
It's like
Oh,
half, it's like partly developed. It's already developed, I think.
Yeah, it's a fetus. You're eating a fetus. Yeah.
chicken
Yeah.
fetus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Chris, you're in
Yeah.
Hawaii?
I'm in Hawaii. Yes.
I actually recently since we're talking about food, I recently discovered that a poke bowl, which is basically like a sushi bowl, like you know, you have burrito bowls. A poke bowl actually started in Hawaii. They combined it. It was a Japanese guy. He combined the Japanese cuisine with Hawaiian culture, and that's where they came up with the poke bowl. And oh my god, poke bowls are the best thing in the universe.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like
They're all over the place. There's so many
California
places
got a
around
lot
here.
now, Dave. Right?
What?
California has a lot of that.
Oh,
now.
dude, they're all
Sure.
over the place. It's like just like a new
Yeah.
poke place is like all over the place, which I don't mind.
Yeah.
I love to freaking go and get it. Because you know, it's like you go to sushi bar, it's
That's
like,
awesome.
oh yeah, of course, fucking Ben's little. Jeez.
I heard that earlier. I was like, whoa. And
Yeah,
then switched to the
Hawaii has really
Speaking of
good
sushi, yeah. Sorry.
Yes, heroes do that.
I mean, they do that. Heroes do that. You are a hero. If you don't do that, you're not a hero. You're a villain if you don't do that.
I made a video about it.
Hero, baby.
Yes, we won't talk about that weird video you had your son record.
I made a video about it, man. Like when that was all the rage, man.
I
I made a
remember.
video about it.
I remember.
Put my Batman mask on, man, and I went and saved Gotham. That's what you do. That's what you do. You go and save Gotham. You don't ask questions. You don't fight it. You know what? When Commissioner Gordon picks up that red phone, man, you bring it to action.
By the way, did anyone notice?
Hopefully she didn't have a red phone. Anyway.
Oh wow! Well, I was gonna say, you know, did you guys notice recently? It's kind of about this topic, but like, I noticed on Twitter people were bringing up that Killing Joke scene with Batgirl and Batman again, and they were complaining about it. I'm like, why are you all complaining about this again? Yeah.
Well, what do you expect? I mean, people just, I don't know how many times a week I always see like, can you believe they did this in Justice League? I'm like, yes, I do, because, you know, and I'm like, I mean, I get like making fun of it every now and then, but there are people that are always like, I can't believe they did this. It's like, how after this many years do you say you can't believe they did something? Just believe it. Do we have the actual movie? Can we move on, please? Like,
well, even lately, especially like with Gunn taking over DC, right?
Yeah.
So like all the thing about like dick jokes and like the whole Aquaman, having sex with fish joke, right? It's like it's a freaking joke.
Yeah, it's a joke,
right? Like but like people are still like, oh, they're just all up in ours. That would never happen. It's like, yeah, I would. Like depending upon who's writing it and who, like it I don't know, man. People just take the stuff way too seriously.
Oh, I know, it's ridiculous.
Speaking of TV shows, have Dave? I'm gonna put up this question to you because I mean you are the film junkie. Have you seen Wednesday yet?
Yes, I watched the first episode. Just the first episode. I just watched it before going live. Actually, I was like, you know what? I have some time. Put it on. I'm enjoying the shit out of it. I'm really enjoying that.
It's really good. And the actress who plays Wednesday,
Jenna Ortega.
She freaking nails it.
She's so just stone face and just says everything lightning speed, and like her looks and her mannerisms, perfect. Everything's perfect.
Everything is spot on in that show. So if you guys haven't watched it, do yourself a favor. I was skeptical at first, I won't lie, but it's really, really good.
And I like the fact that it actually has some pretty good supernatural aspects to it. Like I was like going, okay, because the Addams family were just a weird family. Yeah. Sure, it was kind of supernatural, but it never really got that crazy. But this is cool because Wednesday is, she's kind of almost like a detective in a way. Like she writes novels, she explains that in the show. No spoilers or anything, but she talks about that. So she's kind of like going to this new school in this town, and she's kind of going, there's some weird shit here, and I got to figure this out. Like, so they're doing a good job, and I like her little like roommate she has, who's like the complete opposite of her because she's blonde and perky and so they have a good dynamic, and
it's really good. Yeah, I was actually surprised, and I think I thought like could a standalone Wednesday show really work because there's more Addams family than stuff, and they made it work, and the cameos of the other family members again it makes it work, and I like the writing, and it was made by Tim Burton, so as soon as I saw that I was like, oh, Tim Burton has his hands in it. Oh yeah, it's good. It's definitely Tim Burton. You can tell it's a Tim Burton show. It's great.
And then it's like an overarching like mystery plot that they have to
pretty much.
Oh, I love
it. Because like it's just her going to this school that her parents attended, because she's gotten kicked out of all the other schools because she's Wednesday Addams. And then it's just there's some weird things that are going on where you're like, what the hell? So and then she's trying to escape, and so
I'm glad that they didn't, because I saw that the whole school thing, and I was like, oh god, are they gonna make this like a high school drama with Wednesday Addams and stuff? And they didn't. They didn't. It's not like they obviously have like high school like elements, like you got like the Mean Girls and stuff like that, and then the boys, the cliques, the boys, but they make it work in a way that it's enjoyable by adults, where it's not too like high school pop drama, and I loved it. I binged the crap out of it. It was like I couldn't stop. I was
so
like,
all right, I got the whole thing. You watched the whole thing?
I watched the whole thing the day it dropped. I could not stop watching it. It's really, really good.
Yeah,
I gotta watch that. I gotta watch 1899. I gotta watch.
Like, 1899 is a trip. 1899 is a trip. It's good. Is it good? Prepared, like, because every episode ends with, I gotta watch the next one now. It's just one of those where you're trying to figure out what's going on. You're like, okay, and then all of a sudden, the end of like an episode, you go, you just showed me that. Well, I can't help but not watch the next episode now because of that. Now I want to know what that was, because that just came out of nowhere and all this stuff. And the way that they end every episode too, they end it kind of the same with the cliffhanger and just the style they do. I won't say what it is, but there's a certain style that they end every episode, which I thought was really cool. But and then it just starts to unravel, and you go, oh my god, this is just getting crazy and crazy. But definitely watch that. But back to the whole James Gunn and all that. I guess we should really start.
Oh, did I interrupt that? I'm so sorry.
No. It was a good segue of we're trying to get into that. No. This is the vodka stream, Saggy. Come on. We go from talking about this stuff to kids interrupting. I'm just kidding. No. No, we've always had. Yeah, I love it when kids especially when Scott would have.
His son's so cute, by the way. He's so adorable.
Yeah, Chris, the son's adorable. No, but we jump all over the place. It's okay, Chris. It's a vodka stream. We know.
Oh, he's so adorable, dude. I was just saying,
Chris,
you're
in the new
so
spot.
Yeah, no, you're in a different kind of spot, aren't you?
Yeah, you already got kicked out of the room, right?
Yeah, so I'm in the kids' room now. So we switched places because the old one is getting bigger. He's taller than my wife now, and he needs some space. So I'm like, all right. So that's okay because I didn't really need that big of a space. I just
that's why he keeps coming in. Dad, why are you in my room? Get out!
It's easily accessible. I mean, it's harder to lock this door. I want to see. I got to change the lock.
Yeah, and then and then of course Chris too. I mean, I know because you cover all Power Ranger stuff, man. The suicide of and I know Saggy, you actually met him. What's his name? David Frank, right? David Frank.
Yeah, Jason.
Jason. David.
I saw him in July. I've been
your picture.
Online friends with his assistant for a while. Me and her, we were keyboard warriors on Facebook once upon a time. But I loved his assistant. So when that news hit, it hit me hard. It's still some kind of not surreal when people talk about it, or you go on YouTube, you can't avoid it. But that was tough because he was.
I couldn't even believe it that first night. You know how the people are saying, and TMZ didn't come out yet, and I'm like, no way, this has got to be a joke,
dude. When I broke my phone Saturday. When I was at my Nana's birthday, I just dropped it around the floor, and that was it. It committed to I know I shouldn't even say it like that because of what we're talking about, but it just fell right out of my pocket, face planted on the floor. So I didn't have any phone for almost 24 hours. And then one of the first things that I saw when I got back online was that I was like, oh shit, 49 years old. What? Yeah, damn it. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't even supposed to come out the way it did. That's the thing.
Yeah. It never comes out, right?
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to even come out yet.
You were tweeting about that, right?
Yeah.
What was the whole story on that?
Just, obviously when these things happen, family wants to reach out to close friends and stuff and say, hey, we lost somebody. And I think somebody didn't get the memo or remember that they were it hasn't gone public yet. Keep it hush hush, especially when you deal with a public figure. But you don't think that in the moment. So I think somebody kind of, made a post and it kind of just spread before the family had a chance.
Yeah. There's some of the other Rangers, and they just put it on their story, and you put 2 and 2 together, and you're like, oh, and some of the other bigger Toku accounts on Twitter,
was it ever revealed how he did it, or they're just keeping that under wraps?
It hasn't been publicly stated yet.
Yeah, they're probably I don't blame them. It's just, but you're always going just kind of wonder how exactly, But man, it's just 49 years old. And it just kind of makes you wonder what was going on. Was there? I mean, he was an actual fighter, right?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people didn't understand is the original Power Rangers, when they did the casting, they weren't looking for actors. They were literally casting for martial arts and gymnasts. Oh,
so when you see that first episode with Tommy, the first thing you see him do is 5 roundhouse kicks in the air.
Yeah.
All one after another. That was his opening thing for a little bit, where him just go because he was gonna fight Jason in that episode, and you look over to him, he's just doing a freaking up in the air roundhouse kicks, and it's perfect form.
Yeah.
I just kind of wonder, and I was talking with somebody else about this too. I'm I just wonder if sometimes if you're an actual fighter, you get hit in the head a lot. Was there a CTE thing that happened? Because we know that happens with football players, but it can happen with fighters too. So I was just kind of wondering, maybe that could happen.
So he's been Jason has always been very open about his struggle with depression. He lost a brother. he lost his mom, and then recently his stepdaughter also ended her life last year. So he's been struggling. Yeah, he's been struggling with depression for. Yeah, he's been very public about it. That's why he's been always very motivated speaker, trying to kind of encourage people to like, you know, hang in there and stuff. But like somebody made up a point when I did my stream about it, you know, giving my thoughts and you know my, you know, I was grieving. So somebody in my chat said this thing, and it's very important, because if you look at all the actors who've you know died in that way, the best thing to say is like, you know, usually when you're somebody who is trying to make everybody happy or bring happiness to everybody else, you tend to forget to spend you tend to forget to make yourself happy and take care of yourself. And that's pretty much probably what I would say could be happening is, you know, when somebody's struggling with depression and they spend a lot of their time making other people happy, which is what Jason did, man. Like, even if you didn't watch Power Rangers, you knew the name Jason David Frank. Like, you knew Tommy Oliver, you knew the Green Ranger. And like at conventions, like if you ever had a chance to meet him, oh my God, he loved his fans. He was always so nice to everybody. And, you know, I look back at when I saw him in July, and I saw him in July, and he looked tired. He seemed off to me when I saw him in July, but I figured he was tired because he was doing a tour in Massachusetts. He was going to different venues, and I think that was like the second location that he did that day. But that whole week, I think the whole month he was doing that. So I thought he was just tired. Even when he does his thing, he does it at every convention, every event. He'll surf the crowd on a live stream or a video. He'll surf the crowd and he'll pump them up and be like, yeah, guys, we're here at blah, 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 blah. And even that seemed like low energy for him. But even then, when I think back on him, like every time I seen Jason, even if he was tired, he still was always high energy, right? Like he would be tired at the end and you could see it towards the end, but he was just tired that whole time, like trying to kind of like get through it. I just said, oh, maybe he's just tired and stuff. But looking back on it now and knowing what we know, I'm like, maybe he was kind of depressed at that moment and he was just trying to push through it. And I mean, like I said, we lost a legend. Like he was the sweetest person you would ever have the pleasure of meeting. And he was very, very humble. And that's what I loved about him, is like he knew that he was, you know, he had a good following. He had tons of fans. You know, he was doing projects, Bat in the Sun, the stuff he did over there. He was still doing a lot. And yeah, it's just it blows my mind. Like I just blows my mind. And it's like, dude, if somebody like Jason, who is like the sweetest person and so powerful with his motivational speeches and everything like that, if somebody like that can do that, like what's that say for everybody else, man? You know, it's like, geez.
No, but like you said, I mean, he puts his all in all his work and all that stuff that, you know, and maybe, I mean, I'm sure he loved playing the Tommy character, but maybe there was even like an aspect of like, everybody just knows me as that could have been an effect. Like maybe there's always like, you know, you always want to progress your career and everybody's just you're going to be, you know, but obviously he loved playing that character. I mean, he played the character. I mean, how many different versions of Power Rangers did he play as Tommy? I mean, he was like in it through like
he had a lot of cameos,
cameos and stuff, right?
Yeah, he had the most appearances in the franchise than any other actor has. So he was kind of like the fan favorite. So of course he came back, and you know, you go back and watch like, you know, 5-10 years seasons, and at some point Jason David Frank, Tommy Oliver shows up to save the day, and he's a legend. So yeah, he was.
I still remember. I mean, like when Power Rangers first came about, I thought it was stupid, and I was like, "Nah, that's stupid. That's dumb shit." You know, I was like,
"What are the actors?"
But then I saw the promo for the Green Ranger, and I'm like, "Whoa, look at that guy! It's Green Ranger. Oh man, he's got a shield on his suit. I gotta watch this." And I got hooked after that. Yeah, and then the Dragon Sword. I mean, that was the only figure that I had. For Christmas, I got the Dragon Zord, and it came with the Green Ranger, you know, those big, tall fucking figurines that they used to have for that. So I was like a hooked. And then I remember when he left, and then all of a sudden there was the White Ranger was coming back, and they're like, "Who's the White Ranger?" My mom actually guessed it. I remember she goes, "It's probably Tommy," and sure enough, I remember him taking off the helmet and like Kimberly like passes out, and then
So fun fact, Jason wasn't supposed to be Tommy Oliver. Like that character wasn't supposed to last as long as it did. He actually only was supposed to do like I think it was 14 episodes for the Green Ranger arc, right? But he was a fan favorite, so they kept him going.
Before him, it was the Red Ranger, like the main. Yeah, it was a red.
And another fun fact too, he was gonna be he was supposed to be the lead character on VR Troopers. That was another like kind of Super Sentai spinoff. They did a he actually there's a pilot episode where Jason David Frank was supposed to be the leader of the VR Troopers, but they figured that it would be too confusing because of the Power Ranger stuff, so they scrapped it and recast it. But there's a pilot episode of Jason in VR Troopers.
Yeah,
that was already confusing. VR Troopers. They used so many different Super Sentai metal series to like. Why does it look different now? Or why is the intro?
Oh my goodness, Chris! You remember the Super Sentai that when after Power Rangers they tried with so many. There was VR Troopers, Big Bad Beetleborgs.
They brought in Kamen Rider.
Oh my god, Big Bad Beetle! I remember.
Oh yeah, Masked Rider. That was one. Yeah, they had a lot of Power Rangers.
Beetleborg or Beetle, whatever.
Oh my god, what was it? The Super Cyber Samurai Squad too.
I watched that. Where they go into that? They were inside computer programs and shit, right?
Yeah, Power Rangers paved the way for Super Sentai to come to the US, but the way they did it, like Saban was really trying to recreate Power Rangers, and aside from Big Bad Beetleborgs and VR Troopers, I think the rest of them didn't do as well.
I just remember the toys were just so hard to get. And if you watch on Netflix the Toys That Made Us or whatever the hell, I think that series where it talks about the toys.
Oh yeah.
They have a whole episode about the Power Ranger toys. And they made them specifically. They wanted to make them like tall, like big, and to have a lot of movement. But it made it harder because the demand was there and the production wasn't. So it was so fucking difficult. Like anytime that I would go to a Target or a Toys R Us or anywhere, and I'd look for Power Rangers figures, the shelves were always empty because you just couldn't find it. But I remember one time going into a Toys R Us, there was a shopping cart right at the beginning, and there was a Dragon Zord right there, big box of the Dragon Zord. And I'm like, Mom, look. But of course, it was right before Christmas, and she goes, No, you just got to look. Sorry. But then when I came back around after, roaming the rows, guess what wasn't in the shopping cart?
Gone.
It was gone, but it was because my mom got it.
Oh.
Yes.
See, I didn't get the Dragon Zord. I got the Power Ranger action figures where the faces swap, so you get them with the helmet off, and then you push the button, and the helmet goes on.
Those too, yeah. I love those. You hit the button and it would like flip, and then you would have the helmet on or the helmet off. Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, I still have a bunch of Power Ranger pops. Y'all remember pops?
Pops?
The little disc ones, the small ones. You used to, what do you call it? Yeah, they're the pops. The little cardboard thing with the pictures on them.
Yeah,
really popular. Yeah. Pogs, not pops. Pogs.
Pogs.
Yeah. Everybody had Pogs. With the slammers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got the ones for the Power Rangers that you got at McDonald's when you got the Happy Meal. I got a bag of those
too. I had Power Ranger Pogs. I remember like at my school, at my elementary school, we couldn't play for keeps because too many kids were crying that they were losing their Pogs. Because it was like an underground like betting ring. Like everybody would just line up on the sidewalks outside the buildings, and we're all just like, bink, bink, and like we're playing for keeps, what we're not supposed to be doing. I remember this vividly because I was playing with my best friend, and the yard duties were like always roaming around, making sure, the kids weren't actually playing for keeps. A yard duty starts walking up behind my friend, and he knocks both of our Pogs up, and then I go, oh, good job, and I grab my Pog. I'm like, and he goes, what are you doing? We're playing for keeps. I'm like, you idiot! And we got our Pogs taken away by the yard duty, for the day. Yeah, I know. It was like, damn it, dude. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I always just remember that when it comes to Pogs. Hey, welcome back, Enosh. You good? We're talking about Pogs now. Remember Pogs?
I was never into Pogs, and I once got into a fight over Pogs with my grandma's ex-husband.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget.
What
I'll
the
never.
fuck?
This is
That
like the
was
most whitest
weird.
white trash story Enash V has over Pogs. You ready for this?
The fact you said
Me
your
and my
grandma's
family.
ex-husband. Wow.
I know, dude. Me and my family. So this guy named Mike. Him and my grandma, they dated, and he was a complete jerk. But I gotta give him this. Okay, he dated my grandma. For my 15th birthday, he convinced my grandmother to get me an electric guitar. I did not ask for an electric guitar. I had actually had a guitar when I was younger, and I couldn't find anybody to teach me, and so I had given up on playing guitar. And so he convinced my grandma to give this to me as a surprise, and I was actually pissed off, which is really ironic now. But I kind of owe like my entire life and like how it played out and all the adventures and all the cool stuff that I've gotten to do and all the people that I've met because I'm a musician, all to this guy. But he was a piece of work. He was a weird guy. He was a really weird guy. And at one point I told him, I said, dude, I was here before you and I'll be here long after you because my grandma will get sick of your crap and she'll just dump you to the side. And that's exactly what ended up happening. But the funny thing was this was like the whitest white trash moment I think of my life. We were on my way out to my aunt's house. We stopped at a 7-Eleven, and 7-Eleven had these commemorative Pogs underneath the cup. You know, like at the bottom of the 7-Eleven cup, it had like a little false entry door thing, and you pop these things out. And I think that they were like baseball Pogs is what I think that they were, because I think that's why I wanted them. And I had asked him if I could have his, and he said, yeah. And so like I went up to ask him again, and I was like, gosh, man, I was about 15 at the time because it wasn't too long after they got married. And the dude punched me in the face.
Whoa.
Yeah. The dude punched me in the face in a 7-Eleven over a Pog.
Wow.
Because he thought that I was annoying him, to which I threw my Slurpee all over him.
Oh my gosh.
And I walked out and I walked home. And that was like the moment that turned the tide. And my grandma was like, "Oh hell no, you are not going to punch my grandson."
How old were you when you first got married the first time around?
I was 23.
But you said just now that you were 15, not too long before you got married.
No, before the grandma got married.
My
grandma
grandma.
Okay, I'm sorry.
She was like doing the math.
No. My grandma married this guy named Mike.
Okay, she married. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
Ben was like, she's a scooper, and I caught him red-handed.
Yeah, no,
that's a very random question to ask.
Yeah, no, it's like, did I lead on to something else?
No, because you started off by saying this is the white trash story. I'm like, wait, hold on 1 second. When did you get married?
Yeah, no. That's not the white trash story. No.
Got married at 15.
It was your fight with your potential grandma.
No, because my grandma raised me and my sisters, and so there were always guys that like tried to come into our lives and stuff, between my mom and my grandma, but they were never interested in us kids. They were always interested in either my grandma or my mom because they were both beautiful ladies. Okay. And so Mike came along. Mike was actually much younger than my grandmother, but he was very he came into a point in her life at the time where there was just a lot of stuff going on, and he was very resourceful. The guy was smart. I mean, and he could build stuff, he could fix anything, and so there was just kind of that spark between them. But I'll tell you what, man, once he showed his true colors, that was it.
You know what's crazy is
that's my Pog story. I was never really into Pogs after that. I was like, well, geez, if I'm going to get punched by an adult over a Pog.
That put my whole playing for keeps yard duty story.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I think it's safe to say at some point in our lives, everyone probably has thought, man, I really want to punch that teenager in the face, but not everybody actually.
I work at a middle school, right?
Listen, I'm just saying.
It's like every day of my life now. That
teenagers,
kid right
man,
there.
Right. Teenagers, man. You sit there like, man, I would just love to just teach that kid a lesson. But yeah, that guy really did punch you in the face.
Well, no, you know what? He actually didn't because he
drive
punched
a bus. Me. Go ahead, dude. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, he actually didn't, Saggy. He didn't teach me a lesson because he punched me in the face. I stared at him, and then I threw my Slurpee all over him, and I walked home.
No, the lesson was don't get pogs. Pogs are lame.
Well,
so
yeah, I guess that would be the lesson. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, no, he
shit.
learned more of a lesson that day than I did. I'll just say that.
True. What were we gonna say, Ben? You drove a bus?
No, I said, yeah, you're right. That you want to fuck up young kids. Like,
right as Chris comes back in, Ben's like, "You want to fuck up young kids?"
yeah, I was like 20, I was like 26. I was like 26, and I just got my CDL, and I started driving. I got it driving a school bus, and they were like young kids going to high school, freshmen, like 14, 15. And they used to get in fights and they used to throw shit at me, and I wanted to fuck him up so bad. So like,
yeah, you were like Chris Farley and Billy Madison. I'll turn this damn bus around.
No. Oh my god. There was one kid that I saw. Not gonna say his name because just in case.
Right.
Yeah, he's in the chat. It's fucking.
Yeah, I don't know, but
I remember you, bus driver Ben.
I had to check him on the ribs, like motherfucker, get the fuck off the bus.
So note to self: Ben will never be hired as a bus driver again after the stream.
No, I think he's good.
No, I'm good.
He's doing well for
I'm good.
himself.
It's already.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Probably he's a grown up right now with kids and shit.
Yeah,
but he was like one of those bad kids, like because he used to hear these little girls, and because he was a bully. He would come in and like he would walk down the aisle and start pulling on the girl's hair. Mm-hmm. And that would bother him. It was like, yo, little man, why are you doing that? You know, those are girls. They're not doing anything to you. And
the parents at home probably.
And then exactly, no. And one time, because he was, I think he lived with his grandma, and I told his grandma started yelling at me, "What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?" I'm like, all right, bitch.
That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, wait, hold on. So that was like, you that did that to me?
No, well, no. The kid was Hispanic, so when I remember one time I was gonna drop him off. There was this project by where I lived called Marion Project. So I'm dropping him off. So I'm like, let me go and speak to your grandma. So I grabbed them and I'm walking over there, and it's like 20 motherfuckers right in front of the front door. It's like, you know what? Shit. You go by yourself. So I went back on the bus, and
it's part of a gang.
No. It was just the projects, how it was. So I was like, I'm not gonna go there and talk to grandma because these motherfuckers don't know me. So
right,
like you cannot go into the projects unless you know somebody. I don't know if that's how it is everywhere else. Probably, but anyway, so like I dropped him off, so I went back in the bus, and like 3 days later he did the same thing. So it bothered me. So he was like getting off the bus. So I was like, goodbye. Yeah. Got him in the rib.
Get your butt off my.
Oops.
Wow.
Oops.
Wow. Whoops.
It's like you bother because it's like this.
It's like the end of teenage.
What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
It's like the end of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where they like he kills Shredder.
Girls that they will cry every single time because and I will tell the parents, hey, this kid is pulling your kid's hair, and you go to school and speak to them. Like they would have never did anything.
Right.
And I was just hoping for his father or his uncle to show up, like so I could fuck him up because I was just mad at this little kid.
Ben's like, I can't whoop your ass, but I'll watch you whoop your uncle's ass.
Yeah, I was hoping, but then they never showed up.
Wait, where are we supposed to be talking about James Gunn?
Of course, we go on tangents. We
went
on tangents.
I had a horrible joke.
Of course, talking about Jason David Frank, which was, may he rest in peace, and cheers to him, cheers to his family and friends, and all the other Power Rangers and everything like that. Seriously, gone way too soon.
Both Enosh's didn't cheer, so we're both evil people.
I know, exactly. Jeez. Now you cheer for spirit.
Enosh's not drinking.
Yeah.
Cheer over what?
Cheers, to.
Oh,
you weren't there. Oh, you weren't there for that conversation. I forgot.
Oh yeah, you were gone. We were talking about Jason David Frank and how he,
passed away. Yeah,
passed away.
That's a shame. I was never a Power Rangers fan, but
I was about to say you don't really in your your whole collection behind there's no Power Rangers.
I have no Power Rangers, but it's because I was a Voltron kid. That's why I was a Voltron kid.
Which is kind of somewhat similar, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I just always looked at Power Rangers as a cheap knockoff of that genre.
Then it blew up.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm just
Excuse
telling
me.
you. I always
Super
looked at it as
Sentai.
cheaply done. I just always
Super
look at it as cheaply done.
Sentai came out before Voltron, number one. And Voltron is actually a Super Sentai. And the first Power Rangers, fun fact, y'all, the very first episode of Power Rangers, which again
Do you know what
originated in
Voltron
Japan,
was before Voltron came
not
out,
the one-
Saggy?
What?
Okay, then shut up.
No, what do you mean? No, so here's the thing.
You want to fight?
Yes.
Jeez.
That's
Okay,
the meaning.
so you're going to talk about what something was called before it was called that. Well, Voltron wasn't always called Voltron.
Yeah.
Really?
Because it's Japanese. It was called something else in Japanese.
Yes, it was.
I wasn't big in Voltron, so I don't remember the original name.
Yeah.
But here's the thing,
Go
though.
Lion.
Right, but here's the thing, right? Yeah, that makes sense. The season of Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers that we got was, I believe, like the 5th or 6th season of Super Sentai in Japan. So the original Power Rangers, the first actual Power Rangers was way, way before when we got it. It was like in the 70s. Yeah, I think it was in the first Power Ranger Super Sentai was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Like Super Sentai actually inspired a lot of things. Voltron, Sailor Moon was based off of Super Sentai as well. So a lot of people didn't know that. Our original writer of Sailor Moon manga was inspired by Super Sentai.
Yeah.
So
the first Super Sentai is Go Ranger. So yeah.
Yes, Go Ranger. I'm a hardcore Power Ranger fan when it comes to the old school. Like I went back and watched all the Super Sentai and you know they're starting to kind of mesh together now with the stories like the Power Rangers. So the Green Ranger, fun fact about Jason David Frank's character. So the Green Ranger, I think the White Ranger is actually was from a different season. In Sentai, so they actually just meshed it together because the original thing that a lot of people again don't know is that Saban's goal was to keep Power Rangers with the original characters, and just keep those characters going. That's why, for the most part, all of the characters from Mighty Morphin, when the new seasons of Power Rangers came out, like Power Ranger Zeo was another Super Sentai season, they just brought those characters. They tried to keep it the same universe until they kind of couldn't anymore because then the seasons in Japan started getting a little too crazy. Like you had Power Rangers Lost Galaxy, Power Rangers Space. They had to explain all that, why all the characters from Angel Grove couldn't transition, so they had to start reaching out to new stories.
All kinds of stuff. Yeah.
See, I'm a Power Rangers guide, man. I'm telling you.
I always loved it too. Because before, back in our day, kids, when you actually just watched episodes on TV for appointment viewing, you didn't know sometimes what the episode was going to be about. And when it came to Power Rangers, it was almost like when you watched old episodes of Batman 66 and the opening would have Batgirl on her bike go across the screen. You're like, oh, it's a Batgirl episode. Yay. Sometimes when it came to Power Rangers, you were like, is this a Tommy? And then all of a sudden Tommy would be in the opening. You're like, yes, it's a Tommy. Tommy's in this episode. Right. We're gonna get the flute. We're gonna get Dragon Zord. We're gonna get all that shit. So yeah, I was always excited when Tommy showed up in an episode.
His last appearance in the show, Power Rangers. I forgot what season it was because I stopped watching the whole show. So I would just watch the crossover episodes because they always fascinate me. Like, oh, who they're bringing back? Are they bringing back Austin St. John? Are they bringing back this person? So the last appearance Jason did was actually kind of cool how they did it because if people remember the original Green Ranger was evil and he became good. So in the last version of his appearance as Tommy Oliver, he basically fought an evil robot version of him that morphed into the Black Ranger that he once was in Dino Thunder. And it was cool because he had the power, the Master Morpher, which he could use to morph into any of the Rangers that he used to be. And that whole fight, he was awesome because he was transitioning between, the Green Ranger, then the White Ranger. And that was the coolest scene ever of seeing Jason David Frank fight his evil self and use a Master Morpher and cameo all of his costumes, which was so amazing to see. So that was the best scene ever. His last appearance in Power Rangers.
I think the only form he didn't change was the turbo form. It was just Zeo, and I don't know if they did. No, I don't think they. I think they missed turbo. I figured maybe because he wasn't the Red Ranger for turbo for the entire turbo because he transferred that power to somebody else, but. But sorry.
Who did he transfer that over to? Was it wait? No, it was Rocky.
No, it was I forgot his name.
Who did he give it to? Now I can't remember either. Who did he? Because they always did that. They would always transfer their powers over.
Yeah. I forget. I'll find out.
Yeah,
all the seasons are on YouTube for free. But
there you go. You kind of all on there, but
and on Netflix.
All I know is that Voltron, originally Beast Go Lion, I can find no inspiration from Super Sentai for Voltron.
Oh.
Okay, all right. You guys.
You know what? I had tons of friends. Who were into, and I always respected it, man. I respected it. You know, it was just something that I couldn't watch. You know what? I think most of it is because that original show, the Super Sentai thing, 6 months before the very first Power Rangers show came on, TBS showed Super Sentai at like 4 a.m. And I'll never forget it because I remember watching it, flipping through the channels, and I came across this late at night, and I was like, what the heck is this? This looks like some kind of live action Voltron thing. And I remember watching the whole thing and just thinking, well, that was weird. Like, you know, because I mean, just because of what it was, you know, and how it was presented, you know, and is, you know, in that style. And but I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I remember like 6 months later, when the fall came and they came out with Power Rangers, and you know that, what was it? The first whole season was nothing but archival footage from Super Sentai. And so I just remember looking at it and going, wait a second, what is this? This is just that thing that I watched like a few months ago. Like, what is this? And so it never really caught on with me. And so, yeah, I mean, Power Rangers is one of those kind of normal things, especially for guys my ages who collect toys. But I just never got into it. I always respected it. I always respect the fandom, but it was just never my thing.
You know what I respect? The fact that no one until like later on in life, when you get older, realized that the original Yellow Ranger, because they took the stock footage from Japan for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the original Yellow Ranger was actually a dude.
Oh, yeah.
And they just made it a girl, and no one thought. I wouldn't have thought of that. I'm like, wait, why does Kimberly get the skirt, and there's another woman who doesn't have one? Because it was a guy.
But it was always weird that Kimberly got the skirt. It's like, why do you need a skirt on the costume? It's like, come on.
To let you know she's a girl.
She's wearing pink. Why is the girl got to be pink?
Yeah.
They addressed that in the most recent.
Well, I mean, it was a little racially insensitive too, where the black guy was black, and they.
Hold on.
Even on Voltron, Princess Allura got the pink outfit. She ended up taking over the blue lion from Sven.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but she didn't have a skirt. Like,
no, she didn't have a skirt.
Yeah.
No, she did not have a skirt.
Everyone brings up the race thing, right? With Walter being the Black Ranger and treated. But here's the fun fact. Here's another fun fact for you people who don't know. The original Yellow Ranger was actually a Latina woman. In the pilot episode, I don't know why she got recasted, but she was the original. She was in the pilot episode of Power Rangers, and she's a Latina woman. So when everyone's like, "Why did the Asian girl get the yellow's color?" I'm like, it was originally supposed to be a Latina.
Yeah, but some white dude in America was like, "How make it Asian?" Yeah. As he's eating a sandwich.
Yellow kid.
I always did think that was kind of weird.
Shit, I didn't put that.
The black guy was the Black Ranger.
Nobody gave two shits about it then. Now we're all like, we were looking at it like
I wouldn't put that shit together. Like the Yellow Ranger is Asian.
The actors said it themselves.
The white guy was a Red Ranger. What is he, a redneck? No, come on.
Listen, the funny thing is, the actors back in the day. The actors themselves back in the day made that joke again. There's footage out there. Jason actually filmed it, which is hilarious. That Jason actually was the one who filmed behind the scenes, and you hear Walter saying, "Yeah, you know, they got the black guy being the Black Ranger, you know," and that's even they were self-aware too.
Yeah,
it was an ongoing joke.
You should be. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But anyways, I guess we can get back to talking about some DC stuff. What do you
James Gunn?
Yeah, we could talk about a little bit about James Gunn, a little bit about
2 hours later.
I know. That's what happens. What happens? We talked about food. We talked about Power Rangers. We're gonna cover it all. But obviously, when it comes to this week, we got James Gunn. I mean, all right. How great is it that James Gunn? I was worried that he was gonna hold back on not saying like stuff like push against scoops and rumors and all this stuff, but he's just like, hey, guys, what the fuck? Nobody knows what's going on here. I mean, him and Peter are, they're the ones that are just kind of, I think it's weird about Peter Safran because, I've heard things where it's like, yeah, he wasn't all about like all the Snyderverse stuff, but then at the same time, it seems like he's a nerd at heart. He's a producer. He's produced a lot of big movies. He's there. I mean, it's funny because when you actually mentioned Peter Safran, nobody knows who the fuck that is, but you can watch interviews and he's sitting next to David F. Sandberg. He's sitting next to James Wan. I mean, like he was producers on all these movies. Mm-hmm. And because anytime we think about like DC films, stuff like that, we think of that Walter Hamada, that he was like always there. But Peter Safran was there for a lot of the stuff too, and probably more so than Hamada. But so when they're coming up with stuff, but I just love the fact that it's like he keeps quiet, he does the business stuff. James Gunn is going like, hey, excuse me. I mean, come on. We all laughed when he responded to that certain little article from, talking about Henry Cavill being, part of like,
TV.
Sorry, Gesundheit there, Saggy.
Allergies.
God bless you.
Now, come on, Dave.
It's
Dave,
windy.
Dave, we know.
But, hold on,
Okay.
Enoch.
Okay.
But it's just the fact that he was just kind of going like, hey, just pointed it out that maybe that, because let's face it, when it comes to like, I think any one of us could have been like, oh yeah, maybe Henry Cavill will show up in a TV series, because technically he could have last year when it was Peacemaker, but it wasn't part of it. But if he could have, he could have. So it's like, oh wait, let's get ahead of this and let's shake up the 8 ball and be like, yep, he might make a TV appearance. And James Gunn was like, whoa, someone's either lying to you or you're lying yourself. And I was like, and we all just kind of,
they're lying themselves.
All right, round of applause. James Gunn calling it out multiple times. It's twice he had to do that, and I'm like, it's like once wasn't enough, guys. So he has to come out and say it again. And oh man, it's been a fun week watching that whole story arc unfold.
But the thing, what I noticed about that is they're not going to stop. Nothing anybody does. It can be Sag, it can be James, it can be Peter, it can be fucking Saslav who say something directly to them like, you motherfuckers are lying. Nothing's gonna stop them from continuing to do what they do.
Well, because they're not, because don't we know that James wasn't really trying to put down the hammer on that and actually say what was happening. No, he was literally just trying to protect his own interests. I saw that this week, and I was just like, the way that I've seen people try to jump through hoops to try to defend against what James said is just ludicrous. I mean, I've watched people say things now about James Gunn and now literally like talking about in some of the chats and stuff, like, oh well, now we got to go after James Gunn because he's got to be stopped. He's he sucks, and it's like,
I was seeing tweets like, oh, he shouldn't be tweeting like this. It's like, dude, just like do your job, stop tweeting. It's like
that is his job.
But if he was tweeting stuff that was confirming all the
they'd love it.
Your cult that you've developed for yourself. Guess what? You'd be like, yes, James, yes. Oh my God,
big nation.
No, he's pushing it back against you. So now you're like, hey. Just do your job, man. Stop tweeting.
Exactly. It's just because they like the people. Yeah. It's just because they like the people who are doing it, and they want to believe that stuff, and they don't want to admit that maybe, just maybe, they've been duped.
Yep.
Right? Because nobody can actually admit that or even contemplate that. So instead of believing what is right there in front of you, you got to somehow defend against it and somehow try to swerve around it and act like it's not what it is. But at the end of the day, it is. And
Enosh, what you're talking about is accountability over entertainment.
Oh Lord.
Oh boy.
Wow. Weren't people pushing that for a while? Yeah, weren't people pushing that for a while, but they don't want to live up to it? It's really weird how people jump on the bandwagons to, not hold that truth, that accountability over entertainment. But, what do I know? I'm just a drama channel, so what the hell do I know about holding people accountable for shit, Whatever.
I saw a screenshot where someone was defending the site and saying, they know more than James Gunn. I'm like, really? Are you sure you want to go down that route? I mean, it's not like he's.
Well, I mean, that's
James Gunn's a million. Yeah, James Gunn's a multi-billionaire because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Let me tell you.
I mean, this is what it is.
He's writing.
Obviously, I mean, okay. So if you want to put everything on the table, and when all this stuff comes out, and people are like, all right, immediately when they want to like push back on these people, they go, oh, it's an NDA. Zack Snyder can't say that he got a call from Warner Brothers because it's NDA. So they say all the stuff, and I start looking at it. It's like, okay, James Gunn can't say anything because he can't say anything because he's working on this. They're not going to reveal. I'm like, okay, I get that. But when you constantly use that excuse always to just like defend scoops, that's where I start going, okay, I can't. I'm like, okay, I'll listen to your argument. But when I just kind of go like, all right, well, you're doing this for every little thing, and you're just because your side is now losing this little battle, I guess you could say, or whatever the hell. And then when I see your leader, when your dude just kind of going like, just like literally like moonwalking it, like he's moonwalking as he's tweeting, like going, hey, well, technically this is this and that's this and this, and like when the scoopers start defending and then they start playing the words and they start using different words, which we've talked about the different terms that they like to use, like imminent and all this stuff, like when it came to the Ayer cut, I really kept on. I just hate that word imminent because you could just use that term and you could be like, oh yeah, if it comes out 5 years from now, you'd be like, told you, I said it was imminent, right? It's like, you can't do that. You just can't do that. And then of course, any time that any of us make like poke fun at what's happening, you'll get their defenders like, well, they were right about this. I'm like, okay, about that, okay, sure, I'll give them that, but what about all this? Like, I want to show them the Will Smith, like, what about this, all this right here that they were wrong about? I mean, are you going to acknowledge that, or are you just going to fucking be Sandra Bullock in fucking Blind Box or whatever the hell that was called? Bird Box. Yeah. You're just going to be like, just a blindfold on, like, and that's what they do. And it's just like, all I want is just acknowledge that. It's like, okay, we can acknowledge. Okay, sure, they've been right. Fine. But let's look at the batting average here. Can we? Can we actually break it down?
Wait, Dave, are you talking about accountability over entertainment?
Oh no!
What, Dave? What? This crazy talk you're spewing? What? Who holds themselves accountable on the internet anymore? What?
I know. Yeah, sticking up. And it's funny too because you would think that certain ones, especially after that whole thing that happened a month ago there, Saggy, when Twitter Spaces kind of did all that. That was
you mean the more successful Twitter Spaces that people actually showed up for and listened to the other ones that they try to replicate? Yeah, let me tell you.
Of course, that was a weekend I was going out of town. I was driving to Burbank, and it was funny because literally just driving to Burbank, listening to the whole thing, and I'm kind of going. And then like when I was mentioned, like, hey, he can actually talk. I'm like, I can't. I'm driving. I was like, I can't chime in, guys. I'm sorry. When that whole thing was happening. But my God, that was just. You would think like after that, maybe something would have been like,
shut the fuck up. basically to put it nicely. I mean, no, that's the crazy part is like, I'm all about people taking accountability. I take accountability when I screw up or if I get something wrong. But like, I don't purposely try to get something wrong. Like if I get something wrong, I get something wrong. That's how you own it. But if you're purposely trying to mislead and give false hope to your audience, and then your audience calls you out or other people call you out, and then you just backpedal like you're doing the backstroke, and I'm sitting there like, what are you doing, dude? Like, it's not that hard to just say you were wrong. Like, no, if your audience is there for you, they will forgive you for being wrong. It's not the end of the world. Just the problem is people
the arrogance of it because they get proven wrong about something and like without batting an eye, let's do a live stream to prove you how James Gunn was wrong and we're right. I was like, motherfucker, are you serious right now? Because you could say, you know what, we were wrong. Our sources didn't pan out and we could move on and everybody will be none the wiser and continue to follow them. But when you double down to this degree, I'm like, yo, the level of fucking arrogance in your fucking channel is fucking incredible. How you gonna say that the head of fucking DC says no, whoever's telling you this or you are lying, it's not fucking accurate because I haven't done this. I haven't done a contract. I haven't mapped out the universe. So you don't know shit. Whoever is telling you this information is lying. So for you to even go out of that and say, no, well, you know what? James Gunn is lying. Let me tell you why. Come to my channel and I'll tell you. Like, this is like, what?
Well,
I don't
and the
understand. How can people look at this shit and like, wait, we are taken advantage of? Because he obviously taken advantage of a marginalized group of people, the Snyder movement, the Snyder group of followers. He's taking advantage of
Colt, you almost said it. You were there.
Yeah, I was going to say Colt.
This is what it is. This is what it is. I mean, I saw it firsthand. I saw it privately. I saw it, we saw it when it was different scoopers, which we know, when it came to the Culture Nerd, when it came to Lightcast, Enosh, actually, like one of the times we saw it right before our eyes when you had like I think it was like your welcome back stream, or maybe it was a birthday stream.
Oh my God.
Remember, and you had Taylor on there. Remember, it was a Saturday.
God. Dude,
yeah, you remember.
Okay, I want to make it clear too. I did not have Taylor on. I did not give him that link. I am still to this day, Dave, trying to figure out who gave him a link to my stream that he even got there, because he showed up in the back room all of a sudden unannounced. And dude, there was only specific people that was even given that link.
Well, remember at the time there were some people that were like under their wing that we are, that they regret that, of course, nowadays. So that's probably where that happened. But I just remember when he showed up, I went, "Oh my God."
So
and I remember I was like, because Meg was on that stream too. This was like what, maybe 2 years ago or something like that.
That was uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was a while. And I remember like me and her were like messaging back and forth, like, what the fuck is this guy doing here? And then all of a sudden, like, I remember one time, like, I mean, he put on a whole performance, performance. He like muted his mic and he's like, he pulls out his phone and he's just like,
dear God.
He's just like doing this, like he's like, and then he just like all of a sudden he got a scoop on a Saturday night talking about, I forgot exactly what it was. And I remember I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me with this guy.
Wasn't it some Green Lantern thing?
It was a Green Lantern thing, of course, probably. And then it was funny too, because when we were done with your stream, we were on, just talking still. And I remember I was like about to let him have it because he was still like, he's like, yeah, I don't know about if Sam Benjamin's in it. And I was like, yeah, you shouldn't, because he's not Green Lantern. I was getting pissed because they were the ones that were really pushing the whole Sam Benjamin thing.
Yeah.
Lightcast, he actually, when I went on his podcast, when we had a whole thing, he was trying to sell me on that so much.
Oh yeah.
It was like, it was a weird thing because he was just like, he was selling me on all this. And I'm like, dude, I talked to Zack Snyder. I know he's not fucking saying, it was like, but if I just let him go, I'm like, wow, he is like actively, he tried to back engineer this thing and it just did not. And he was trying to sell it to me, probably because he was trying to get me on his side so then I could like sell it more. So then, more people would be like, hey, guess what? They figured out who Green Lantern is and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, no, dude, I talked to the man himself. I'm sorry. I can literally just ask him, and there's no Hal Jordan.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Dave, this is why I don't like Sam Benjamin. This is why I don't like Sam Benjamin. And I know a lot of people say, well, Sam Benjamin was used. Like, no, motherfucker. He could have said something. He could have said,
capitalized on it a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
he tried to. Yeah.
Time.
Yeah. I mean, it
kind of
blew up in his face.
Listen, I'm not Green Lantern, guys. I'm sorry. He could have easily said, nobody would have said nothing about him, and probably would have invited him to all the streams that he wanted to be part of.
Yeah.
But he didn't help the fucking situation by keeping his mouth shut and saying, oh, I'm large of this beautiful large story. Like, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. No, but you know you're not. You like some background guy. Who else was watching Justice League and was like, is that it? Motherfucker, are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even catch it the first time. Anyways, you were going to say something.
I was just going to say two things. One, Ben, I have really appreciated your expressions of concern and the way that you've handled yourself regarding this whole scooping thing. I've retweeted a couple of your tweets this last week or so because I've really appreciated people who are speaking out against this. But also back to what you were saying, Dave, I am still just in absolute shock, and I don't understand these people. It's complete delusion at this point, because there are people in our community of streamers, and you're one of them, and there's others who you have Zack Snyder's ear, like, you know what I mean? Like Zack Snyder, you can ask Zack Snyder a question like that, right? Not everybody has that kind of access, but instead of looking at it in a way of like, oh, hey, the people who are actually connected, that we can actually show are connected with Zack Snyder, or with like some of the decision makers who are a part of this, you know, we're gonna ignore those people. Yeah. We're going to act like those people don't know what they're talking about. Even if Zack Snyder himself freaking comes out and says, nope, that's not it. No, we're still not going to believe him, because he must be under an NDA, because what we're saying somehow, but you're going to believe a guy sitting in his bedroom. And you're going to believe another guy who can't even feel comfortable enough to put his hand around a woman.
What?
You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know,
this is the problems that I have. You're going to tell me the guy who goes to Comic-Con, and you know what? I'm sorry. Look, I met Mariel Hemingway. Beautiful woman, was one of my childhood crushes, man. Yeah. And I met her this year at Comic-Con, and I'm sorry, but you know what? I wasn't anything. I wasn't weird about it or anything, but man, you know what? She ended up asking me for a hug, and I was completely comfortable with that. You know what I mean? I got a picture with the woman, got my arm around her. She's got her arm around me, because, you know, we're comfortable around each other. I didn't give off weird vibes to her.
You know, she's going to be Me Too next year. Watch, guys.
I'm just saying, no. I didn't give off. No, because you know what? I know how to handle myself as a human being. So she didn't get any weird vibes from me, and I didn't give any weird vibes to her, and it was just a normal thing of like, hey, two normal people standing there and not doing the hover thing.
Give her weird vibes.
No, I didn't give her weird. I did tell her a weird story, but she asked for it. She told me. She told me her weird story first, so she told me her weird story first.
Okay, guys, she asked for it. Wow,
flip that out. She
told me her weird story first, so she was quite comfortable with my weird story afterwards.
She asked for it. She told you her weird story first, so that implied consent.
Yes, it was good. I asked her first. I told her, I said, okay, well, given the fact that you told me that story, I have kind of a similar story. Would it be okay if I tell you that? I said, because it might come across a little weird. She goes, no, please tell me. And so I told her, and then it was funny. Yes, she gave me consent.
Okay, that's important, guys.
She gave me consent. But no, seriously though, like, I don't understand why these people can look at these people making these grandiose claims. And look, even people who are in that industry, right, where they have connections and they have sources and they do videos about that, it's not every day and it's not every week that they have some big huge scoop that all of a sudden it's like they can have a weekly show where it's just like, hey, look at all the scoops that came out this week, and you start and their branding starts to go around scoops where it's just it becomes weird and uncomfortable.
Well, you know, but the thing is, like all the scoops, like the big scoopers, like if you are Danny RPK, even Grace Randolph, we got this covered. When they do the scoops, it's not just about one fucking thing. It's about Star Wars, Disney, any other type of fucking movies. Like it's a big fucking gamut of scoops that they cover. But this individual seems to get a fucking scoop weekly about one specific subject. Isn't that shit fucking suspect?
What's funny too is like when you have like some of these guys like going like, hey, I'm gonna be looking into this. I'm like, what? Okay, so here's you looking into it.
Got to think about what the next plan is, right?
That's all it is. I mean, like, there's no actual journalism. It's not like you're like, oh, I got a scoop. I got to meet somebody, in a certain secret location and get some shit like this. Like, no, it's all online. All you're doing is waiting for a text message. You're waiting for, there's like, stop trying to make it sound like you're like this investigative, like journalistic, thing. You're not. It's just not that. It's not that. And it's like, it's literally just like, again, when it comes to like what James Gunn actually was responding to, is the fact that it's like, all right, if you're just playing the odds. It's a gambling game. It's making bets. It's walking up to a roulette table and going, all right, how many red numbers, how many black numbers, how many evens, how many odds, and you're looking at all of it, and you're just kind of going like, okay, the odds is, well, if Superman was actually, showed up in Peacemaker, which was directed by James Gunn, but it wasn't actually Henry Cavill. Now that they have Henry Cavill, odds are he might be in Peacemaker 2 showing up full on, because they had Ezra, they had Jason. So odds are they are. So I think the odds are in our favor. And, and it probably is more than 50% if they were to break it down. If you were to get the fucking football analytics that they use on like Amazon, they'd probably be like, yes, that 68%, 73% that Henry Cavill might show up in a Peacemaker episode. So then they're like, all right, write it up, because then when it does happen, we can claim it as we were right. I mean, it's so easy to pinpoint the game. It's a fucking game. It's a game.
Look at the Brainiac stuff. The Brainiac stuff, for God's sake. I mean, everybody has been clamoring for like over a decade now. Anybody who's a Superman fan knows that if you ask the average Superman fan, who do you want to be the villain in a potential Man of Steel movie, any Superman movie, right? People are going to tell you, number one, hands down, Brainiac. It is not a scoop to come out and be like, ooh, in the next Man of Steel movie, it's going to be Brainiac. We've got good sources on that.
No,
BS.
It's likely to be.
It's like it's same thing with like Spider-Man No Way Home. Well, this person predicted too. No shit. As soon as you saw the villains of that movie, you knew they were bringing back Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire. Like that was literally a no-brainer.
That was the worst kept secret in Hollywood. They kept on calling it.
Right. They kept trying. Yeah, and they tried to keep it a secret, but it was kind of obvious. Like you can't have the villains from all these other movie franchises and not bring back the heroes. That would have been stupid. So anyone with a brain would have been like, yeah, no, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are 100% going to be in this, regardless of what they were trying to tell you. Like, yeah, come on now. Oh, well, this person predicted it. They scooped it first. And it's like, no, like I've been saying that for a while. So am I a scooper now?
It's like Grace Randolph saying that she knows that Henry doesn't have a contract. Like, yeah, of course he doesn't have a contract. They haven't written the fucking game plan for the next 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what I said on Monday.
Contract yet.
Yeah,
I'm sure they had a conversation like, yeah, we're gonna get a contract, but let's play it out.
But everybody about the sky is falling. Everybody act like the sky is falling because they haven't announced the due date for the movie and all these different things. And it's like, guys, they haven't even finished the Bible yet for these stories to even know where a Man of Steel 2 would even fit into this.
Yeah,
so why would they announce that?
You talked about it. I've talked about it. It's like, hey, let them figure out where he's going to be placed first. It's like right now, it's like Cavill. Yes, does he have like the full contract that he was seeking? And no, he had a short-term contract promise of more because they have to figure out what it is. It's like, all right, we're gonna figure out a Bible, and Superman's gonna be a big, huge part of that Bible. So it's like, all right, so where does he fit with his own movie and a sequel to his own movie, crossovers, Justice League, or a crossover with a different one, or a cameo? They got to figure that out first, so then they can figure out his contract, and then there you go. Then we'll get his contract. That's why.
Wait, screw all you DC Henry Cavill Superman simps out there. Because of you guys, I will never get to see him in The Witcher again. So F all of you.
Well, but it was actually the Witcher writers. He was pissed off there. Right? Didn't that come out? That
I don't care. I don't care. I'm blaming you, Superman fans, because I want to see
Saggy's already blaming us, Chris.
Yeah, he was mad at the writers.
I don't care. You know what? He was sexy and he had his shirt off and there were some booty scenes, and I'll never see those again. I'll have to
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
That's exactly how I feel.
And sexy and shirtless scenes in future Superman movies.
Oh yeah,
they're not gonna show Henry Cavill's butt in Superman. Superman's not gonna show his bare ass. Come on now.
Well,
Henry's got a nice butt.
James Gunn, you don't know.
You never know.
He damn well should. I mean,
listen, Henry Cavill got a nice butt, so I'm very upset that they took The Witcher. Now they got that other guy. And I saw a picture of it, and I was like, ugh, no.
Are you talking about Hemsworth, Liam?
Yeah. See, I think the thing that upsets me about Henry leaving The Witcher, like I get it. Like I get if there's issues with the writing and stuff and conflict, but I'm like, dude, he nailed that role. Like he was a fan of the
second season
games, so
he
it's
did.
like,
The
come
first
on.
season, I don't think he did a good job on the first season. The second
All
season,
right,
he
get out,
found-
Ben.
he
Get
found
out, Ben. I'm
he
kicking
found
you
his
out.
footing.
Oh, yeah.
No. Come on.
Don't do this to me.
Let's keep it a stack. The first season, he was like too
That's
brooding.
why I just did that.
Yeah, he was too brooding in the first season. The second season, he found his footing. He did it perfectly.
Speaking of The Witcher, does anyone else think that it's insane that he'd leave the show without a contract, make announcement, or do cameos?
I don't know.
I think well, I didn't I read that Liam Hemsworth actually he auditioned for the role initially, right? So he was probably like the runner-up, apparently.
Yep.
And maybe there could be, who knows what the
Imagine getting that runner-up call. So Liam, I know we didn't pick you, but Henry dropped out, so now's your time.
It happened to Henry also.
But it's Liam Hemsworth.
It happened to Henry.
Didn't Jake Gyllenhaal
Henry
get that same call with Spider-Man when Toby Maguire's back went out? I mean,
but remember that Henry also auditioned for Superman
twice.
Twice. And he got the third time. That's why he was brought in.
It's true.
It's true.
There's so many things that we will never know the actual answer, probably. But
what's funny about circling back to James Gunn calling out, that site. Can we say it? Just Geekosity? I'll say it. And
thank you, Chris. Thank you. That's the man right there. Call it out.
But it's funny because people were in my comments like, well, because James Gunn is trying to stomp that out, that narrative, NDAs and stuff. It's like, well, he could have called out Umberto. He could have called out the rap. That was a bigger site.
Yep.
And he didn't say anything about that. So it's like, put two and two together. It's like, well, then that must be true if he didn't come out and say no to that, right?
That's true.
So you bring up a good point. The fact that obviously when it comes to Scoopy Pants and the rap, they know that they'll get a lot of engagement if they poke that bear. And that's what I said too. I'm like, yeah, they do it to poke the bear. But then I even said, but guys, I kind of agree with this little portion right here of the article is the fact that, there's not a full-on contract ready yet for Cavill because they're still trying to figure out where he's going to be in this universe. As soon as that happens, they're going to do it. They're going to work out a deal. There's no way that they're not going to give him what he wants because let's face it, right now, I mean, especially since Affleck, Affleck's, it's funny too, because Affleck is like, I mean, he left, but kind of not. He's been there. He's been part of the Flash for the past 2 years. I've had like back and forth with some people on Twitter too. It's like, well, because I tweeted out like I don't know, one of these geek Twitter handles was like, look at all the goats coming back, and Cavill was there. You got Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen, and of course Hugh Jackman and stuff like that. But then it was like, they forgot about Batfleck. I'm like, well, he technically didn't really leave, and I'm like, he's been part of the Flash for the past 2 years, so like he can't be part of that. But then of course people are like, yeah, but technically, it's like, shut up. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, I mean, like you got to look at it like Cavill was. I mean, even Dwayne Johnson has said he was denied by the old regime. But when it came to the old regime, they didn't deny Affleck to be part of the Flash. They denied Cavill. So that's why we're like, yeah, Cavill's back because the old regime denied him. They didn't deny Ben Affleck. And then we're just kind of hoping that Ben Affleck will continue, the fact that when all this is happening right here. But it's just
what's crazy is that this is not the first time. Like, this is the second time a director had to like come out and basically say, yeah, you guys are full of shit. Because remember, David Ayer, even though he didn't say it directly, he was happy to like that tweet that said it. And I'm just sitting there like, I don't know how many directors and the Hollywood executives have to say, you guys are lying. You don't know what you're talking about before people start getting it.
Well, he also even commented about like, because somebody was like, why do you, what's up with this bromance between you and James Gunn?
Thank you.
Yeah. You know how people like, the loud part of the fandom like really hates James Gunn.
They had made James Gunn out to be like he was like completely personally
like he was on Epstein's
attacking
Island.
David Ayer just because he was making a Suicide Squad movie.
Yeah. So and then James Gunn or the David Ayer was like, hey, I respect him. I mean, I don't remember the actual tweet, but he was just basically saying like, I respect the guy and blah blah blah. And he's like, yeah, I want my cut to come out. I think I have a good shot. Which that I took it as, they've had conversations.
Think of it as a positive.
Yeah. Okay, wait.
They're talking about that, like they talk outside of Twitter and all.
Yes.
You know, James Gunn is like, we talk outside of Twitter, and then he's like, I got a pretty good shot.
Yeah, no, he said it's not gonna come out yet. So I think it's gonna come out.
Wait.
It's not gonna come out at a point where
it's not gonna come out this year, Ben.
Listen,
like,
no, it's not.
Listen, wait, hold on. Listen. So here's the thing, right?
You're just gonna drop it on a Tuesday, like without any kind of fanfare at all.
Here's the thing, right? So I would say this. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we're gonna say speculation because I don't know. This is a rumor, or we'll say it's a rumor. So rumor has it that some people already knew about this James Gunn, Peter Safran deal before it was announced, right?
30 minutes before.
Right.
Nobody knows shit.
No, here's the thing. Somebody did know. And the people who know, I'm not going to say who, but there was a reason why. There was this hype up about pushing for the air cut on the 5th because some people knew that James Gunn and Peter Safran were going to be effective on the 1st. So I'm just saying. Rumor does not have. It's not a rumor. Saggy does have an OnlyFans. But anyways, there was that rumor. That part's true. But no, there was a rumor.
I'm still waiting for that link.
Yeah.
After the stream. But there was a rumor that that's a reason why November 5th was an important date to push the air cut because somebody knew that the 1st James Gunn was going to be in that seat. So the chances of the air cut being a thing is still a possibility.
Okay, so here's the thing: the top 10 Den. It's like he got a short-term little thing for cameos, but they're still waiting to see. Again, they don't know exactly where he's all going to fit because when it comes to contracts, you got to pay him for every appearance that he's going to be in. So obviously, when they're figuring out the Bible and the roadmap, the 10-year roadmap, it's like, all right, Superman's going to be here, 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 and each one of them, of course, requires a different, payment because it's like, how much are you going to be in this movie? And then you have his full movie, which he's going to get the most of. Then you have a team up movie or a crossover or just a cameo. It's all different structures, and I think that's why it's like, yeah, he got a little short-term, like little small contract. For cameos, because for Black Adam and let's face it.
Also, just to add to that, what happened was this is before James Gunn. The Rock went to Michael DeLuca. This was before James Gunn got hired, so he went to DeLuca to get everything together. So this is before James Gunn's takeover, and there was probably some promise there, and I'm sure there's promise now. But I mean, I think of it as a good thing. I don't know why people keep thinking he doesn't have a contract. That means he's not super. Well, no, like you said, this is a good thing. That means there may be more appearances. Like,
right.
Well,
I really like what Dwayne Johnson said in that interview. Was it yesterday or whatever? That when he actually gave a lot more insight into kind of some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, talking about the fact that the old regime was dead set against it, even clarified even better than what had been before. I mean, he's come out before against the old regime, but even more so now, saying, look, they were told absolutely not that Cavill was gone. They weren't going to bring back Cavill. I mean, that he finally cleared that up 100%. That look, they had no interest in Cavill whatsoever. Nope. They were not going to bring Cavill back, and he was like, no, look, Cavill is Superman. He said, look, all respect to Christopher Reeve especially, and anyone else who's played the character, but as according to The Rock, Cavill is the greatest Superman and the Superman for our modern time and the Superman that needed to be in there. And I'm really glad that he understood that, because that was one of my big complaints with The Rock even doing the whole hierarchy thing, that the hierarchy was going to change and all that nonsense, whatever, and talking about fighting Superman, was because if it wasn't Henry Cavill, it really didn't matter to me. And I don't think that it mattered to a lot of people if that wasn't going to be the case. And so I'm really glad now that he can talk about it, that he's been very transparent about that that's how he felt, that's what he thought about it. But then even he said, he was very, very much, to the point of like, look, that's why we fought for him. And that's what we wanted, because if you're going to build out a DC universe, Superman's got to be there. You can't just be building out these characters and all this stuff and just act like, well, Superman's just gone.
Well, like, that's the thing. I mean, we kept on saying it here. It's like you have to make sure the House of Superman is there. It's built. If you're going to have a Bible, Superman's got to be Superman and Batman. And that's the thing, is like, that's why we're kind of wondering still when it comes to Ben and everything like that and what's going to happen with that. But as long as you have to have either a Batman or a Superman, and Superman probably the most. It's like you have to have the House of Superman built at least a little bit. Like, at least he's got to be the foundation to really be a part of this, because it's fucking Superman.
You've got David Zaslav keeps coming out and says, we haven't seen a Superman movie. I know he's math.
I know his math is off.
13 years, but whatever. He keeps saying that. There's no way he's not going to look at James Gunn's Bible as like, Superman's first, right? Right?
Yeah.
Superman's first on that first page, right?
I mean, that's why I'm like, I think like what they did is like they were like, Cavill, all right, we want you as Superman. Do this. We have a short-term contract for cameos that you could shoot right now, which was Black Adam, and I think he might, shots out there for the Flash too. It was just like something quick and do all that. Let's have you show up in these, and then we're trying to figure out our plan. And once we figure out where you place, then we're gonna have the full deal. And Cavill's like, all right, let's do that. I mean, obviously, when it comes to Hollywood and business and everything like that, who knows what could happen? But I think that's what he was given, and that's what he was promised, and everything like that. But I mean, like, going back to what you were saying, Enosh, about Dwayne Johnson's video. I mean, do we all think it's a little odd that Dwayne Johnson hasn't mentioned James Gunn or Peter Safran yet?
Yeah,
I think it's a little odd.
Yeah,
like I mentioned it on Film Junkee Live, on Wednesday, which basically was like, why hasn't he said anything about James Gunn? He's talked about the new regime and the old regime, and we love the fact that he says the old regime was, not having it, but he still has not yet. And I even said, I was like, James Gunn's a fucking name. He's a brand. You don't have to say Peter Safran. Peter Safran, nobody knows who the fuck that is. Right. People know who James Gunn is. Yep. Why hasn't Dwayne Johnson mentioned James Gunn yet? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, there's something shady there. Something's weird. Something's off.
Yeah. Hiram. It's all about Hiram.
Yeah, I think Hiram Garcia and his sister were supposed to be lined up to.
Yes.
And I think it was all intrinsically relying on the Black Adam movie to perform better.
Yes,
like if that movie would have done numbers,
gangbusters, yeah,
then I think we would have been telling a different story, because then it would give credence to their probably pitch. They say, this is the way to go. Build out from the Black Adam universe and out. And then when the movie didn't fucking perform as well as they hoped it did, then James Gunn came for the kill. Like, no, this is not the way to go.
I almost feel like this is like the DC version of Fast and the Furious. Like the Vin Diesel side, this is our universe, and then The Rock's like, I want my version of Fast. Let's make Hobbs and Shaw.
That's all about family, Chris. It's all about family.
It's all about family. No, I mean, I even did a Film Junkee Live where I said The Rock first, because it did seem like Dwayne Johnson was like trying to have his own universe, and I think he was kind of trying to do that. And, I mean, this goes back to what, Quentin Tarantino said recently. I mean, he's had some words this week, and he talked about how, like, now when it comes, I mean, he was obviously pinpointing Marvel and the Marvelization of Hollywood, and the fact that, like, at one point you had actors, Stallone, movie stars, and you were like, I'm going to go see the Stallone movie. I'm going to go see the Schwarzenegger movie. I'm going to see the so-and-so movie. It's like, now you're just going to see the brand, which is the entire thing. I'm going to go see the new Marvel Studios movie. I'm going to go see the new DC movie. It's like, even though they have big movie stars in there, recognizable names and everything like that, it's like, no, it's not. You want to go see the new movie and maybe Captain America will show up. You're not thinking, oh, maybe Chris Evans will show up, and then, I mean, look at what happened with Black Adam. I mean, obviously, everybody's like going like, oh, when you think of movie stars, like who's like, when you think of like, oh, who's a movie star in 2022? You go, oh, what about Dwayne Johnson? And then all of a sudden he's like in a CBM and it's Black Adam. It's an off the cuff like CBM and blah blah blah. And it's like nobody went to that movie to go like, I want to see the new Rock movie. They were just going like, that doesn't look that great. I'm gonna wait on that. I don't know who Black Adam is and blah blah blah. You know, and it didn't, his name didn't pull in the people that they obviously hoped. It's all a weird thing right now. It's like we're in such a different thing because Marvel Studios is still now going, oh shit, things are a little different now. And there was a study that just happened that Marvel fans are like kind of suffering from a little fatigue because there's so much shit that's coming out from Marvel Studios. They're pumping it out. And after the Infinity Saga got done, now it's like, all right, well, what's the next thing? Now we got the multiverse saga. And then they were trying to do that. And it was a little off the cuff. And a lot of people were like, I didn't like this or that or this or that. So now everybody's just kind of like, what? We have no Chris Evans. We have no Robert Downey Jr. What do we do here? Everything's all just Mark. That's funny. I like that. I like the Enoch. But everybody's just kind of going like, what is happening right now in this space, I guess you could say, you know, and like I think everybody's just kind of going like, all right, and hopefully, you know, James Gunn and Peter Safran are kind of looking at it like, oh wow, I mean, like things are different now. So I'm like, obviously we have to have a connected universe, but hopefully they're not going to do it the Marvel way. I mean, obviously James Gunn has seen how the fudge was made or the sausage was made over at Marvel. Well, and hopefully he's not going to like replicate that because I don't think that's going to work now, you know?
No, I would kind of say that the first set of movies, the first 10 years of movies was more connected than now. Like now it's kind of like, doesn't seem to connect too much, but I think folks got used to it. Okay, we got a Thanos tease at the end. Oh, okay, it's leading up to something big. But right now, it's kind of like we got the multiverse of madness, and then all of a sudden we got Eternals. How does that fit into that? And so there's Kang, but you know we're not going to see him in the movies until was Ant-Man?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like feels more scattered to me. Being me, I'm not a Marvel fan, but I try to watch everything. I don't watch all the TV. The Disney Plus series because that takes too much of my time. Like the best one I've seen is Loki. Loki was awesome. I love.
Yeah, Loki was great, and luckily that we've got Kang introduced in Loki. So,
but if you look at this entire phase, is about passing on the baton to the next generation. Like you look at Hawkeye, and he passes on. He gets what's the name? The young lady,
Haley Steinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld, which I'm okay with.
What's her name?
I'm fine with that.
She's a step up from Jeremy Renner.
Right. So it's like he's passing on the baton. Now you have Thor also have his kids there. His daughter. She's Love and Thunder. And then you have spoiler alert, Wakanda Forever, where they have a new T'Challa at the end. And and they're all young. So I think it's all, this whole phase 4 is about passing on to the new generation. And it feels unearned. It feels hollow. It feels stupid. That's why I like the plan if because I spoke about this on the Real Anarchy Live.
Cheers.
This is what I like, the concept of Kingdom Come being the end game and then rebooting the whole thing if they go that route. Because if you remember the comics, the comic book was in 1992, I want to say. I don't remember.
It was early 90s. Yeah.
It was early 90s, but it was right before the New 52 when they rebooted everything. So I'm thinking, this is a good idea because that was right before the New 52, and then they rebooted everything. So I'm thinking, no, they could go that route. They can build Vandal Savage, make Wonder Woman more prominent, make Shazam more prominent, and then build out all these other metahumans, and then have this this big end game type of movie with Kingdom Come. Even though Kingdom Come has like a lot of religious undertones, but I always say they always take the best of, they take certain elements of those comic book runs, and then they make the movie like they did with Civil War, like what they did with BVS.
Yeah.
So I think, but the thing is that I think they can take the best out of that Kingdom Come story and just reboot the whole universe at that time, and then start fresh with a new batch of superheroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole thing when it comes to this Bible, it's like, all right, so coming in, I mean, I've thought about this like ever since the, I guess you could say, since James Gunn got introduced, and and nothing against, I'm sure Saffron has had his input as much as possible, but of course James Gunn, he's the name, because like, again, you walk outside, you go, Peter Saffron, what? Nobody's gonna know. You say James Gunn, you're like, oh wait, I know that. Part of Guardians of the Galaxy, cool. People know his name because he's been the director of movies. I mean, fuck, he just had obviously when it comes to Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special, which we talked about, and I enjoyed watching today. I mean, he's still part of the Marvel world. He's part of all the stuff, but it's just like, I think like, he came in and he probably, I mean, he even said that he called Matt Reeves. That was one of the first phone calls he had. And it's like, okay, so when it comes to Matt Reeves, it's like, all right, you have your thing over here. That's fine, because it's okay to have two Batmen. We can have a younger Batman and we can have an older Batman that's shared universe, and that's what he has to work with, because Batman, I mean, let's face it, even though like, when it comes to Superman, everybody knows Superman, Batman's he's a little higher up when it comes to Batman. When it comes to the brands, when it comes to superhero brands, you have like, Spider-Man, Coca-Cola, Batman, you have all these, up there. I mean, when it comes to brands, Superman, not as high up. So it's always the Batman. So we're like, hey, you can have two Batmen. That's fine. You can have an Elseworlds that's over here. And he's like, hey, Matt Reeves, keep doing your thing. Hopefully we can do that. But we need a Batman that's in the shared universe. That's why it's like, man, I mean, I feel like, when it comes to Ben, it's like, oh shit, do I continue or do I not? And, when it comes to that, it's like, they've nailed down their Superman. Now it's like, all right, we got to nail down that Batman too. And, if they don't nail down Ben, I mean, they have to recast, obviously.
Yeah, it's like, we can't. What's more likely, 10 more years of Ben Affleck or 10 more years of Michael Keaton? Michael Keaton's not going to happen. He's going to be 80.
that was the old regime trying to do a crazy nostalgic thing, which I was all for, and I'm still for when it comes to the Flash. I think that it's going to work. Yeah. It's going to work for the Flash. But when they were trying to creep it into Batgirl, it just was like, dude, you should have just fucking did a Batman Beyond with goddamn Michael Keaton. I would watch the shit out of that. You do a fucking series or a movie or something with Michael Keaton in a Batman Beyond setting.
Heck yeah.
God damn it. Awesome. Oh.
There's no other DCU movies slate for 2025, right? 2024, right?
Nothing's slated yet, because I think like we're gonna finally. I know that's what's gonna be weird. I think the only thing that might show up in 2024 is the Batman sequel.
No, that is the Batman sequel, very likely. The Joker movie, which is already in production.
Yeah.
What else? Blue Beetle.
That's it. Blue Beetle is next year. So they're
next year.
Pushing,
okay.
They're pushing all 4 movies. They're like, let's get it out already.
Okay, yeah. They need the slate to be out so then they can continue on the new slate.
So the next thing.
Yeah.
And see, and speaking of Blue Beetle, it's like that could be a sleeper. That could be a hit. That could be a hit where it's like, okay, and I hope it's a hit. I hope that Blue Beetle is one of those. It's like an Iron Man situation where, I mean, maybe it won't be an Iron Man situation, but it'll be one of those like hits where it's like, oh my god. I mean, because obviously when we saw the set photos of the costume at first, did you see a negative review of that costume?
No.
It looks so
Not
good.
A single.
Paparazzi photos. Everybody was going, that looks, wow, they pulled off the Blue Beetle costume.
Yep.
Because everybody, anytime you see a set photo of a costume, Jesus Christ. People are like, look at that. Looks like fucking, looks like a
cosplay
dude that's wearing a condom or something like that. It's just like, it's ridiculous. Everybody always like shits on it, but I didn't see a negative. Maybe a couple you'll see, but mainly it was just positive on that Blue Beetle costume. I'm like, all right, you got Cholo Mariduana, you got the Cobra Kai kid. This should be a fucking huge hit. Let it be a huge hit, please. And not because I'm half Mexican. I'm just saying, I just want it to be, a huge hit because I want it to be that movie where like, what the fuck is this? And then people go, oh my God, this is great. I really hope that it's gonna parlay DC into that level. Like, hey, look at this. They took a third tier character and fucking look at this. It's like huge. Everybody's loving this character. I really hope that happens. I don't know.
I think it's gonna be.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say that it's gonna be a hit. Go ahead.
I hope so.
Oh, no. I saw Brian Colley. He said Wonder Woman 3, and I think that is an interesting point because I think James Gunn tweeted out, right? He says no one should know anything other than things that are already filmed or filming. So that means, to me, that means like everything that was in development in the previous regime that will take place after Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom's last movie. It's going to be either brought into that new Bible or changed in some way. Like all that is almost gone, I would say. So it's almost like they'll probably like, okay, Patty Jenkins, what do you got? And that fit in with my Bible or not, and we'll have to change a few things. So I think all of that is like, it's clearly a new future. Like it's going to be
interesting.
That's true.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And then of course, William, I know I've talked about him with him too. Is like, he says nobody outside of us geeks know who Blue Beetle is. You'll have the same struggles as blah blah blah. And like, I get that. I get that. But if again, audiences, word of mouth, and everything when it comes to like a fresh character, it's like, oh, Blue Beetle, this is interesting. It's about a kid. And, he gets this whole alien technology that's strapped to his back and he could just fucking do, it's like, if you do it just right and word of mouth fucking just goes, again, what the hell started Marvel Studios? Iron Man. Yep. Iron Man, a lot of people didn't know who the fuck Iron Man was. Right. And then they watched it and they went, oh my God, look at this. And then all of a sudden he became like a big, huge character. Like when it came to Marvel, it was like X-Men. It was Captain America. It was Incredible Hulk. That's who you thought about when it came to Marvel. And then all of a sudden Iron Man just like went shoop, and that's what I think when it comes to DC that they can hope for is like one of these, low tier characters can just capture an audience and get that word of mouth. And I really do hope that it's Blue Beetle. Like I wouldn't, because look what happened with Aquaman. Nobody thought that Aquaman would make $1 billion. No, it fucking did because of Zack Snyder and James Gunn. Zack Snyder because he cast Jason Momoa, that whiskey, Jesus Christ. Jason Momoa, because he was like, hey, everybody makes fun of Aquaman. Let's not make him that, blonde hair, blue-eyed surfer dude. Let's make him an actual guy from Hawaii who looks like he could live in the water. And it's Jason Momoa, and all of a sudden it was just like, boom, $1 billion. And James Wan said, I got it, like literally Zack Snyder, which he was intended on doing because he was building that foundation. He was like, I'm going to hand the baton to these directors to do the individual movies. And him and James Wan he handed a baton and $1 billion movie, which Zack Snyder is an executive producer on because he's good at casting. He's good. I mean, it just worked. Even regardless of what anybody feels about Aquaman, it's the fact of the matter is like James Wan pulled it fucking off. I mean, he did. I mean, you don't have to like agree with like all the decisions. Like, not everything works. Sure, fine. But I'm just saying, it's like, I'm just saying like, Saggy, you sounded like you were going to say something.
I have a hot take on Blue Beetle. I've just been listening. No, and
you've been quiet. You've been quiet, which is not like you. Not like you.
I know. Well, Enosh's face because he knows. He's like, Saggy's gonna say something negative about Blue Beetle. Oh my God! Yeah, here's my hot take. So
I'm listening.
Only fear I have about Blue Beetle is is the actor, right? And the actor is great. I think he fits the role, but I think the problem is that he is so known as Miguel on Cobra Kai that I feel like that will be like if he doesn't act. Because my biggest fear is that they're gonna make Blue Beetle, like they're gonna make his character just like Miguel in Cobra Kai, and that's all people are gonna see. And if he doesn't do it right, if he doesn't,
is that a bad thing? No, is that a bad thing?
If they do it can be because if they don't do it right, it'll just come off like okay, he's just Miguel from Cobra Kai. That's my biggest concern because getting him to be the Blue Beetle, that was a boss move because that actor.
Well, his backstory makes him Miguel. His backstory, his relationships is what makes him the character. So if you have a different setting, different background, different origin story, I don't think you can make that correlation.
But see, the reason why they casted him is because he's really big with Cobra Kai, and a lot of the Cobra Kai fans who like that actor as Miguel, they're gonna want to be like, oh, I want to see what else he can do. But that's my biggest fear is that a lot of people are gonna look at it like to look at Scarlett Johansson. I love Scarlett Johansson, but a lot of movies that she's been in after she did Black Widow, it's all just she's an action star, and all I see is Black Widow every time I see her in any movie she's in. That's an actor like that's just Black Widow to me. When she's in Ghost in the Shell, that's Black Widow. When she was in that movie, what the hell was that movie that she was like a superhuman, like she got.
She was in that movie with Taika Waititi, and that movie won an Oscar. So
I think the movie. I'm not saying the movies aren't good. I'm just saying the movies are always
Lucy, right? When she
Lucy, that one.
Lucy was amazing, by the way.
No, it was great. It was great, but it's like when you see Scarlett Johansson, it's always kind of the same thing. Kind of like how everyone gave The Rock a hard time, like, oh, he's Black Adam. Is just going to be The Rock? So sometimes it feels like
that's the thing. That's the thing is like that's what's so weird about, and that's what Quentin Tarantino was pointing out when he was like talking about some of the stuff. Yeah. It's like I mean, these actors don't. I mean, unless you're fucking Tom Hardy or fucking what's his name? Who played? Goddamn, Jim Norton or not Jim? I said Jim Norton. Who played? God damn it! I can't think of his name. Who played?
In what?
In the Dark Knight trilogy. What's his name?
Oh,
who played Ed Norton?
Who played Commissioner Gordon? Sorry,
Commissioner Gordon.
Who?
To Google?
Blank.
Somebody Google it.
I know. See, everybody's blanking on who played.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman.
Chris will win.
That's so hard. Jeez.
Gary Oldman.
Wait, Chris, did you Google it or did you just think?
I did. I Googled it.
Okay.
Like funny thing about Gary Oldman, he always play a villain in the movies.
Yes.
Like he was always a villain in every fucking movie. And then when I saw him as Commissioner Gordon, I was like, yo, this dude is amazing.
Exactly.
I always thought of him as that guy from Fifth Element.
Yes.
Yes, he was but I mean, like everybody. But he was always that intense fucking villain. But you have an actor like that where it's just like you see that guy where you just kind of go like, okay, so he's gonna be like that enigma, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. But when you have like your actors like Dwayne Johnson. Ryan Reynolds is a good example because Ryan Reynolds, does he strive too far from his actual, like how he is? No. You watch his movies, but at the same time, when you watch like Free Guy, when you watch
he's the same character.
Dave.
What's up?
Have you not seen Ryan Reynolds' movie where he literally like did the voice of a cat and dog? That was like his best performance ever.
Which one was that?
What the hell was it called? It was I can't remember what it was called. I saw it on Netflix. It's a movie where plays this like crazy killer, but like he doesn't.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Where it's pink or something. Or no?
Oh, I forgot the one, but it was like it was like Voices. It was called Voices. That's what it was. That was his best performance I've ever seen because most Ryan Reynolds movies.
His best performance was in Best Friends.
I would suggest that, and I would also watch Buried. If anybody
Buried,
Buried.
That shit gave me fucking anxiety.
Buried. Oh my gosh, Buried is the stuff of nightmares.
Yes, I loved him in Voices. He had he had acting chops.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
His best performance was in Best Friends, though.
You mean
his best
I don't know. I think Voices was really good because he literally played
Like,
yeah, he literally played 2 character voices, and if you didn't pay attention, I didn't recognize. I was like, wait, is that Ryan Reynolds doing these voices?
See,
I'm like,
I mean, that's the thing when it comes to these certain movie stars. When we're talking about movie stars, it's like they're always like like a one just a one note. Everybody goes like everybody gives shit to Ryan Reynolds. He's one note, and I'm like, well, but it's a very very likable one note, and he does that. But then I'm like, are you watching certain other things that he's done, like Buried, like what you were talking, whatever movie that is, Voices, and you're, it's like, have you looked at some of that stuff where they've tried the different things? It's like sometimes there's like, there's different things, even like with Brad Pitt. It's like, have you watched the different things that he's done? I mean, that's what's so funny. Like everybody goes like, yeah, it's one note, it's one note, it's one note. It's like, not all the time.
You know who was one note? Chris Evans. Remember that he used to do all those Teeny Bopper movies?
Yeah.
And then he became Captain America.
Scott Pilgrim changed. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. When you saw Chris Evans in that, you're like, wait, that's Chris Evans, dude? What?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. A lot of these actors don't get the recognition they deserve because they're always known as this one thing, and that's one thing that's like kind of scares me about Blue Beetle, because Blue Beetle is kind of like that superhero that not a lot of people know about, right? Like not a lot, like they know about him, but they don't know about him. So it's like a big risk to do a Blue Beetle movie for a character that like not many people are familiar with, unless you're like you watch Young Justice or you played the Injustice games. Like you don't know Blue Beetle, so it's like that's my biggest fear, is like having the actor who's in Cobra Kai playing the character. Like I get it, but I'm like, please be good. Please,
yeah, I know. It's one of those things where it's like the marketing. They're gonna totally be like, hey, you remember this guy from Cobra Kai that you like so much? And I just really hope that the Blue Beetle character Jaime Reyes is just super fucking likable. That's the hardest part about these characters, is like you really have to make them likable. And I think like when it came to Tony Stark and Iron Man in that first movie, it's like Robert Downey Jr. was, everybody knew him like, oh, what, that drug addict, that guy that like was like he was at the height of his powers in the 90s, and then he like fell off on drugs. That was a comeback story. But the fact of the matter is like when it came to the character of Tony Stark, he was just so goddamn likable that everybody was like, oh my God, look at this. Right. And that's what you got to do. You just got to make it
well written. It was well written. It was well put together. Yeah, and it was one of those things that kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody put too much expectation on it. It was before this day and time where it's like we expect, like God knows what from any movie that comes out. We pick it apart and whatever. But it kind of came out of nowhere, and it was really well written. It was well executed, and nobody had these expectations of the character because it was Iron Man. Nobody expected it to make $1 billion or it was a flop. Nobody was gunning for it before it even came out. It was like, hey, we're gonna go watch this movie. And I remember going to watch it and coming out of it going, dang, that was a really good movie. All of a sudden I care about Iron Man. I never had cared about Iron Man in my entire life. And now all of a sudden I cared about Iron Man, and I enjoyed it, and I thought it was fun and sarcastic, and it was, it was something different.
Robert definitely, when he was casted, I wasn't really concerned about his past, because I'm like, clearly if they casted him, he was good, because everything Robert was in before that he's a really good actor. And like you said, that it's about people not knowing the range. Like you look at Tropic Thunder, role. Oh my God. That was the funniest thing.
What do you mean, What do you mean, people?
Oh my God! Like Robert Downey Jr. is the only.
He got nominated for a Golden Globe for that role.
Listen, Robert Downey Jr. is
people now
the
trying
only...
to cancel him for it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Robert Downey.
No, I know, Dave, but there are still people retroactive. No, I know. What did you say?
Hold on. Here's the thing.
Sorry.
How dare you, sir? How dare you, sir? I come here in good faith, and you say F you to me? To me? No.
Hey, Enosh.
Yes.
Enosh. Fuck you.
Yes, Saggy. Oh, ooh. You know, Saggy.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But no, Robert Downey Jr. is the only white man who gets a pass for doing blackface.
Facts.
I mean that. Listen, I remember when.
Gosh, this stream has gone weird. I'm telling people that they deserve it and ask for it, and now you're saying it's okay for him to do blackface.
I'm telling you, this was. I remember a Facebook conversation when like some people were bringing that up, and they're like, "Well, why aren't you guys mad at Robert Downey Jr.?" And like all the black people says, because that was the joke, and you just didn't get it. It was meant to be the joke.
It's the joke
about the blackface. Yes, yes. He understood it's the assignment. He was not doing a blackface.
That's why he got nominated. I mean, like, correct. I was like, when he got nominated for like a Golden Globe for that, I was like, fuck yeah, because he played an Australian white dude playing a black dude. That's what he did. He was like, he played two
making
roles.
fun of the whole blackface.
Because even at the end, when he finally like pulled off the wig, it's like he still had to play the actor who was playing the black dude. So he did a double whole thing. Like he had to do two different roles. And then even like when, goddamn, this is why I love
dude
about
playing
Tropic
a dude
Thunder.
disguised as another dude.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he said. I'm the dude playing another dude. It was so good. And then even at the opening, when like when it was his character, I always forget what his character's name is, with Tobey Maguire playing that forbidden like fucking monk like trailer that they had.
Yeah, the trailer. Yeah.
Him and Tobey Maguire.
Yeah. It was so great.
What's his face? Oh my god, why can't I think of his name? He jumped on Oprah's couch. Tom Cruise. There we go. That's sad that that's where I have to remember him. He jumped on Oprah's couch. Tom Cruise.
You really forgot. You forgot Tom Cruise.
I forgot Tom Cruise's name until I remember he jumped on the couch. But it wasn't Tom Cruise in that too at the end. He was so unrecognizable.
Yeah.
Les Grossman.
Les Grossman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that. Like I swear.
I'm incredibly busy, so why don't you get the hell out of here before I snap your dick off and jam it into your ass?
Yes, there he
my
is.
favorite Tom Cruise performance.
Wasn't he supposed to make a movie about him?
They are. They're going to make a movie on him, on that character, apparently.
They've been talking about it for years, though.
That's what's up in the air. I mean,
Tom Cruise is a good actor too. He's just friggin' nuts.
Oh yeah, Tom Cruise. I mean, that's the thing is everybody goes to the Scientology thing on the fact, but Tom Cruise is dedicated. He's dedicated, and I mean, when you see his, I mean, I always tell you like when it comes to the Mission Impossible franchise. As much as like I have my favorite Mission Impossible, they're all great. I don't care what anybody fucking says about Mission Impossible 2. John Woo's the man. I don't care. Everybody, everybody will make their favorites and everything like that. But you just watch the beginning of Mission Impossible 3, that opening scene with him and may he rest in peace. Jesus Christ! Now I'm drawing and
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Interrogating
yes. That whole opening scene between them is so well fucking acted. And it just shows you like, Tom Cruise is a goddamn good actor. I mean, throughout the whole Mission Impossible franchise, it's not just him just doing crazy stunts. He acts his ass off in those movies as well. But I always say, watch that opening sequence, that opening scene in Mission Impossible 3 when they're exchanging, because it's like one of those things where you're like they did a good job. J.J. Abrams did a good job. We're like, hey, we're going to capture the people's attention. Like, what is happening in this scene right here that happens later in the story? We're going to show it with you right now. And it's fucking intense. Like, it is so good. Intense.
I think that was the first trailer, right? Just the whole scene alone.
I don't think it was a whole scene, but I think it had a little bit of the scene. But
I'd say like Tom Cruise is probably one of the only actors I watch knowing Tom Cruise is in the movie.
All right.
Like if any, like for most people, like the characters or what is it, a comic book movie or whatever. But when I see Tom Cruise, I'm like, okay, I know he's giving it his all. I'm going to watch that movie for some reason.
He's the last superstar, the last Hollywood superstar.
Yeah.
Well, is it weird that I like enjoy his cameos more? Like, I think his cameos, when you're an actor, and at this point, I'm more excited to see you in cameos. I'm like, I don't know why. Like, I never liked Mission Impossible. I think it just at the time it wasn't my thing. I wasn't big into like
you got
movies.
You got to read.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm not doubting they weren't great. It's just certain spy movies aren't really my cup of tea. But like every time I see Tom Cruise in a cameo, I get excited. Like, oh my god, it's Tom Cruise, and then I forget his name because I have to remember he jumped on the couch. So
it's more intense than like a spy thriller. It's like it's just like a roller coaster ride. I would say like.
I mean, I don't know. There were too many Mission Impossibles. And then, of course, too many Fast and Furiouses. I got tired of Fast and Furious, too. Like, I used to love Fast and Furious. I used to love cars. And then, Fast and Furious 24. And I'm just like, all right, guys. All right. Like, we get it. Like, come on. Can we stop?
I just could never do it. I mean, like, look, I know people who are, like, we've offered it as a giveaway. We're offering the first 7 movies as a giveaway in this cool little thing right now. But, like, it was just never my thing. I don't like Vin Diesel. I don't like Vin Diesel at all. Like Vin Diesel just drives me nuts, and that's the only place he can drive me is nuts. I can't stand Vin Diesel. Like,
yeah, Vin Diesel sucks. That's why.
And his best performance was Groot.
Yes, exactly. And
Actually,
and
I
then
like
The
him
Rock.
in-
I'm sorry, The Rock has not been my favorite either. And so when like The Rock joined, it was like, well, everybody's like, oh, it's reinvigorating. It's like, no, that's just more.
I'm sorry, we got to watch this. I mean, like a little bit. I'm probably gonna get a little copyright thing. I don't care, but we're gonna do commentary. But I mean, this is what's so good about this opening scene right here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so fucking good.
Tom Cruise. Oh,
Does that sound familiar?
I mean, this is the opening scene of Mission Impossible 3.
Rabbit's foot.
You got, look at him. I mean, like,
yeah, he's hot though. Oof, Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
You.
Whoa, look at, yeah.
R.I.P.
What do you say?
It's just such a freaking good opening.
I'm going to count to 10.
Look at, I mean, Seymour Hoffman is just playing the best.
It was
villain.
amazing, dude.
He was an Oscar.
Yeah. Look at that. I mean, he's holding his fucking fiance hostage.
Mm.
You know, and you're like,
wait, that's not me.
Michelle
That's not me.
Huh?
I said that wasn't me. He said fiance. I'm like, that's not me in that chair.
Oh, what is in the past? She's gone.
Yeah.
I got exactly what you asked for. Did you want something else?
Yeah.
If there was
Such a good
misunderstanding,
fucking
I'll fix
scene
it.
right here.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
2.
Would you say
He's
that
counting
Mission
down.
Impossible
He's
3
counting
started the new Mission Impossible kind of like it's
Yes.
It went back to the mission type.
Yes. Look at like right here. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. He gives it his all, man.
Yeah. It's just so good.
All right. All right. I know where the rabbit's foot is. I could help you. The way you helped me on the airplane.
Ugh. God.
Now we have to watch the whole movie.
So
now.
good. Yeah.
Talk to you like this.
Yeah.
What's your choice? 4.
4.
Rabbit's foot's in Paris. You want to know where in Paris? Then let me
Three.
go.
Yeah.
It's not in Paris. 5.
Shit.
Yeah.
I'm getting nervous. I don't want him to shoot the woman.
Yeah.
Like, I've already seen this movie like 5 times.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
God.
The only way you're going to get what you want is for you to...
Oh, shit.
You think you want to? You don't think I'll do it? Where is it? Where the hell is it? Look at me. Where the hell is it? Stay with 7.
Yeah.
7.
I'm going to kill you. I swear to God, I'm going to kill you. 8.
Yeah.
So good. It's so fucking good.
I wonder if this will all in one take.
Just let it go.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Ah.
I can figure out how to get whatever.
8. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Skip a
Oh no!
number.
Oh no! I can't!
Yeah.
Please don't shoot her, bro. I can't.
I want to help you.
I can't. I'm not looking.
And the way it's shot too, it's like it's just.
Tell me he doesn't do it. Tell me he
His
doesn't do
eyes,
it.
he's on the verge of tears.
I can't do it. Tell me he doesn't do it. Tell me he doesn't do it. I'm not looking.
Look at him.
No.
I can't. I can't. I
I don't
can't.
think it's spoiled. I don't know if you haven't seen it.
10.
Look at him.
It's so good.
Oh my God! He did it! 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 Did he do it? Did he do it?
Yeah, he did.
Oh hell no, bro!
Watch
I can't. I can't.
That's
I
a plot
can't.
twist, though.
Okay, Saggy, you have to watch it.
You have to watch
You have
it.
to watch it. You gotta watch. Though
You
you
gotta
feel
see
that
what
way, like
happens
you're
because-
watching her this whole time, and you're like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god!"
Every time I see
Get
Philip-
to
Yo,
that
he
moment.
shot her
No one's
leg,
ever really
bro.
gone.
He shot her leg, bro. That had me shook. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Every time I see Philip, all I think about him saying "I sharded." He was the one who created that word, right? I sharded.
Oh yeah, what
Alone
was
Came
that
Polly.
movie? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Alone Came Polly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like
Dude, I sharded.
Bro, that's
exceptional, man. He's like serious character.
You're right,
You can play
you're right.
comedy. You can, yeah. He's so good.
I love how we're like, hey, this is a great opening sequence. Ben's like, remember, he invented the word sharding.
Yes.
Good job, Ben.
He went there.
He did. Because I remember I didn't
there.
hear about that. I didn't hear about that until that movie came out. I was watching it, and when they're playing basketball, and he goes like, Ben Stiller is like, what sharding? He's like,
go,
I
sharded.
farted and a little shit came out. You know, it's like.
I love how that's what Ben took out of that whole thing. Didn't you say
that's what he did.
Good job, Ben. I'm glad to know we know where your head is at.
Because every time I see him, that's what I think about. Like, because that's where I learned that word. It's like sharded. What the fuck you say? Well, I farted and shit came out.
It makes sense.
Complete sense.
Dude, and he says it so like nonchalant. Like he just goes,
like,
a little shit came out. I mean, that's the thing is like, yeah. Philip Seymour Hoffman was he was fucking great.
R.I.P.
He was fucking great, but man, yeah. May he rest
Dude,
in peace.
I can't deal
Dude,
with
okay, Saggy, you need to watch Mission Impossible 3.
Yeah.
You're gonna enjoy the shit out of that movie.
And they're gonna watch 4.
Yeah, like you're gonna see what happens because they open. That's the opening scene right there, and you're like, "What the fuck? What is happening? What?" And then they start over, and they're like, you build up that's the whole scene, the whole like his life and who the girl is, and all this stuff like that. And then when you actually see what happens, you're like, "Oh my fucking god, it's crazy! It's crazy!"
Mm-hmm.
So
I believe it. I'll watch Mission Impossible, but you have to watch Voices.
yeah, I know. I have watched Voices, I think, a long time ago. Because that was an old Ryan Reynolds movie, right?
Yeah,
maybe I did.
Yeah.
No, maybe I
that movie, I can't believe how good that movie was. Like, I was surprised because I'm like, oh, this is Ryan Reynolds is in this? What the hell is this? And I watched it. I was like, oh my God, the writing, the comedy was so good.
Ryan Reynolds is a good actor. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
You watch Buried, even when you watch Amityville Horror, that was like, he was like showing his acting chops. I mean, he was also showing his abs like crazy, but still, I mean, it's like, hey,
what?
He's still like
Wasn't that during the time, like
he's
during
very
era?
short in Amityville Horror. I'm just saying.
Was that the Blade 3 era? Was
Yes.
that around the same time? Like,
Okay, so
Not
like,
talk about Blade 3, please.
oh, hey,
I
I
hated
have
that
such a
movie.
love for Blade 3.
Oh, that movie was trash.
It was trash, but
It was
Ryan Reynolds. I always say that Blade 3 was Ryan Reynolds' audition for Deadpool.
Yeah.
Because when he's at Hannibal King, I mean, it's funny too because I suggest anybody to watch Blade 3, listening to the commentary from Ryan Reynolds, Jessica Biel, and
Wesley Snipes.
No, it's not Wesley Snipes. No, are you kidding me? It's fuck who Man of Steel. Who?
Whoa!
Man of Steel and
Green Lantern.
What? No.
Which one?
Who wrote Man of Steel? Like
David Goyer.
David Goyer. Thank you.
David Goyer. Okay.
That was David Goyer's directorial debut with Blade Trinity. I think. Yeah, Goyer.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
I think it was his first movie that he ever directed.
He directed the first.
There's
the
an
third.
actual commentary. I remember I bought the DVD and I listened to the commentary. It was Ryan Reynolds, Jessica Biel, and David Goyer. And Wesley Snipes wasn't going to do that. And the whole time they even talk about that. Like Ryan Reynolds goes, Wesley Snipes did not like me at all because he's very stoic. He's very method. And so Ryan Reynolds was just trying to there was a lot of ad lib that happened. Like when you watch those scenes like that he does, especially with Snipes, it's a lot of ad lib that Ryan Reynolds did. And Wesley Snipes, I mean, did not like. Well, he didn't like anybody.
But didn't he get into like a really bad argument with the director, with David Goyer after that?
Yeah.
During that movie, yeah.
Apparently, it was like, they talk about that in the commentary where it's like, Wesley Snipes.
Listen, wasn't that movie about like what's his
Dracula.
name? No, what isn't it about? What's the fuck? What did Jessica Biel's
Dracula.
character? No, Jessica Biel's character. She was the daughter of.
The daughter of Whistler. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as I heard that, I'm his daughter. I was like, get the fuck out of here! Where the hell have you been the last freaking 2 installments? Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Talking about I'm his daughter and I'm a vampire slayer. Like, bitch.
Yeah. It's not. It's the weaker one out of the Blade trilogy with Wesley Snipes.
Oh God.
First one's great.
I like Guillermo del Toro directed the first one, right?
Great, but yeah, this one when they were trying to be like, hey, remember Dracula? Well, he's actually a vampire in this movie. Dracula. His name's Drake. What?
They always do
It was
that.
ridiculous.
The Dracula.
It was ridiculous, but Ryan Reynolds made it worth it. And then there's a shower scene with Jessica Biel. Also makes it worth it. Anyways, but I'm just saying.
You did it. Wait, his name was Drake. I'm gonna call you on my cell phone late night when I need some.
God. Oh, you got that auto tune on? Jeez.
I don't know. I
He was playing vampires. That was such a cop out thing. Like, get out of here, miss me with this. Nobody mentioned her in the last 2 movies like that. Like, she was slaying vampires my ass. To hell with that bullshit, friggin'. Oh yeah, I'm his daughter that no one talked about ever until now when it's convenient for a plot line. Oh.
Well, people can be doing other things outside of just the movies, Saggy.
Remember when my dad
like
died?
Superman was getting shot at by kryptonite bullets.
Remember when my dad died and we couldn't bring him back a
You're welcome,
time?
by the way.
Okay, we couldn't bring my dad back because he died last movie. So he already got brought back once. So we're just gonna say, yeah, no, I'm his daughter that just came out of nowhere. Yeah, that's completely.
Well, you got to add to the story, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, that story was trash.
Got to build.
Got
to build.
It wasn't the best story, but again,
it was
like. But Ryan Reynolds' ad libs was like, "Oh yeah, this guy should be." It was literally like, "That's Deadpool right there. Like he should be.
Yeah.
If he's going to be a comic book character, he's not going to be Hannibal King. He's going to be He's going to be Deadpool, and that's. I mean, like you watch. I mean, that's what makes the movie. I thought that's what made it great for me. It was like, oh yeah, his little fucking quips are just the greatest part of the whole movie. It's like. Yeah, because the story is like weak. Some of the action sucks. I mean, there's some things that happen during daytime where I'm like, what? But it's just it doesn't even make sense. It's the weakest one out of the bunch. But Ryan Reynolds, his comedic chops actually helped that movie, I guess you could say. But yeah. But I agree, it's not a good movie.
It was Deadpool there, also in Wolverine Origin, and then officially his Deadpool
I know.
movie.
It took him a little bit.
Third time's the charm.
He was Deadpool in the Wolverine. He just
Yes,
wasn't
he was.
the Deadpool
He was
that
Wade.
we
he
wanted.
wasn't a good Deadpool, and that wasn't his fault.
No.
Yeah.
But that wasn't his fault, and I give him that.
That's why they keep on that's why they keep making fun of that,
Yeah.
Oh, because he's awful.
God damn it!
Yeah.
I would just love to see a world where, and this, kind of tying this back around, right, to James Gunn.
Oh, right. That's right. That's right. We were talking about.
We're bringing it back.
Good job.
No, okay, but and I didn't even really mean to, but I just kind of thought of that in this moment. I am glad that at least, look, if you don't like some of the stuff that he's done, that's fine. But at least I do believe that James Gunn understands comics.
Yeah, he does.
Right. And he understands what fans want to see from comics. Look, you may not like his humor when it comes to Peacemaker. You may disagree with the fact that he took Peacemaker from one kind of character to another. And I get that. But I don't see him doing that with the entire DC universe. I don't see him trying that with it. And look, and if he does, that's going to fail. Right. And we could be sitting here 3-4 years from now going, wow, this is really bad. But I just don't think that that's what's going to happen. I really feel like for once, instead of having, talking about like the, Deadpool, for example, in the Wolverine movie, where it literally came down to some guy going, I don't like that guy. I don't like that character. We need to shut him up. Like not understanding that that's the entire character. That's who Deadpool is. You shut Deadpool up. What's the point? And then just other things that we've all, heard and seen from the studios and the notes that people get, you know, and I mean, you know, especially when it comes to like Superman, you look back at like the Superman Lives thing, and you know, and the notes that were coming from that, you know, I don't want him to be able to fly, I don't want him to have a cape, you know, like if I got to watch that, you know, that guy fly around,
I gotta,
giant spider, you know, and it's like when you look at the history of comic book movies, it's been very frustrating as fans of this stuff. And I'm not somebody who says that it's always got to be exactly the way that it is in a comic, but also when you also look at the fact that for the first time, like William's saying, it just seems like there's somebody there who at least gets it, and that it feels like we as DC fans could be eating good. You know, we may not get everything we want, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of different things on our plate. You know, we're talking about Thanksgiving earlier, right? And it's like, you know what? Some people like, you know, the cranberry sauce, right? And some people don't like cranberry sauce. I've never liked cranberry sauce, right? But there are people who just live and die by it. Some people love stuffing. I don't like stuffing. You know, like I've said, I've always been kind of a plain, you know, guy. Give me the turkey, the mashed potatoes, give me the corn, give me, you know, the basics or whatever. But there's people who like those, you know, little eccentric, you know, kind of, you know, strange things, you know, or things that maybe I've never even heard of. Like Chris was talking about earlier, that there are things on his Thanksgiving table that I've never even heard of. I may like them, but I don't know, you know? And so that's what I feel like we may be getting here in the next few years, is a little bit of everything. I think that it's going to be more recognizable for hardcore DC fans than maybe it's been. And look, we've all said it. I mean, we've said it ad nauseum now that, like, look, we all love Zack Snyder's universe. I love that more than I've loved anything that's come down, you know, the pipe from DC. I love and adore that, and that's what I always wanted to see. I don't necessarily believe that they're just going to restore the Snyderverse to whatever, and whatever that means to anybody, right? You know, restoring the Snyderverse. I don't necessarily that we're just going to wake up tomorrow and, you know, if some people think Zack's going to be like, I'm in charge, you know, and it's my vision and we're going to see exactly, you know, the thing that he wanted. I don't think that that's it. You know, I don't necessarily rule out, you know, Zack ever playing in that world again. I'm not one of those either that rules that out completely. And I may be saying that naively. I don't know. You know, I don't have his number. I can't call him up and be like, hey, Zack, would you do this? But he's talked about that, like, he loves these characters, right? And I think if the situation was right, I don't know. I mean, just what I see, it's possible, but I'm not going to hold out for that it's like, I'm never going to like another DC thing again unless Zack is in it. I think that when people draw that line,
I hate that.
You're just missing the point. Just tell me you're not a DC fan.
You've never been DC fan.
You love Zack Snyder, and that's great. And you know, in the
but
same
they're not
token,
even Zack Snyder fans because they don't like his cape shit. You know.
I know, but in the same token, you know, Dave, I've also had to be a little forgiving of some of those people, because I've heard a lot of people say, you know, look, they weren't DC fans until they discovered Zack Snyder's vision for these films.
Understandable.
And you know, I've heard some people say, like, I never liked Superman until I saw Zack Snyder's version, you know, version, or I never liked this character, that character, or I never even was, you know, concerned about DC.
But be excited for the future.
But that's the thing. It's like, look, nobody wants. Well, I don't say nobody because there are people who want it. But like, look, I don't want it to go back to the cheesy Christopher Reeve days. I loved Christopher Reeve for what he is, but please don't try to remake that. You know, do something new, do something fresh. Treat the characters with some dignity, but also fans don't get pissed off if, like, they make a little joke at the expense of your favorite character.
Yeah,
like the Aquaman joke,
the fish fucking thing.
Yeah, you know, or like you know, even the jokes, you know, like when people miss the point of it, right? That like Peacemaker is a jealous guy. He's jealous of all these superheroes, and so he's saying these
very
sarcastic,
well established,
right? And you know, he's saying these very sarcastic things all throughout the, you know, the series, you know, about every character, man. It's not just he goes off on Batman, he goes off on Superman, he goes off on Aquaman. You know, he says these things. So don't take it personally, and don't act like they're actually making a statement
People
and
get
drawing a line in the
way
sand
too
that Aquaman actually does this, or Superman has a poop fetish, or or Batman has.
It's like a joke, and that's
it's
why
a joke.
That's why Barry was even like, he gave him shit because Barry's
Right.
a goofball,
But he did technically fuck the fish because Mara's a fish, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But we got
Fish
somebody
person.
joining late right now, so I'm just saying.
Scott!
There he
Hey,
is.
Scott, what the hell, Scott?
Where have you been?
What the? We've been streaming for 3
He was
hours.
watching a movie.
I was at the movies.
How was the movies? What do you mean? What movie did you see?
The Fablemans.
Well, how was it?
Oh,
It was really good.
Okay,
It's
good.
really good.
that's a Steven Spielberg.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I got it.
Spielberg's autobiographical
Autobiographic.
movie. Oh, it is so good. And I don't want to ruin anything, but there's
Yeah,
a moment at the.
please.
I'm not going to ruin anything, but there's a moment at the end. David Lynch has a cameo in the movie,
Oh wow.
playing somebody
You got a
else.
spoiler?
No, because I mean he's in the credits, but because I'm not going to tell you who he's playing, but oh my god, the way the movie ended, which is fabulous.
Let
And
me ask you something.
Okay.
and by the way, Michelle Williams is getting an Oscar nomination. I'm just saying.
He's that
She
good.
played his mother.
He's that good.
Yeah, she plays the mother. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
she gets top billing in the movie. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Have you
All right.
seen Cinema
wanna-
Paradiso?
No, I need to.
Okay, because that's like my favorite movie of all times, and I'm hearing a lot of comparisons to that movie.
Okay.
Mm.
I'll need to look at where I can watch that so I can give you more direct feedback about that.
Okay.
I love how when Scott came on, everyone just immediately started yelling at him.
No.
Where were you? Where have you been, Scott?
Where have you
How
been?
dare you? How dare you have a life and go enjoy cinema?
It's been 3.5 hours.
We were
Well,
about
but-
to do a wellness check on you.
Hey, no, Dave knows that for like, I didn't
For a
see
good chunk. Yeah.
for a good chunk. I
Oh.
didn't see a movie in
Yeah.
in August or September.
Yeah.
That-
for a
that
good
hurt.
chunk of the later part of this year. Like, yeah. Scott was like going, I didn't go see a movie because I was here, and I was like, okay, but you can. So he finally went and saw a movie, but he still made it. He still made it. So
You know what's weird? I've been wanting to go back to the movies, but every time a movie comes out, I want to see. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna totally go see that movie, and then I don't because I don't want to go to the theaters. I don't know why. I haven't been to a theater since the pandemic. I don't know why. It's like I don't know. Maybe I just got so used to like seeing stuff at home.
Well, my problem has just been, I have to go at like 10 o'clock at night because I have to wait till everyone. I've put the rest of my family to bed. And then the past couple of times, I didn't drink my coffee before I went. And old man McClellan here has been like nodding. When the movie's ending at like one in the morning, I'm kind of like nodding off. So the last couple of times, I made sure that I like pounded the coffee. So I've been like, I'm good. I made it because I saw the menu.
Wired.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw the menu last week. And then I saw.
How was the menu?
Oh,
I think you told me about that. Yeah, you did.
Oh, I told you about it, but menu is funny. I'm a sick man for what I laughed at in that movie.
Okay.
But it is wickedly it is wickedly funny.
Okay. Yeah, I think you did tell me about that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm hoping to see the Fablemans sometime this weekend. I'm going to suggest it tomorrow. So I'm going to be like, yeah, let's go. Because I want to see that. So how long is that movie? It's not
2.5 hours.
Okay. That's fine by me. I don't see a problem with that. But yeah, I want to see that movie. So, okay, good.
Yeah, we're definitely talking like Oscar season has begun.
I don't even know.
See, that's the thing. That's what I kept talking about. It's like Steven Spielberg has a movie that is coming out this weekend, and nobody's talking about it. I mean, but at the same time, like when Travis was here, we talked about how it's a little different now. It's not like it's Steven Spielberg. It's he's different now. Like I think even Travis said that the last movie that he was very big time excited for, and that that was like a blockbuster was like War of the Worlds. But ever since then, it's like, oh yeah, he's made
True.
good movies, but it's never been that caliber of like, oh my god, it's like this huge movie.
He's never been this like $1 billion box office return type of guy. He's just
Yeah, I
made
mean,
great
he's
movies.
he comes from a different era, you know.
Correct.
So
The last movie was that World War something movie with Tom Hanks. I forgot.
that road.
Oh, that's Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan.
No, the one he's trying to get someone across the border.
Road to Perdition.
Oh no, Bridge of Spies.
Bridge of Spies.
Oh, Bridge of Spies. Yeah.
No, actually, he did a movie. He's done a movie since
Road
then.
to Perdition.
He
No,
did.
he did Ready Player One.
Oh,
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
that
right.
was-
Hello, that is a blockbuster.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sitting here, guys.
Pretty sure he did.
and despite some of the snark it gets, I really enjoy. I've read the book, and the movie and the book are very
see, that's the
different.
thing.
But I really
It's not
enjoyed
that
Ready Player
smart.
One.
Aren't they making
That's
Ready
the
Player
thing.
2?
Well, they wrote a book.
Oh, the book is garbage. The book is
Yeah.
the book is awful.
I
But
think
the,
So,
but the movie.
tell us how you feel.
Oh, I'm going to tell you how I felt. But I've heard that they are making a movie, but the movie was going to be completely different, and I'm like, good.
Good.
Let's Steven do his thing, because that book was
Is he gonna
trash.
do it? But is he gonna do it?
So
Is
the
it a
Ready
sequel?
Player 2 book is trash, not the Ready Player 1 book.
No, the Ready Player One book is a grand time.
Oh, okay.
Ready Player 2 is burn it, kill it with fire.
Oh my
It's,
god.
You're talking to the book guy right here too. I mean, that's the thing.
The interesting thing about seeing the Fablemans is that Spielberg is a movie that I feel like is a director that I feel like his content, like if you watch a Spielberg movie, you feel like you're watching a Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
But every movie he makes looks so different. It's not like I'm just watching the movie and I go, "Oh, Spielberg directed that."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And this movie has some shots though, like War of the Worlds. There was like one scene that was like, "Ooh, this reminds me of War of the Worlds,"
Yeah.
and this is like, "Oh, and this is Indiana Jones," and you can tell he's doing that intentionally in this movie about, his life.
Apparently,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I really want to see it.
I
I really
gotta
want
watch
to see
that
it.
Fablemans, yeah.
I was gonna say before you guys go into another topic, I am nodding off, which is why I'm very quiet. So I'm gonna.
I
you
gotta
guys,
get going too.
yeah,
Okay.
you guys. Everyone's leaving their spots here now. No, I'm just kidding. I am actually just kind of tired.
No. I'm here to relieve you, Saggy.
Yeah, I was
Tag
holding.
in,
I was
tag
holding
in.
your seat. I was holding your seat, Scott. Now that you're here, I can finally go to bed. But no, thank you so much for inviting me. Great conversation. It's always a pleasure to see all these amazing people, with the exception of Enosh, because I am the more handsome brother. So
Ouch.
He's been Enosh this whole time.
Ouch.
yeah, I've been Enosh this like majority of the stream. I've just been Enosh. I think I'm just gonna be Enosh every time I'm here now.
Wow.
When it's both, when Enosh is not moving, I thought it was like two stills for a moment. Like
He does that. He literally does that. I remember he trolled us on stream. He kept doing that. Because his camera was actually freezing. I don't know what was with his computer, but his camera kept freezing. And like we're like, "Are you frozen?"
He's not even blinking.
He's doing it again.
That's amazing. He's not even
See?
blinking.
There's a new
hell is
screenshot
wrong?
right there.
Dry.
There's a new screenshot right there for you, Saggy.
Enosh, how the hell? Like, dude, you don't even
Yeah, that
blink.
is a
That's
screenshot.
wild.
I don't know.
Like, that's so creepy, dude.
He's a mime. He's a
That's like
mime.
a horror movie.
Yeah, seriously.
Take the move.
All right. Well, thank you, Saggy. Thank you, Enosh. Oh, yeah. There's a screenshot right there.
Yeah,
But
it's
you
funny.
guys gotta go.
There you
Yeah.
go. All right. Thank you guys.
Guys,
guys.
have a
Much
great stream. Bye.
Much love.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Subscribe to their channels.
Have a
All
good
that
weekend.
stuff. Yeah. All right. Cool. Now that those guys are gone, I'm just kidding. No, but no, that's good though. I really want to see that movie.
wanna see that.
I mean, obviously, There's Glass Onion that's out in theaters also, but I'm like, I can wait for that. I
When
can
is
watch
that
it.
coming to? Oh, sorry.
It's December, I guess, because like I don't like it's not even in my area. Like,
I looked at my movie theater. I didn't see Glass Onion coming out this weekend, but I know some people have that. I don't know. I was
I thought it was the Christmas week that was supposed to get in
Was it?
theaters.
That's what it's
Yeah,
supposed to be?
I think those
Okay.
are early review for.
Oh, that's what I saw.
Yeah, it's not.
All right.
For
well,
us.
I'm gonna.
All the
I
movies are
want
out.
to go see.
It's not for us peasants.
Oh,
it's fine. I've got enough movies. I'm just so glad that all the fall movies that I missed are now like all dropping on streaming services. So now it's like, oh, I get to watch you there, and I'm going to watch you there. Like I got a list on my phone, like, oh, you're on Peacock, and you're on HBO Max, and you're on HBO Max, and I'm like, yay! I can catch up on movies now.
About Peacock, is that like a YouTube?
No, that's NBC Universal.
NBC Universal.
Service.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So that's another membership.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. We signed up for it. We signed up for it last year because they have the exclusive streaming rights to previous seasons of Yellowstone, and
Yellowstone's awesome.
So good.
It's so good.
I
watched I started watching it in the first episode. I had my daughter with me, and then all of a sudden I see Kevin Costner shooting this fucking horse in the face. I was like, "Oh my god, sorry, baby."
Yeah, it's adult.
She's
it's
like,
adult.
He
It's
killed the horse.
TVMA.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes,
I didn't know the first episode. Like,
it's Godfather with cowboys.
Cowboys.
Oh,
it's so good.
It's all shot in Montana. It's co-created, and every episode is written by Taylor Sheridan, who wrote Sicario and Wind River and Hell or High Water.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I haven't seen Wind River, but I've seen Wind River, but I've seen I've seen Hell and
High Water's awesome.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I've seen
they're gonna make a Wind River 2. I was like, really?
Oh
yeah,
that's
I don't know about that.
I don't, because Taylor Sheridan's not involved, and none of the cast members from the original movie are involved.
So that's a red flag right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But no, I definitely want to see the Fablemans tomorrow. I was like trying to like go, where can I fit it into this, in between like Wednesday and now, and I just couldn't fit it. I was like, shit. So I'm hoping maybe I can convince the young lady to let's go see it tomorrow, maybe. So we'll see what happens.
Well, if the young lady is in the comments, I'm going to say go see it.
She's not. She's not.
Ah,
who's the young lady? Do tell.
That's a mystery there. That's what
I brought it up.
I leave that to the mystery.
Okay.
Just
see,
saying.
I know things.
He knows, but
I know.
I let everybody figure that out for themselves.
I have sources.
I've been listening to many Vodka streams, I guess.
Yeah.
The one movie
Freebird. Sorry.
the one movie I didn't go see, and apparently no one else did either, was Strange World.
Yeah, apparently people are not liking that movie that much.
I didn't even know it came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of.
Did you guys see Jake Gyllenhaal try to make a joke during a junket and it didn't work? Oh, it was hilarious. There was like a Jake Gyllenhaal made it like a joke about
crickets.
Crickets. And he got totally crickets to the point where like before the video cut out, he was like, he like looked over to his co-star like, did you think that was funny? And it was like, dude. I'm
that
like,
was bad.
Tell me you took an edible before this, because holy shit, dude, that was bad.
Oh, I gotta do that.
I was like,
you got to.
Jake, I love you. I love you, Jake. You're a great actor. I love a lot of shit you're in, but man, that was bad. But it was just one of those. Like looked over, like, was that funny or not? Like, oh my god.
Did it have
I remember when I saw that video, like, come across whatever the hell, I think somebody maybe sent it, and I was like, oh my god, that's hilarious.
I just found it on the timeline. It was just it was just there.
Yeah.
The only thing I saw was that he didn't remember that he played Dennis Quaid's son in Tomorrow, or whatever was that movie. Something about he didn't remember that he played Dennis Quaid's son in a movie in that.
You mean the day after tomorrow? No,
yeah,
the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Day after tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, the Roland
That's
Emmerich
the one
movie.
that he's like half of the torso alive, and they kept him alive in some chamber.
No, that's the climate change. The world is ending. Roland Emmerich movie that came out in 04.
That was like a Roland Emmerich end of the world movie.
Oh, okay.
It had what's her name from the, god damn it, I can't remember anything right now. But God, what's her name? God. Anyways, but yeah, it's an end of the world movie. But yeah, he plays Dennis Quaid's son. He didn't remember that.
That's why I saw it on the timeline, and I was like, oh, what?
Didn't Gwyneth Paltrow had the same stupid brain fart at one point?
She didn't remember.
Yeah, she didn't remember which MCU movie she was in. Was I in that one?
Oh, Amy Roseanne. Okay.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? I mean, like, you do so many movies you don't even remember like you did. It's like it kind of shows you like, God damn, that must, it just for the paycheck, huh?
It was a paycheck, yeah.
Well, it's kind of, I mean, how many times have I bumped into students going, "You remember me?"
Yeah.
No, not at all. No. I went through 100 of you a year. Nope.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
It happens with like high school friends, like, "Hey, Benjamin," like, "Who the fuck are you?"
I know.
Remember it? Like, yeah.
Oh, I know. I've had friends go, "Remember that one guy?" But I'm like, no, I don't remember. Who are you talking about? Like, yeah, remember he said this. I'm like, no, I don't. What the hell are you talking about?
You were there.
But then there's sometimes where you go like, remember that one time? And they're like, what? I'm like, what? You don't remember this? It's like, yeah. It's
I really hate when they come and say, "Hey, Chris," and I don't remember their name. Like, does that say something about me? Like, I'm not.
No, Chris, I'm the same way. I'm the one that'll look you in the face, and I'll look at your face and go, "Fuck, I'm supposed to know who you are."
Yep.
Because I remembered faces, but names aren't. I'm not for shit when it comes to names.
I'm the same way you are. I can't remember names for shit, but I'll be like that person. And I remember one time too. It was funny. It was like in 2019. My cousin was getting married. He was getting married at the beach, and when I showed up for their little before the wedding, it was the night before the wedding. We all got together in this one thing. And I'm looking at one of the bridesmaids. I'm like, what the fuck? I know her from high school. And it was like his wife's sister. And I'm going, what the hell? And I'm like, I looked at her. And then like when we saw, I'm like, hey, did you go to? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, we went to the same high school together. We graduated. And I was like doing this, but she didn't remember. And I was like, fuck, this is awkward. I was like, oh my God, but you remember this? And then it was funny because her dad all of a sudden walks up to me and goes, I coached like the basketball team. I remember your friend Steve and Seth and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh yeah. Okay. I'm like, good. I'm not crazy. I remember faces. Like I remember her face and I couldn't remember her name. And then I was just like, wait a minute. And it was like a weird thing, but I was like, my cousin who does not live in my county or anything like that ended up marrying the sister of somebody I fucking graduated high school with. Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy. And she was the bridesmaid. And I was like, I know you. Like, we've met before and blah, blah, blah. And it was just like one of those things. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy how that thing works out. But yeah, I'm with you. I was like, I don't remember names, but I remember faces. Faces just, yeah.
Okay, so since I missed most of the stream, so have we talked about the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special already?
I brought it up, and Ben talked about it, but you liked it too, right, Scott?
Oh yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised. Like, oh no, this was one of those things. Like they understood the assignment.
Yes.
Like
it's not supposed to be taken seriously. It's ridiculous, and it's got Kevin Bacon in it.
It's got Kevin Bacon in it. I mean,
and he's great. Kevin Bacon's great. I mean, and the fact that when it came to Drax and Mantis to be the ones looking for Kevin Bacon, they're the dumbest ones of the group. Yeah. It was just, it's a good dynamic for that whole thing. The fact that they're walking around the Chinese theater with all the other cosplayers, and then they're taking pictures with people, and the whole money thing and going to the bar. I thought it was just fun. I love Dave Bautista so much. They just have a good dynamic. They have a good
by the way, okay, tangent, because we tangent. Speaking of Dave Bautista, saw the trailer for M. Night Shyamalan's next movie.
Oh God, yeah, so good, right?
That's
the one that's like a cabin in the woods type of movie.
Yeah.
That one?
Knock at the cabin.
Yeah.
With Bautista.
Oh yeah,
really?
That was creepy as hell.
M. Night is really good at putting trailers together because the old trailer was amazing and the movie was
but then it ended up
What?
yeah.
Wait,
Well,
you
that's
didn't
what
like
you're
the
supposed to
old
do, though.
one?
That's what you're supposed to do, though. You're supposed to like bring in
sell
people.
you, yeah.
Yeah, you're.
but-
I mean,
man.
yeah, I'm with you on that because the old trailer, you're like, oh my god, and then you watch, you go, oh my god, this
really?
went on way too long. yeah, you're just gonna
Like,
go like,
that's it?
wow, the premise is there, but the middle sucks.
100%.
That's the thing. Is like, I like the premise and I like the like how it like the way he does the whole fucking what a twist.
Yes.
I thought that was great. The twist was great, but the
But it
middle
was just like
I
way
was
too
like,
long. Like in the middle, it's like,
ooh,
oh,
I'm like, man, and I even
I
said that
get
in my
it.
review.
Everybody's
I'm like,
getting old. Get to
yes.
it.
I even said that in my review. I was like, I like the premise. The premise is there, but that whole fucking middle section though just does. It just goes off, and it's just like he was trying to fill the runtime, and it just did not work.
But you know what? He still
Yeah.
has the credit with me that like he makes a movie. I'm going
I'm
to
going
see
to
it.
see it,
M.
and I'm
Night
going to see
Shyamalan.
the next movie too, for sure. I saw,
Especially nowadays.
no. I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, even though like, old was like, but I was like, but I was still impressed by when it revealed what the twist was, and I went, oh, okay, that's what I like. I mean, it was a rocky path to get here, but I did like the twist of like, oh, that's what this is about. I really did was like enjoyed that, but I was like, but trying to fill in the fucking like, hour like right into build up that I was like, that was just didn't work for me.
I'm also someone who I enjoy all of the East Rail 177 trilogy. Like that's really like for me, I really enjoyed that because like I know a lot of people gave Glass a hard time, and I really dug Glass.
I like Glass too. I did too. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say anything it's like better than Last Airbender at this point. After like at least
I never watched
back.
Last Airbender because I never listened to that.
Yeah, I did either. So
yeah.
Oh, you never? Yeah.
You guys didn't watch
God,
it?
it was so boring.
No,
I didn't watch it because I never was into that world of the actual Avatar.
Oh,
It was like I was, and it was like it's so.
I've watched every other.
How could you make that boring? But it was.
Yeah,
but,
it was horrible.
See, that's the thing is like, and that's what's I mean, what's good about M. Night? What's good about M. Night is just the fact that it seems like he goes, all right. He thinks of a premise and he goes, oh, and here's the twist, and then he's like, all right, now I got to fill in all of it.
Now I have to get there. Yeah.
How do I get there? It's almost like a comedian going, here's the punchline, here's the setup.
Let me work my way back to it.
I got to fill up that. And M. Night, for the most part, in his track record, he's done a good job. I don't care what anybody says about The Village. I still think The Village is great.
The Village is amazing.
Yes, I still think The Village is great. I know some people are like, and I'm like, no, Village.
He lost it after The Lady in the Water.
Lady in the Water, not
Lady
so
in
great.
the Water, I didn't like.
That's where I started falling off.
I still need to see. Like, I know people are mixed on Lady in the Water, but I still want to see it, even because I haven't seen it.
Just to see. I mean, it's not terrible, but
there are people that still like that.
That's when, like, like when you have Jordan and then he plays for Charlotte. That's Lady in the Water. Like when he's.
But then you had The Happening, which was also a very good trailer.
The Happening was pretty good, though.
But then all of a sudden you're watching it and you have Mark Wahlberg talking to a plant, going like,
"What's going on?"
That movie is way better now after watching Chris Stuckman's review on it.
Yeah.
Have you seen Chris Stuckman's review about it?
No.
I think I did a while ago. Yeah.
He made it 10 times more enjoyable, like revisiting that.
Damn.
Like it's like a companion to that movie now.
No, yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like I remember watching that and just going like, oh yeah, the idea was there, but then the execution, like the whole like and then filling in. But see, the thing is though, it's like again with the formula of like, all right, here's the pitch, here's the punchline. The punchline in The Happening was not even there. That's the thing when it came to that movie. It was like, what was the punchline? Oh, wind, and the two characters are like, it in the wind of the plants that are like causing people to do crazy shit. What the hell's going on with the fucking what's going on?
To Chris?
It just died. Like, it literally just died, and I had to unplug it and plug it back in. It was crazy. I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
You had to turn it on, turn it off, and turn it back on again, like just like IT always tells you to do. You know, have you tried?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Your thing's
What's the name of that movie that he made with Will Smith and his son?
Yeah.
After Earth.
That was awful
yeah.
too. That was awful too.
Yeah.
You know what was funny? It's like the execution. I was like, I get what you're going for. Will Smith was great. Jaden Smith was not at all.
No.
It's like it's just one of those things.
Which is another one of those Spielberg things I want to talk about. My God, that man can find kid actors.
Yeah, he does.
True.
Subtle cast kid actors.
Because the boy they got to play,
him.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the thing.
Great.
That's the thing.
He
Like,
made
when it came to
13
After
millimeters.
Earth, I think it was just like a whole like, hey, Will Smith, let's use your kid. But there's a reason why Jaden Smith is not acting in movies currently.
Because it sucks.
Because he's not a good actor.
No,
we saw the Karate Kid remake. The only thing that was good about that was Jackie Chan. Anyways, go ahead, Ben.
What were you saying, Ben? Ben, you're gonna go.
Didn't he play something millimeters? He made that movie, right? No. I'm sorry. That was J.J. Abrams. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was J.J. Abrams. Yeah.
You're talking about 8 millimeter.
8
Not 8 millimeter. That was the
9 millimeter.
It was the one where it was about the kids. It was called Super 8. It was called Super 8.
Super 8.
I
You're right.
I love Super 8, by the way. That's
yes, I loved it too.
That's a great movie.
Which it was very very much in the line of his type of work. It was like I felt it was an homage to his work because it felt like E.T.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like Steven Spielberg.
You watch Super 8.
It was very Steven Spielberg.
It's everything. It's kids finding out about an alien presence and all this stuff, and then there's an incorporation of a Super 8, filming stuff. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's a great movie. Super 8 is very enjoyable. Like it's a sleeper hit kind of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but also even M. Night had like when it came to The Visit, I thought that was a good movie.
Yeah, that was good.
He
produced that though.
That was his comeback.
No,
right?
He directed
it.
He directed that movie. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where it was about
good.
the two kids visiting their grandparents.
The grandparents.
It was very much the first person.
Yeah.
And both the kids were phenomenal. They were great actors. And then of course the two old people were like, it was crazy. No. Like when it came to, Lady in the Water and then The Happening, and then people were like, what the fuck, M. Night? What are you doing here? And then even Last Airbender, it was like that whole, he had like a string of just like shit sandwiches. Then The Visit came out and it was like, hey, there you go, buddy. You got it. You made a cheap movie because it was like the budget was low and it had a good twist and it was very well acted and very well done. Good job. Do more of that, and it was like, he kind of came back with it, But then of course, when Split came out, that just fucking blew everybody out.
Split! I forgot about that.
Right.
He financed that movie. He financed that movie, and he just like made a fucking killing.
Yes,
that's fucking crazy.
Well, that's why. And he's got that. And now he has that relationship with Universal now because basically it's like, I kind of finance my own movies. Universal distributes them, and he can kind of like do his thing.
Does whatever his thing, whatever he wants. Yeah. Which is fucking crazy. Like that's like directing 101. Do not fucking pay for your own fucking movies.
But it's so funny is that but that's how Kevin Smith made Clerks. And
that's true.
That's the logic. But then there's also this idea of, well, when you've got the money, that also means you've got the power and control. I mean, that's always the story I hear about Tom Cruise producing all the Mission Impossible movies was he had to produce these movies so he could do the crazy ass stunts because
he wants to do
that he wants to do. Well, when he's the boss and he's paying for everything.
Yeah, because if he wasn't producing them, they'd be like, no, sorry, Tom,
you can't do it.
Do this.
Yeah.
And
I thought the insurance company wouldn't allow the actors not to do their stunt. Whether
which is why that's a point about Cruise being the producer, is that he can he basically is insuring himself.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much saying I could die, but you guys don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you get the shot. No, okay.
Yeah.
Get that shot.
Talking about the shot without talking about the shot, you got David was talking about Ice Cube losing a shit ton of money for not taking the.
Oh yeah,
$9
$9 million for some
$9
kind of
million.
movie because he didn't want to get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Don't say the word.
Hey, you know what? Good on.
Keep
I mean, if he didn't want to do it, good on him. I mean, the fact of the matter is, this Ice Cube, the guy's fucking, he's loaded.
Yeah, he's paid
like
the
$9 million to him is like, it's probably like a month's worth of paycheck for
a weekend in Vegas.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is like and if he could do that, I mean, I know it was funny too because I actually got a copyright claim on that fucking showing that goddamn video. God damn it! I didn't get a strike, but I got a claim, and I'm like, God damn it, really? I was commentating on the fucking whole clip.
Hey, by the way, is the Kevin Conroy vodka stream back up yet?
Yeah, it's been up.
Yeah, it's back up. I saw that.
It's been up. Yeah. Oh yeah, that it took about 2 days or something like that for that to get back up. It still has a copyright claim on it, but they unblocked it because again, trying to understand this whole thing. I mean, one of the things is YouTube needs to clear up is the fact of the matter is all right, fair use. Is this fair use? If we're just watching, it's funny too because I think I saw hey Ben, didn't we talk about somebody who was live watching the Guardians
a live watch of the entire thing?
But he filtered it and didn't have the audio. So that's how he gets away with it.
Yeah, he didn't put this.
Dude, you can't fucking do that.
Was the audio in there?
No, there was no audio, but the whole thing was there. It just had a little bit of static.
Holiday special.
Yeah.
So, but he got away with it because it's. But I'm like, please let somebody. You can't do that. You just can't do that. I mean, there's one thing about doing a commentary about one thing, but I'm like, wow, he figured out that. And I'm like, if we're getting gigged on trailer reactions,
I got a strike still.
Ben got a trailer strike. He got a copyright strike for the Avatar trailer, right?
Yeah, correct.
What the fuck is that about? I did a reaction to one of the Avatar trailer reactions. I got a copyright claim, but I disputed it and they released it.
There's no consistency. I don't know
there's no consistency in that. They need to fix that. And I know a lot of reaction channels, I follow the Real Rejects. They have a lot of problems with it. A lot, which is you'll see them tweet about it. It's like, hey, we did a reaction and what the hell you're doing this and doing that, and you'll see that. You just go to their Twitter and they constantly talk about that. It's it really needs to get fixed because copyright, fair use, there's stipulations of reaction and commentary and all the stuff. When we do Fanimated, we show a clip and we're doing commentary about it, and most of the time they release it, but sometimes it'd be like, nah, we can't do that. Sorry. We're still going to hold it out. I'm like, what? Why? What are you going to get? You're going to get 16 cents of the ad revenue that it's going to, I mean, it's so weird. It's just
I'm amazed by Avatar because usually Disney is pretty good about.
Disney is, they know that, and I keep on saying that. I'm like, every studio needs to never copyright any reaction video because that is free promotion of your movie,
especially for trailers.
Yeah, regardless of most of the time it's positive, okay, but if there's negative review, who gives a shit? Most of the time it's positive. Disney does not do anything. The only time I get a copyright claim on a Disney trailer would be because they use music. And the music gets the copyright, and I'm like, what the fuck? There needs to be a fix with that too. It's hey, the music, that's in this trailer is totally, it's all part of one. Hey, you guys, they bought your music to put in the trailer, so you have no say of the fact of me reacting to it that has your music. You can't claim my video because you sold your rights to this trailer. That doesn't even make sense. Like, you know.
That is true. I remember that I did a live stream of the investors video. It was like 3 years ago, and there was like 50,000 people watching at that time. Like that's like the highest view video on my channel.
Yeah.
And I remember it was playing trailers behind the scenes. The minute the music came on, killed the fucking live stream. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So Disney is very iffy about the music.
Speaking of movies, by the way, because I still want to thank you for introducing me to Fat Man like last year, because that was fabulous.
Batman on Batman?
No. Batman, the Mel
Gibson Santa movie,
Christmas movie.
Yeah. But I've got my tickets in a couple weeks to go see Violent Night. I love the fact that John Leguizamo's the villain of the movie. Like that, just like that makes me.
Yeah, well, Dave Harbour is Santa. That's nuts.
I like that. That's the only reason why I watch it.
It's so perfect. Like I love in the trailer. He's like when he just goes when he like puts a bomb on that guy's. He's like, I gotta watch. I gotta watch.
It's like Home Alone for adults.
I still gotta watch the Mel Gibson one.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta see the Mel Gibson.
Yeah,
you
it's
need
really
to watch
good.
that. It's really
great.
good.
It's so great.
Oh, that's the fact. Oh, that's the one you're talking
that's
about.
with Fat Man. Yeah, I had the
directors here, right?
When it came out.
Yeah, he did.
I had the directors on a couple of years ago, like when it came out, and great guys. I mean, I want to get them on again because I'm like, come on, guys, what's next? That's the thing. Is like they were pushing to have like a sequel or even like spin-offs or whatever. But I don't know if it made enough. I don't know. I haven't seen any traction with that. But I still follow one of the guys, and he was even tweeting out because people are starting to watch Fat Man again, and because it's the holiday season.
Christmas.
So I'm like, God damn, I'm thinking about like maybe getting those guys back on and be like, hey, what's new, guys? Because they were fun to talk to, and it was just it was a unique idea. I think Violent Night is just. It's taken the Santa concept. It's very extreme, but it's also a die-hard concept. It's a Santa who's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go get a drink.
But I love that. But I love the idea that he's helping the girl because she's on the nice list.
He's on the nice list, and all the guys on the naughty list. It's so great. But when it comes to Fat Man is just like it is bare bones, like down to earth. Like this is a Santa that is like he's got He's got a system. You can almost believe that maybe this is in reality. It's very grounded. It's very grounded. And then, of course, you have Walter Goggins, who's like the villain, who's great. And then he's a hitman trying to find him. And then the whole shootout at the end. It's very grounded. But Violent Night, not so much. And I'm glad. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Let it be extreme. Let it be crazy. And I'm looking fucking forward to that.
It just reminds me of that Bill Murray movie. Was it Scrooge? Where they were pitching
one of my all-time favorites. I watch it every season. Yeah.
I still need to see Scrooged, but I love the
What's that?
I know.
Seriously?
I haven't seen Scrooged. But I love the jokes that were referenced because I saw Spirited. And
I haven't seen Spirited. I know that
it won't be your thing, Dave. It won't be. It's a musical.
Yeah,
it's a musical.
That's
but I like Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds.
You like musical, Chris?
I love musicals. Yeah.
Yay!
I love musicals.
I don't hate musicals, but I like Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell, so I think I need to check it out.
I saw that one clip of them singing. I'm like, wow, they're good.
Yeah.
Like
when they do the choreography.
No, I'm going to tell you. No, that's the thing. Ryan Reynolds can dance.
Yeah.
Like his singing voice, it's okay. Like it's stronger than a lot of other cast members in the movie. But damn, Ryan Reynolds can move.
Yeah.
And
I saw a behind the scenes video that they did of like so I do want to see it. I know like musicals aren't always my thing, but I like the two actors. I like Christmas, so I'm gonna check it out. But you need to see Scrooge, man.
Oh it's one of those classics that's like like it's one of my cinema shames. Like,
it should be. It should be.
It should be.
Have you seen Groundhog Day?
Oh no! I have seen Groundhog Day.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
But I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, Scott. And please message me when you watch it because I know you're gonna love it. It's a great fucking.
Those are my two favorite Bill Murray movies.
Oh yeah,
it's the Bill Murray movie that I love that like no one seems to know exists is What About Bob?
I was about to say. I was gonna say that. I was like, what about Bob? Right?
What about Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss?
Richard Dreyfuss and the kid from Dick Tracy. The kid from Dick Tracy's in there too.
Yeah. I saw that in movie theaters and never seen it again.
Oh, I had that thing. I had that on VHS. I loved that movie.
I you know what's funny is like I saw it a long time ago. I need to watch it again because I remember it, but I don't. But I remember the poster so much because the poster was Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss shaking hands. The shadows.
It's a cartoon.
Like, him like
choking each other.
I hate you so much. Yeah.
I remember the trailer. What
Bob? You know what's funny too is like I watched a movie that's similar like that last weekend called Our Idiot Brother with Paul Rudd. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It came out in 2011. Great cast. Like it has Catherine Hahn. It has Zoe Deschanel. It has what's her name? I can't remember her name at the moment. But it's a great cast. But Paul Rudd. And it's just like about a hippie brother that they have who like that. It's like one of those like he always wants to be good. You know, he always wants to do good, but he always just him doing good is always like a nuisance on everybody else. He has 3 sisters and their lives are in shambles with their like relationships and all this stuff. And he's always in the wrong time but he's just so good. I'm telling you, it's so fucking good. It's one of those sleeper hits. Great cast. Yeah, it's got Steven Kugler, if I'm saying his name right, Kugler or Kuglin, whatever the hell his name is. Anyways, I watched it last week and I'm like, I've seen this movie before, bits and pieces, but I fully watched it last week and I'm like, God damn, this is a great fucking movie because it's like one of those like just an idiot dude who's just good. But everybody hates him. But then, of course, the resolution is, oh, wait, he's actually a really good dude kind of thing, you know?
You know, an independent movie that I wish more people knew about, and I got thinking about it last weekend when I saw Disenchanted, was there was a dark comedy with Amy Adams and Emily Blunt called Sunshine Cleaning.
That's right. They were maids, right? Or
no. They are crime scene cleaners because
that's what it was. Okay,
the one thing they never tell you is that if something happens like in your house, no one cleans that shit. No, they're the ones who go in and like clean up the crime scene. Like if someone like gets shot, they're the ones who come in and like clean the blood up and everything.
Like in John Wick, where he paid those guys to clean up all that.
But because that's a real job. Because the police come and they investigate, and then they tear down the tape and they just leave. Like you have to clean up the mess, and so they play 2 sisters who start a crime scene cleaning business.
I remember hearing about this movie. I never saw it, but I remember.
You need to see this movie. You need to see this movie.
I gotta see. What's it called again?
Sunshine Cleaning.
Okay, yeah, I remember hearing about that movie. I need to watch.
It's free on Amazon Prime.
Oh, there you go. I have Amazon Prime, so there you go. Man, yeah, no.
I need to watch it again because I guess when Disenchanted came out, I just wanted to remember about like all these Amy Adams movies that like y'all like. She's done so much.
She really has.
Yeah, she has. I remember her around for a while.
I mean, the first time I saw her was in Talladega Nights. I remember that.
No way. That's the reason.
First time I saw her was the first season of Smallville.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
People.
You know what's funny is like when I came to the Geek Verse trivia, when I thought I was doing TV shows too, I actually had that as a trivia question. I was like, what other character that Amy Adams played Yeah, Scott would have got that, but I gave Scott the business. I gave Scott the hard one.
You gave me the business. You gave me the business. The other thing she did, which was kind of really sexy, was they did a direct-to-video prequel to Cruel Intentions, and
I remember that.
She played the Sarah Michelle Gellar character.
Really?
Oh.
Yes.
Jesus Christ, that's crazy.
Really?
Yeah, I remember them making a prequel to that, but I didn't know that Amy Adams was.
I thought they had a prequel to that movie.
Yeah, it was going to be like a pilot for a TV show, and it just it
didn't take off.
It didn't take off, but she plays the Sarah Michelle Gellar character, and there is a scene at the end that's like, yes, please, thank you.
Yeah. Well, hopefully she returns to Lois Lane. My God. I mean, we all saw the video where she,
I haven't actually watched the video to like hear what she said. I am so like unaware of the drama. Like,
okay,
I know
so it's so, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, you ask her and it's like, of course she's going to be like positive. But at the same time, you're just going like, "Oh my God, she looks really gorgeous." Her eyes and stuff like that. But I mean, we could pull up the video right now.
And she had a nice little low cut dress in it too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't tell. Like the whole interview was from the chest up. So I
couldn't tell.
How do you know about that?
Yeah.
Well developed.
Right.
Yeah. You watched the whole thing.
And the people who want to give her crap, is like, well, she's gotten old. It's like, it's been 15 fucking years and she's still hot. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oop. Oh, yeah.
Well, she's supposed to be a little older anyway, so whatever.
I know. I don't know why everybody gets like all crazy about that, but But I mean, she was just asked about that, and it's.
I was disenchanted, by the way.
There it is.
I enjoyed it. Amy gets a rockin' villain song with Maya Rudolph. That is amazing.
I love Maya Rudolph.
I love Maya Rudolph.
Then you would enjoy Maya Rudolph gets to play the evil queen character.
Oh, okay.
So here it is right here, Scott. It's not. I mean, look at it. I mean, look at those eyes. God damn.
I know.
What's that crazy lady in the back? What the hell?
I know, right? Oh, what the hell is that about? But yeah, this is what you said.
Henry Cavill back as Superman. When did you hear? How did you find out?
I mean, I think I heard from my husband, actually. Yeah. I'm thrilled for him. He's such a wonderful Superman, so I'm very excited for him.
Lois coming back?
They haven't spoken to me about it. So.
Do you want Lois to come?
I mean, if it's me, great. If it's somebody else, the role of Lois has been filled by so many wonderful actresses in the past, so I'll support whatever direction they go.
Thank you, Amy. Henry.
That's it. I mean,
that's just a diplomatic, like it's a diplomatic answer.
Yep.
Well, like everybody else is waiting for the Bible right now, so
exactly.
Anyways, I'm sorry. I was looking at the what? Anyway,
okay?
Looking pretty good there, Amy. I'm just saying. Yeah, looking good. Boobalicious. Anyways, so yeah, but that's a good diplomatic answer, like you said, Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, and also making the comment, I'm thinking about the fact that she's been married to her husband forever, and Kevin Bacon, by the way, been married to Kira Sedgwick since 1988. Like these are like
300 years in Hollywood years.
I know, right? Because Kira Sedgwick actually had a little cameo in the holiday special.
Oh yeah, you hear her voice.
Yeah.
And
it's just like it's weird when like having a normal length of marriage is like good job.
But at the same time, do you think that maybe it was like, all right, hall pass? You have a hall pass. Do you think there was a hall pass situation that ever happened? I mean, it's Kevin Bacon. It's Hollywood royalty. I mean, I was actually thinking about that too. I'm like, God damn, they have been together forever. I'm like, but it's like, did he ever get like did any of them get a hall pass of like, get some strange every now and again? I know I'm going to a dark. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, like how do you make it in Hollywood? How do you make it last that long in Hollywood?
That's gotta be hard because, like, if you have a kissing scene or like with other people, and
I mean, Kevin Bacon. you look at Hollow Man, you look at Wild Things, the dude was full frontal nude and shit. And how, you know,
Yeah,
so-
but Wild Things, he was full frontal and he was making out with Matt Dillon. So let's
Yeah, he wasn't with it all.
well, maybe you got a
There's
whole
anything
pass
wrong
for
with
that.
that.
Maybe you got a whole pass for that. I don't know.
Yeah, you could go the other way too. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, I love Kevin Bacon. I mean, obviously, he's in one of my all-time favorite movies, which is Tremors. You know, and I've always loved Kevin Bacon. But yeah, but I was thinking about that, too, which is funny. It's just watching that. I'm like, God damn, has there ever been a time where it's like, all right, yeah, go get yours, you know, and maybe she got hers, and that's how they keep it. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of like wondering, like in Hollywood, how do you keep it?
No, Dave. Some people just have like normal relationships where it's like.
But it's Hollywood, man.
I
It's
don't know. If I was a
Hollywood.
millionaire, I'd be
I
like,
can't.
yeah.
I don't know. In Hollywood, I can't. It's hard
Chris,
for me to like.
Chris, support me here. Can we be like the two normal married guys right now?
Sometimes
But again,
I'd be like, can I get a pass?
It's Hollywood. It's Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's Kevin Bacon. I
Hollywood's
mean, like,
weird.
I
know, it's like.
Speaking of which,
Hollywood.
I want Babylon to come out already because I want to see this movie.
Fuck yeah.
Which one is Babylon?
The Damien Chazelle movie
Oh,
with
yeah,
Margot
Margot
Robbie.
Robbie,
and Margot Robbie.
Brad
yeah,
Pitt.
yeah.
And
That's
Tobey
going to be another
Maguire.
one that's going to be on the award season block for sure. I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you just anytime you watch it, you see a poster and it's just Margot Robbie and she's got the messy hair and the sexy dress and you're just like,
And you know she's just coked. She's coked up the whole movie.
Yeah.
Messy Margot is always a good performance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Babylon too is like, I mean, I read the early reactions on a Film Junkie Live, not this week, but I think the week before, and it's got a mixed bag. Like the reactions that I saw was a mixed bag where it was like people were going like, holy shit, this thing's a mess. It's all over the place. And then I saw people going, this thing's a Coke fucking fever dream of a fucking, and I'm like, all right. I'm just like kind of looking at it like, all right, I like Damien Chazelle, Whiplash and, La La Land and everything. I'm like, I like this guy. So I expect top tier, like directing and top tier filmmaking right here. And I just expect it to be, what people are saying, that it's just like, it is absolutely batshit crazy. I just have a feeling I'm going to fucking love this movie. To be honest.
I know, and that's the thing. Like, and I almost prefer sometimes hearing a mixed bag because I almost feel like if too many people are like, "Oh yeah, we love it," especially when it tends to be critics, I tend to go into a movie going,
"Yeah, you fold your arms, you go, do you really? Let's see this." But when it comes, like I said, Scott, I even said that I think on film. I'm like, I like a mixed bag. I like the fact that it's divisive. And it's like, oh wow, people are like
controversial,
controversial because people are like, oh my god, and it's like a 3-hour plus runtime, and I'm like, good. I hope that like when I watch it, that I don't feel that runtime, and I'm sure I won't because it's Damien Chazelle, because he's. If I've,
what is it about Damien Chazelle? I still remember watching Whiplash for the first time. I ground my teeth. Like going, why is a guy playing drums making me so fucking anxious right now?
That's one of my that's in my top 20 favorite movies of all time. Whiplash. I fucking love that movie so much. I mean, J.K. Simmons is just,
and the problem is that J.K. Simmons' character has a point in that movie that I kind of agree with.
That's the thing. Is like you're like, I fucking hate you, but goddamn it, you make sense. You make sense. Like anytime when he's just like he's all then and then he just when he does that whole like when he just like stops and like and then when he just gives people the business, I'm like, oh my god, you're such a piece of shit, but I get it. I fucking get it. You're like,
Are you guys musicians? Do you guys play any instruments?
I play drums. That's why I love that movie so much.
That explains it.
Yes.
My best friend plays the drums. He won't shut the fuck up about that movie.
Dude, I love that movie so much.
Now I get it.
Ben, for me, I mean, I've played violin, sax, and piano, but I love, but I love jazz, and that's why I love that movie because I love jazz.
Yeah, jazz.
Okay.
It's so fun.
So it all makes sense. Do you play any instrument, Chris?
No.
Neither do I. So I
he's
like the movie just
What are you
enough.
talking about? He plays the dragon sword flute.
Just the intensity of it, just him, the perfectionist, and
Yeah. Me too.
It's like you have to get somewhere.
The one monologue that gets me is that there are no more harmful words in the English language than "good job."
Yeah,
that whole monologue.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like,
so good.
damn it, you're
So
right.
But he fucked me up when he was like being nice to him on the diner, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Don't fuck with me." It's like, oh, you were fucking. You manipulated him the entire time. Yeah.
And then when it gets to that last performance, and like he's just like oh here we go, and then they have that look at each other like fucking he's just sweating his ass off, and they have that close up on their eyes, and they're just like, we're in sync right now, we're fucking doing this, and then it just ends like that. I'm like, fuck, this movie is just so goddamn good. Like just the way that it's intertwined, because obviously Miles Teller did as much as he could, but I mean obviously when it's shot from a different angle, it's a professional drummer doing the shit, because it's just so intricate, and you have to be playing drums for fucking years and years to do that good. I mean, Miles Teller did a fantastic job, don't get me wrong, but like, I mean, obviously when it comes to like the different ways they shoot, there's like a stand-in right there, but I mean, it's just so fucking just so good, and just the way that everything just plays out, and the way that his character gets just sent through the ringer, where he like loses the book, and then all the stuff, and then
it's abusive, neurotic shit.
Oh, it's so horrible. But then it gets to the point where they both get to that point where it's like, this is where I needed you to get. This is why I was fucking with you the whole time to get you to this point. I wanted to lift you to this point where we're on the stage and we're playing this, and you're fucking killing it, and we're just doing it. Yeah.
You don't get to that point if you're just being nice to that person.
Exactly. That's what's so
that
great.
Perfectionist. It's almost like to me. It felt like those kung fu movies where the sensei is such an asshole to the master. Is always an asshole, but it's because it's for that person's benefit. And they become that master, and that's like
you hate him at the moment, but then you
hate him at the moment. You realize,
but if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am right now. What do you got, Scott? You're looking
for something.
we are
the Blu-ray
over at patreon.com/Squawkcast Media. We are finally recording our Squawkcast movies review of 300 tomorrow. So
nice.
I needed to find my 4K steelbook so I can watch it tomorrow before we record.
Nice.
I'm ashamed to say. Okay, here we go.
Oh, look at that!
Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm ashamed to say it's been
a bit
since I've watched this movie. It's
3 weeks for me. I watched it like 3 weeks ago.
Well, obviously the first Zack Snyder movie I ever saw, but I didn't see it in theaters. It was one of those that I rented it. My first Zack Snyder movie in theaters was Watchmen. So
mine was Dawn of the Dead.
Mine was Dawn of the Dead too.
Yeah. I would at the time. I would.
Yeah, you're not a gory person.
No, now I've seen it since, and it's an amazing zombie movie. Yeah, but especially at the time, I would not have.
No,
I wouldn't have watched it.
No, it's weird to think about that too. It's like, yeah. I remember just going watching Dawn of the Dead and walking out. And me and my friends were like, "Holy shit, that was fucking crazy!" And it's like, little did I know I was going to be talking about the fucking director.
Yeah,
for years.
I'm just waiting for my Watchmen vinyl to come in. So,
the vinyl coming in.
Talking about Snyder, what do you guys think about a 6-movie deal?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Now is that okay? Talk to me about that, because I saw that on the timeline, and of course when I see the sources on it, that's one of those things that I see on the timeline and I go, bullshit. Okay, where's the bullshit?
Yeah, I called it.
Well, apparently it was an extra that posted it. I mean, I retweeted it because I follow Rebel Moon updates or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And I was like, cool. And I was like, maybe that's going to be the case. I don't know. I mean, like he basically said that there's going to be 6 more greenlit projects. I don't know if that's. I think that might be a little too amplified. I don't know, maybe, but I just thought like, oh, cool. Maybe there is some sequels.
Hey,
I mean, honestly,
I'm still waiting on Las Vegas.
I know.
But I wouldn't be surprised, like Zach would say, like, "Oh yeah, I have an idea for like 6 stories or something."
Oh yeah.
But
Oh yeah.
just blurting it out, like he's
got a whole universe. Totally,
he has a whole universe. You're right.
The thing is that what if it is true? That will be amazing. First of all, because it means that he has an idea not only for the 2 movies that he already shot, but for additional shows and movies. Because I don't think it's gonna be another additional 6 movies, but it's gonna be a combination of both.
It's projects. That's the thing. And you know, and when we were wait a minute, that might have been sorry. Putting that on the shelf. Putting down the no. Okay.
Exclusive.
No. Dave, you understand this problem when you go. That wasn't live. Okay, nope. Not gonna say anything.
That wasn't live.
He's got messed up.
Oh shit.
No, I didn't mess up because I didn't say shit. You can't say I messed up. It's just my brain goes, wait, gears.
The brake. All of a sudden, you just like you hit the brake, but you didn't hit it with 1 fucking foot. You hit it with 2. You were like, fucker. Yeah, you screeched that one right there. Good job. Good job. Yeah.
Okay.
It is 2:35 in the morning where I am.
Let's end the stream and let's hear what it is. No.
I spent too many damn years with things in my head. I remember Snyder Cut shit, and like Tim and I talking about like even afterward, we still haven't told all the shit that we know, and it was like, just trust us, we know things. And it's like, did I ever tell anyone that? Like, did we ever reveal that? Like, my brain at this point is like, what is still a fucking secret at this point? I can't remember.
Who knows it? Who does it?
Yeah. I think we all deal with that, especially like when you're doing something live. Like you say something like, "Holy shit, was I supposed to say?" Yeah.
Or the fact that when we do these YouTube conversations and it's like, I'm just talking to you guys. Sometimes I forget there's people actually like watching this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, were people listening when we talked about that, or was that? No. That was just us. No, sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Got to be careful with that stuff, but it's fine. It's fine.
Still regretting that. I said a bunch of
but yeah, when it came to that, it's like one of those things where it's like, all right. Yeah, I remember quote tweeting and just being like, cool. But who knows if that's actually going to be the case? I mean, there was actually a video with what's his name from Army of the Dead and Army of Thieves,
Matthias.
Yes. And he was just like, I mean, even like watching that video, he goes, yeah, we hope there's a Planet of the Dead. It's like, oh, you hope? It's like there's a lot of things. I mean, again, when it comes to all this stuff, it's like we hope that there's going to be more. But at the same time, it's like
Netflix is cutting back or something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think I could imagine. No, this is speculation on my part. But I can imagine Netflix is cutting back. Once again, it's not about the quantity; it's about the quality. It's like,
and you get nothing but quality from Zach. So.
Well, but then the idea is that they just won't churn out as much stuff. But then when they do put something else out, like they've put some money behind it. Like I watched Slumberland last weekend.
How was that?
It is.
I like it.
It's cute. It's good family fun. I didn't realize it was a update of Little Nemo's Adventures in Slumberland.
Yeah, correct.
But it's fun. But my point was that at least it looked good. Like money was spent on it. Like and it looked good. If you want to talk about story and all of that, it was fine. But as far as production, it was like, oh no,
it's there.
It's there, yeah.
They didn't put
I can tell by clips and trailers. I was like, wow, this looks like it's really well made, at least. But I always looked at it like almost like a. Anybody remember Little Monsters with fucking Howie Mandel?
Howie Mandel, yes.
And Fred Savage. It reminded me of that a little bit. You know, I was like, oh yeah.
Not as they do. Momoa does have that energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
That was
so
Saturday.
much. I love that movie. Me and my brother used to watch that movie all the time.
The really funny thing actually is the girl who plays the Nemo in Slumberland plays Ryle Reynolds' niece in Spirited. She was in 2 movies that came out like the same weekend on 2 different streaming services.
Good for her.
Really? That's her?
Good for her.
Yeah.
I think Netflix has no issue paying for a back-to-back film, because probably the Zack Snyder sold them on that idea that it was going to be a 2-parter.
Oh yeah,
and probably they say, you know what, just go ahead and do this thing. But I don't know about doing giving him a free range to do 6 things or a combination of TV shows and additional movies. I'm not saying that they wouldn't, but the thing is that Netflix has been, like, for the past year, has been on being very conservative when it comes to spending money. So I don't think that they will be like, yeah, go ahead, you get a free pass to do whatever the hell you want.
They've got a cash flow issue like almost every other streaming service has.
Correct.
It's funny but you also, like, you hear this quarter we lost so many subscribers, then the next quarter they gave them all back. It's like this weird.
It's a weird thing.
Yo-yo thing.
Right.
Cash flow.
Because people are like, fuck cable, and let me just subscribe to certain streaming services that I want to subscribe to. I always love it too when I listen to like podcasts and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, if you like subscribe to this, subscribe to that, it's almost as much as the cable bill. It's like, well, then just don't subscribe to all those. I mean, if you cut some of that stuff down, it's cheaper. It's still cheaper. Like. Yep. And I don't know, like, when it comes to these companies, again, they were not ready for this whole, influx of
streaming services,
people streaming and trying to spend money. I mean, and that's what's so funny is, like, obviously when it comes to Warner Brothers Discovery, they're always in the hot seat. They're always like in the microscope. They're looked at the spotlight of like, oh my God, David Zaslav. But then all of a sudden we get this whole fucking Bob Iger thing that just came out of nowhere.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. And it was like, what is happening there? And then, we've heard about Disney layoffs, and then we've heard about other things too. And it's just like, you makes you wonder, like, all right, so why did they bring him back? It was just like a whole thing. And you're just kind of going like, all right, when it comes to Warner Brothers Discovery, they shouldn't be the only ones like in the spotlight, because every one of the streaming services are having issues when it comes to a cash flow problem, because they were not ready for this whole thing, because this was something that was supposed to happen a few years from now, but the pandemic just like fucking just shoved it right into the forefront, and now they're like, that's the way I was
happening everywhere. Yeah.
Layoffs are happening all over the place.
All of them are under the spotlight, because Hulu is under the spotlight, because Hulu has made it almost impossible to have affordable live streaming TV. Like they were the first one to create this fucking bracket where you got to pay like $50 for live TV, and then here came YouTube, who pretty much gave you the same thing. Now they are under the microscope, because they are driving prices without any really any real financial backing on why you're charging that fucking much for live TV, because they're charging like $50 for fucking live TV, like, and they cannot explain why they're charging so much. And now you have YouTube right behind them charging the exact same amount, but they're charging that amount because fucking they have to be competitive with
Fubo TV, which Fubo TV too. I have that, and it's like, but luckily I share it with somebody, and it's just
I have live TV, but I have it.
I have NFL Red Zone on with that shit, and it's like, it's only $80 for that, and you can actually watch live TV too, and it's like, it's pretty great. Like, I haven't had a cable box in like 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, probably even longer.
5 years. And that's the thing. It's like everybody's trying to find their alternative, and there's like so many different things. And it's like you got to pick or choose. You really got to pick or choose like what you want. But then at the same time, like when it comes to us, I mean, we could write off this shit. I'm just saying.
Yep.
I'm just saying. We can all write it off. We're all working in media, and we're all talking about it. You can write it off. Tax.
Yeah.
Anybody who has a YouTube channel, just saying, you could do it like that. That's what I do. My tax guy is like, he always goes, hey, well, you could do this, do that. It's like, as long as it incorporates what you're doing as this, you can write it off. But we're just saying. But it's all crazy. But I just like the fact that I can actually just pull up on my phone, stream it to my TV. Don't have to have a box and just watch whatever.
Yep.
Sometimes I do find it where I'm like, Jesus Christ, what do I watch? And then I'm like, all right, just put old episodes of Seinfeld on Netflix.
See, I don't even have that because I'm still trying to. I'm under the gun to make the Noirvember challenge right now.
Oh, that's right. You're still on that, man. You still got you got 4 more days, man.
Noirvember? Can you please explain?
It has become a tradition on film Twitter that the month of November is when we celebrate film noir. So the Noirvember challenge is usually 30 days of November, watch 30 film noirs.
Oh, okay. Are there 30 movies? 30 noir movies?
So many.
So many. Because they've been making them since the 40s. So
Sorry.
I'm already up to, I made it up to 14 today. I watched 4 today.
Wow.
Let me see if I know any of them. Which one did you watch today?
Okay, so I watched The Killing by Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, no, I did watch that. Yeah,
okay. I saw The Asphalt Jungle by John Huston.
Nope.
Watched Dressed to Kill by Brian De Palma.
Okay.
Nope.
I've seen that one.
And then I saw High Sierra with Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, wow.
No.
That's you.
No, that's like Humphrey. Ooh, you went back, buddy.
Classic noir.
Yeah, that's classic noir.
The next 3 on my list are Miller's Crossing by the Coen brothers, and Double Indemnity by Billy Wilder, and Devil in a Blue Dress with Denzel Washington.
I've seen that. Yeah,
that's 90 right there, right? That's 90s.
Yeah. You can watch The Batman.
It's the 90s, yeah.
The Batman.
The Batman, yeah.
The Batman's pretty noir.
It's technically noir.
It really does. It does count. But I've got like between Amazon and Tubi and HBO Max, I got this list last year of like 100 greatest film noirs, and so I've been trying to like work my way through the list. So,
how many times have you guys watched The Batman? I just want to see the rewatchability value because I only watched it twice.
I saw it 4 times in theaters.
Holy shit! In theaters?
I saw it twice. I saw it twice in theaters.
I saw it twice in theaters. 2 on HBO Max.
I've watched it probably about 7 times.
Nice.
And you gotta remember that, and then you gotta remember Tim and I are breaking it down scene by scene over at DC Squadcast.
Okay.
So I'm watching it one scene at a time. So
you're doing scene by scene?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Batman by the minute. So.
Batman, but I know. It's like we've all ripped off, Steven.
Yeah, Steven. Somebody else. I think what's his name? John Campia is ripping off Steven's idea too. Didn't he do something? He did something with that.
Something by the minute.
Something by the minute.
Hey, I don't care what anybody says. I've noticed that some of the big YouTube channels are now doing. They've done a lot of like, this is my reaction out of them. After watching a movie, first reaction. I don't know if I even started it. Maybe I'm just like inflating my own ego. But I'm just saying I've seen a lot more. I totally. No, but I've noticed that some of the bigger YouTubers, I'm like, oh hey, look, they're doing first reactions now.
Oh, right in the car driving around.
I'm always so scared for you, Dave. I'm like, dude, keep your eyes on the road.
Hey, I have I used to do it where I hold my phone, but I have a little holder. I have a little thing on my. I'm
It's
good.
good. I'm nervous for you, buddy. I'm always a little nervous for you.
I get scared. Sometimes I think it's like a horror movie, and someone's gonna pop up behind you.
I know, right? I always make that. I try to make some kind of joke of like something. I was like something in the back seat. No, it's just fun. Yeah, I know. I used to do it where I was like, I'd be really like a lot more quick, but then I'm like, all right, I got the little thing where I could hold my phone that's like strapped up against, or that's suction cupped against my windshield. I'm like, all right, so now I can actually talk about it a little bit more. But yeah.
And I shouldn't be scared because you uploaded it. You obviously made it home okay.
Right?
Someone else did it.
Yeah. If it's actually on YouTube, if you don't see a first reaction, Scott, that means maybe something bad happened.
He made it home.
That would be freaky.
Unless somebody picked up the phone and so the dead body. Let me just might as well upload this video.
If you wake up on Friday and go, oh my God, there's not a first reaction view, like Dave, he was watching this movie. Oh shit, that's the time you should be worried. But if there's an actual video, I'm good.
You're good.
Still alive.
Because that's the first thing I do. Like as soon as I get home and I'm on the Wi-Fi, I'm like, boop, start uploading. So
the times that I've done it, I go into the movie theaters. Of course, I go with my wife, and then I just give her the speech. Can you just go home? And I'm gonna be in the car. Gotta record this. She's like, what you gonna do? I gotta do a video.
Can you please get out of here? I know.
It's like me trying to say we're sitting through the credits. You understand that? Well, really? I'm like, yes. We're sitting through the credit. I still remember I still remember Black Adam. I took driving. It's like we're sitting through the credits because she didn't know, and I didn't want to tell her because I wanted to get her reaction to that. And I was just like, we are sitting through the credits.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hear about it.
No, my wife she's seen so many Marvel movies. It's like she already gives me like, I was sitting through this. Like, yeah, we are. Okay.
Yeah. For us, it's like if we have a kid who like needs to go, like they would ask, how important is the last credit scene? Like, or just tell me what it is.
Oh, I remember at Super Pets, Declan threw a massive shit fit about staying through the credits. And then that scene at the end with Black Adam's dog was like the one part he kept on talking about. It's like, you threw the fucking fit about this. And then you see it, and it's the best part to you now. Make it make sense.
You're like, remember this, kid. Remember this. I know. It's an interesting
They're always
thing.
in the moment.
Yeah.
I still remember saying it. Liam's never been that big of an issue. Liam's always been my great movie watcher. But I remember staying through Spider-Verse, and then we got to the end, and he was like, Daddy, why are you excited? Because that's Spider-Man 2099, and Daddy's really excited right now. Because that's Miguel. That's Miguel. And who's that, Daddy?
I'll tell you later.
I'll tell you later.
You're growing to it.
Okay. You're like, there's a Spider-Verse, and there's multiple Spider-Man, and there's a futuristic Spider-Man. That's who we saw. God, I can't wait for that.
I can't wait for that movie to come out.
Dude, we're gonna do parts.
Is that the part?
Did you hear what
parter?
said? He said like the dominant, like there was one specific animation style that was dominating the first one, but he goes, when it comes to the sequel, there's six different animation styles. I'm like, all right, Jesus Christ, thank you. Like, this is going to be insane. I would not be surprised if the Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire is going to supply the voice in some. I don't know.
Wait, they're supposed to supply the voices. Some of the.
I would not be surprised.
No, I would not be surprised. We know that Oscar Isaac's coming.
Oscar Isaac's coming back. Miguel. He's doing
Miguel. Yeah. And who are some of the other? Have they confirmed some of the others?
I think didn't they confirm the '90s Spider-Man voice? What's his name? I thought they
Christopher Barnes.
I thought they did confirm him that he was going to be
bringing
coming back too.
Wow.
I thought they did. I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe they didn't, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's like get everybody in there. I mean, they're trying
get Josh Keaton back in there because I love Spectacular Spider-Man. That's actually my preferred Spider-Man animated series.
I'm just like going like, oh my God, we're gonna get two, not just one, but two sequels, 2 parts with this whole thing. And that teaser trailer that they showed with like them just like, you know,
and that's the only thing they've shown so far. Like everybody's like fucking drooling over this thing.
Well, that's the thing. It's just like
because we had the first movie to be like
amazing.
That was amazing.
I remember walking out going, "Oh my God!"
Like, it is the best.
It is the best Spider-Man movie,
and it won an Oscar.
It won an Oscar for best animation. Yeah.
It beat a Disney movie. Like,
that's wild.
It had everything.
Even though now they own all of it now, but whatever.
Oh,
sorry.
No, this is still Sony. This is still this is all this is all Sony, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is all Sony. Yeah. But you just watch that movie and go, you got it. Like you understand Spider-Man. Thank you. Oh,
I mean, at least that team understood Spider-Man.
That team understood Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I still love Nicolas Cage as Spider-Man Noir.
Oh my God.
Noir Spider-Man?
Yeah. I don't understand this.
Yeah.
But I will.
But I will. Yeah.
I even like what's the name of the comedian who did Spider Pig?
John Mulaney.
Yeah, John Mulaney. Yes, he was perfect. Doesn't he do?
Oh my God, this can't get any weirder. It can get weirder.
Yeah. And if you watch John Mulaney's his stand-up comedy,
his stand-up was awesome.
He's such an old school like that.
First off, he looks like my brother, which is weird.
Oh,
like
he does look like your brother.
Yes, you've seen my brother, Scott.
I've seen your brother. He does.
Yeah,
look like your brother.
We've made the joke before. I'm like, dude, John Mulaney looks like you look like John Mulaney. Like he does. But yeah, John Mulaney is just one of those because he has that kind of that tempo, like. And here I was just doing, he just says that kind of stuff. So it's it's perfect for Spidey Pig. But if anybody hasn't watched John Mulaney's stand-up,
all his stand-up shows are amazing.
Hilarious, dude. But anyways, guys, maybe we shouldn't round it up right here. We're going to 5 hours.
Damn,
that's what happens. That's what happens.
I know. You extended it, Scott. You just get,
you did.
Good. I don't mind that. When
it's always when I come home from a movie. It's like, let's tack 2 more hours onto this.
Why not? Why not?
I don't think I've spoken this much in a vodka stream.
Because
thank
Steven didn't show up.
Thank you, Steven, for not showing up. I love Steven. I had the best time with Steven and oh my God,
when he showed up,
Amanda. I'm going.
I'm fucking drunk. I'm fucking drunk.
And send that to Amanda.
Don't show this video. Don't show this clip to him. Amanda and Steven were here, and I like them. Like it's awesome. Like you guys are friends, but when you hanging out with each other and having a couple of drinks and eating stuff and talking about real conversation, it's just so fucking different. I love Steven. I love Steven and Amanda.
I might in about a month beginning.
You're supposed to come over. You're supposed to come over, right?
I'm gonna be in Michigan in January. So
Michigan. Oh
yeah.
Okay.
I'm going up for work.
Listen, when they left my house, I ordered the things that I never thought I would say to anyone ever. I told my wife, I think we're gonna go to Ohio. I think
Iowa.
We're gonna go to Ohio. Iowa. Yeah, sorry.
Iowa.
Yeah.
We are from Iowa.
But yeah. They were awesome. And what the fuck I was gonna say?
I don't know.
sure.
You're
They're
like,
awesome.
talking about like
You're drunk, old Ben.
I'm fucking drunk. I'm fucking drunk.
Yeah.
Like I like fucking.
it's Friday. It's an extended weekend. And
Yeah, and it's that's my the end of the weekend is I'm back to work on Monday. I'm been on vacation for it.
It's Friday, man. Don't think about Monday. What are you talking about?
That's true.
Stop it. Stop it.
That's true.
It's Monday, or it's Friday. We're good.
Wait,
We're good.
Scott. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's what I was gonna say. Scott, you're supposed to come down to Jersey for the.
Whenever they announce, whenever that screening of Zack Snyder's Justice League is happening, oh hell yeah, because your couch is my hotel.
No,
you're going to be the
I got a room here. I used to put my daughter in. I put my daughter in my
All right.
room.
So me and Scott will spoon on the couch.
Oh,
I'll be
you're so compact, Dave. It's fine. You'll
Yeah.
fit.
I don't know.
Oh, how do
I
you
got
know
pretty
that?
broad shoulders, so you might have to be like.
We've talked about our heights.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, well, me and Chris have, we looked at each other. Oh my God! Like, you're taller than I thought, and you're shorter than I thought. So yeah, we got that.
Chris
But-
and I were the same height.
Than everybody.
No, with the same height. We're 6'1".
Oh, you guys were okay.
Yeah.
Because me and Steven are the same height. I think we're the same height.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I'm average. I split the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
That's what's so funny. And then like Tim, he's short too.
He's
so.
shorter. Yeah. When Tim and I met, I was like, "Hello."
Yeah, you're like, hey, buddy. Yeah.
It's stupid.
Well, because you got to remember, my wife is 6'1", so it's like that was just like.
I know you got a tall family.
What?
Wow.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I seen pictures of you together. She don't look taller than you.
Oh no, I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". She's 6'1".
Yeah, you haven't seen pictures where she
I
looks
seen
taller.
pictures of them
I've
next to
seen
each
videos.
other, but
You guys aren't paying attention.
I'm not paying attention then.
I mean,
Shit.
obviously Scott's standing upright, but I mean, like at the
Right.
same time, it's like you could tell that she's got some inches on him.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you doing
Dude,
the whole?
dude, Scott's
Are you-
raising 3 basketball players.
Yeah.
my 9-year-old,
Yeah,
is here.
He's already
Holy
up to your
cow.
height.
he's probably
Yeah.
taller than me.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah. My 9-year-old is probably as tall or taller than you, Dave. I'm just.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised.
And he hasn't even hit puberty yet.
And you, does he like sports?
You gotta blame Mama Film Junkie.
uh,
for that.
Liam does soccer. Declan does basketball.
Oh, okay.
That's cool. It's great.
Yeah, that's it.
There it is.
Especially when they do sports, they grow like so fucking fast. My son is already 6'3".
Jesus
And
Christ.
my youngest son.
See, my
Yeah.
brother-in-law is 6'8". So
Holy crap!
Damn.
Yeah,
Bro.
you're gonna have some tall fucking children.
Yeah,
dude.
you're gonna have tall kids.
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
my father-in-law is 6'7". So
Okay, so
Holy
you're
shit.
gonna have again. I stand by what I said. Scott's raising basketball players. My God, you're gonna have like 6'4", 6'5".
smokes.
My God, they need to be athletes.
Yeah, they're gonna
Maybe.
be athletes.
Jesus Christ! Wow,
They
That's
can't
crazy.
fit through your door.
I know, right?
oh, trust me. When they fall asleep and I have to pick them up to carry them someplace, I'm throwing up my back at this point. It's
Oh, I'm sure because it's probably all like.
Oh no, it really is. It's like I actually smack their heads into the door frame as a joke. Like,
man,
Yeah.
jeez, God damn, it's funny, but yeah, one of these days we'll have a live vodka stream. That's gonna.
oh
be
god,
Oh,
god,
yeah, that
help
will
us
be
all.
awesome.
That'll be a good one. That'll be a good.
Yeah.
One. I'll be sitting so we look like we're the same height. But anyways,
Well, if you guys come down here, we could do it from here.
I know. One of these days, I don't know. We've talked about like, man, one of these days
I'm
we'll
the farthest,
figure out a
so.
spot where we can actually do something like this. It'll be fun. Like I know, like there's been talks about Vegas, about people
I can do Vegas.
coming to Vegas.
I will go to Vegas.
And then yeah, there's been many.
I like to go
things-
back to Vegas. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like, I mean Vegas is always like that central spot where everybody can go, And I know like Enosh, and William have talked about because William lives in Vegas and he has a sci-fi center. And he's always been. They've talked about doing like
Go right to
some kind of thing like when it comes to that, and it's just like I don't know when that could happen. Hopefully it can. I don't know. One of these days it will happen though, where we have like a live and we're all doing this stuff. That'll be great, and we can all just compare heights then. So it'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. And you know, everybody, hey, you look taller than well, you know, especially when I have the camera right there and I'm standing up, I look taller. But hey, it's okay. Blame Mama Film Junkie. She's 5 foot. Nothing. That's what happened. But I love you, Mom. Anyways, all right, let's go around the horn. Ben, you go first.
Shit.
Shit.
You can find me every Thursday. Yeah, I'm fucked up. All right. You can catch me every Thursday at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the Real Anarchy Live. Come and join me if you want to talk about all DC related items, and follow me on all social media.
There you go.
There you go. That's
Real
it.
Anarchy. We like it.
Real
We
Anarchy
like
Live. Yeah.
All right, Chris.
Oh, I'm Chris. You can find me at Ping Pong Flakes on YouTube and Ping Pong Flakes on Twitter. Yeah,
there you go.
There.
All right, Scott.
Take it away.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcast can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com, including patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where you'll be able to soon hear our review of 300. And, of course, every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central, tune in live here at Film Junkie, where we are doing Batman the Fanimated stream, watching every episode of Batman the Animated Series. This Sunday night will be Avatar.
Oh. Rush.
That's true. I have a podcast too.
Oh, you want to have something then? No.
Yeah, we didn't have one last week because I was going last weekend because I was going to
because he lacks commitment.
I know.
Discipline.
Boy's committed now.
Oh, it's funny because my brother's like, "Hey, let's go to Brad Williams." Cool. Then it's like, "It's on Sunday." What? Oh, fuck. Okay. It's like I was like, I didn't realize it was on Sunday, but it was a great show. But anyways, all right, guys, smash that like thumbs up before you leave, and subscribe to the channel. Do all that stuff, and thank you to the panel. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Travis, Saggy Melons, and of course, Mr. Enosh. And thank you to Ben, Chris, and Scott for making time to talk tonight. Always a good time, fellas. And we will talk to you guys later.